The House will come to order. Members, let us bow our heads for a few moments in silent reflection in our own traditions. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A copy of the proclamation from the governor is on each member's desk. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the member participating remotely.
West.
Do it again.
West, present.
West present.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. Members, please use the side doors if you need to leave or enter the chamber. The sergeant's office is going to keep the back doors, the main doors closed at this time. Pursuant to Minnesota statutes 2024, section 3.073, I declare the House organized for this special session. Representative Niska offers the following motion. The clerk will report the motion.
Niska moves that the chief clerk be and is hereby instructed to inform the Senate and the governor by message that the House of Representatives is now duly organized pursuant to law for this special session.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a housekeeping motion. We have to inform, I guess I'll say, the other folks in this building that we're here and ready to get to work. So I ask for member support.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction of first reading of House Files 1 through 14.
First reading House Files 1 through 14. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 1, an act relating to health, modifying MinnesotaCare coverage eligibility. Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, Niska moves that the rule therein be suspended and an urgency be declared, and that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that House File Number 1 be given its second and third readings and be placed upon its final passage.
I call on Representative Niska to explain the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is the first bill that we have to process today. It's a short policy bill that has been essentially public since the governor and the leaders announced their global target agreement several weeks ago, and I urge members to support the motion.
Is there any discussion to the motion? There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 1.
Second reading. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 1, an act relating to health, modifying MinnesotaCare coverage eligibility.
I recognize the author from Traverse, Representative Backer, who will explain the bill.
Yes, members, thank you. What this bill does is it limits MinnesotaCare coverage for undocumented non-citizens. So basically, when this bill becomes law and the governor signs it, no new adults from the undocumented non-citizens will be able to enroll. And then on January 1st of 2026, then they will drop off. And then individuals, kids, children under 18 would still receive coverage for, through MinnesotaCare. couple things about MinnesotaCare that I want to talk about. MinnesotaCare was specifically designed for comprehensive coverage for a specific population to assure healthy Minnesotans, children, and adults. That's what MinnesotaCare was initially developed for. As we all know, we take an oath to our office to serve our constituents. And this is what this bill does. It serves the hardworking, lawful Minnesotans. That's what we do with this bill here. We are helping to ensure Minnesotans who work, who do the work for us, are receiving the health care that they need. Another thing about MinnesotaCare, for as it's stated, when we cover health care for Minnesotans, it is not 100% covered by the state of Minnesota. 90% comes from federal government, 10% comes roughly from the state. When we fund undocumented illegal immigrants, that is 100% from the cost of Minnesota taxpayers. MinnesotaCare does, as stated initially, specifically focuses on a certain income. It was never designed as a comprehensive healthcare system or an emergency system for EMS. This is about being fiscally responsible. We set up the Healthcare Access Fund, and one of the roles of the Healthcare Access Fund is to help fund that portion of MinnesotaCare for our Minnesotans who are on that program, roughly from that 138 to 200% poverty level. And what we've already saw is if we look at other states, if we look at Illinois and we look at California, you know, Governor Newsom announced a pause in adult enrollment starting January 1st of 2026 because it's getting out of control. If we stay on the same path that we are right now, folks, we are going to put the Healthcare Access Fund in a red. Now, I know a lot of you know that I'm EMS. When I was home last weekend, received an ambulance call again. I care about providing health care. I do. And I know there will be people who will stand up today and say, us Republicans want to hurt individuals. That is so far from the truth, folks. If we do not focus on the Minnesota's healthcare system, our hospitals, our EMS, and our dental, then what's going to happen is then the whole system will go into cardiac arrest, and that doesn't help anybody. We need to focus on helping our lawful Minnesotans. And the funding source, again, that we do it here in Minnesota is the Healthcare Access Fund. So with that, I know we will have a spirited discussion on that, and I welcome that. Thank you, members.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Senator Murrah moves to amend House File Number 1. The amendment is coded A3.
I recognize the author of the amendment from Hennepin, Representative Senator Mira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I explain the amendment, I would like to ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing more than 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Senator Mira.
Thank you. Members, last time we were in this body, 3 weeks and what seems like a lifetime ago, one of the last speeches we heard was from Representative Berg, who told us that it is not our job in this body to take things away from people. I've been sitting with these words for the last 3 weeks. I know it is not why any of us are here. We are here to improve lives, and today we have the ability, the opportunity to save lives by voting green on this amendment. This amendment makes 3 exceptions to repealing healthcare access for undocumented Minnesotans. It would save healthcare for the approximately 800 elders in Minnesota who are currently undocumented Minnesotans on MinnesotaCare, who are in the dawn of their lives and deserve to be taken care of. I know that both sides of the aisle, so many of this body, come from families and cultures that revere and care for our elders. It is why we've had such spirited and passionate debate about elder care and nursing homes. Please vote yes to save their lives. This is about kids who are currently on MinnesotaCare, who we thankfully all agree should be taken care of. I know that we all love kids, as evidenced by the warm words that I've gotten from colleagues on both sides of the aisle to me this session as I brought my baby with me. But we know that kids grow up and they still need our care. We know that they can still be kids even when they turn 18. We should not welcome someone into adulthood by kicking them off life-saving health care. This part of the amendment is for my mother, Susan Sensor, who just retired after 35 years as a pediatric oncologist at Children's Hospital in Minneapolis, who saved countless lives of kids with cancer and know that those kids deserve a fighting chance at a good life. And it is for my friend Jason, who has fought so hard for my community, my city, and our state, whose father has cancer, who is on this life-saving care and deserves to live after this care ends in 2026. But if the words of Rep. Berg don't move you to vote on this amendment, and I know we've also tried the words of Jesus, maybe these words will. Blood that is soaked into the sands of a beach is all one color. America stands unique in the world, the only country founded not on race, but on a way, on an ideal, not in spite, but because of our polyglot background. We have had all the strength in the world. That is the American way. These words may sound radical today in light of what's happening with our immigrant neighbors on Lake Street, in Los Angeles, at the school graduations that have been interrupted by ICE, where families have been torn apart. But they are not from one of my radical political idols. No, these are the words of radical comrade Ronald Reagan. He said those words in 1988 in his address issuing an apology to the Japanese Americans, my grandparents being one of them. He said that when he told the country and Japanese Americans that the way they had been treated as immigrants during the Japanese internment was wrong. He said the internment camps were a result of racial prejudice and failure of political leadership rather than legitimate security concerns. And the same can be said of us today. And I just want to tell you that those words meant something to my family. Those words meant something to my grandfather, who loved Ronald Reagan, who was a lifelong Republican, who believed that he and our country were sorry, believed those words when we were issued an apology. So if we believe Ronald Reagan and we know that in the past our country has been wrong in the way we have scapegoated immigrants, let's not repeat those same mistakes today. Because this is how it starts. First, it's your health care, then it's your documentation, then it's saying you can't move around at night, and then 3 years later, you're in an internment camp, imprisoned by the US government. Because it will always be easy in times of fear and scarcity to scapegoat immigrants. As a fourth-generation Japanese American whose family has lived through the brunt of this before, it is in my DNA to say not on my watch and not with my vote. And I just want to say this, if this amendment doesn't pass, if this bills go through, and I'm saying this really to all of our members, but really our leaders, please let this be the ceiling and not the floor. We will have to take more hard votes in this chamber. We know those are coming. But let's not continue to throw our immigrant community under the bus, please. We're going to take a lot of bad votes today. I think we all know that. We're going to take votes that we don't have to take. But today, your first vote in this chamber can be one of compassion and one that saves lives. Please vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And respectfully, this is nothing about internment. This is about spending our taxpayer money and doing it in a responsible way and choosing who receives publicly subsidized benefits and making sure that we do that in a responsible and sustainable way. And what we've seen since the changes that came in the trifecta to MinnesotaCare is what they've seen in other states that have done similar changes, which is that it grows unsustainably, and this fix does not fix it. It breaks the deal, first of all. That should be enough of a reason for members to vote no, but it specifically carves out the most expensive individuals to keep as having publicly subsidized benefits. That is not a solution to the problem. Members, vote no.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just curious if Leader Niska would yield for a question.
Leader Niska will yield to a question. Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Leader Niska, you are talking about tax-paying Minnesotan residents. Do you know how much undocumented Minnesotans contribute to our state economy?
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Every Minnesotan who is working contributes to the Minnesota economy.
Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that's right. Every working Minnesotan, including those who are undocumented, Representative Niska, pay taxes here in Minnesota. They also pay federal taxes. The amount, on average, that undocumented Minnesotans contribute to our state is $220 million a year. Do not pretend with this vote that you are saving the people of Minnesota any money. These people pay taxes. They deserve basic human rights. Members, vote green on this amendment.
Further discussion? I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Perez-Vega.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Centimura, for bringing this to the table. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at 16 years old as a junior in high school. And so when we talk about saving children who are undocumented and who have accessibility to MinnesotaCare, I think about the privilege that I had as being a citizen, being born here. I think about my parents who have been stricken by this, our entire family, our community, because it cost a community to keep me alive. And the continuance of after that I aged over 18 and off their insurance, it continued to keep a community alive. It continued to be that this state has to fight for lives to have accessible health care. And when I think about the fact that I just heard Representative Niska say that this is going to the people who are most expensive, you're putting a value on lives. This amendment right here is providing a step of equity, a step of what our majority leader last session, Representative Long, worked very hard with our communities to push forward. And I think about the stories of the parents that at 16, I needed my parents to be healthy for me. Regardless if you have citizenship or not, accessibility to life, to live your highest potential, is the greatest virtue that you can receive as a human being. And Madam Speaker, this amendment here is explaining to have the adjustability for the purposes of those kids. Diabetes didn't leave me when I turned 18. I just went and gave my shot of insulin to cover the high blood sugars that this chamber is giving me right now when you are trying to push an agenda to tell children that their chronic illnesses are going to leave. To push an agenda forward to tell them that their parents and their grandparents and their village that provides expensive people? No, folks that are requiring these same benefits for us with documentation to have, with $220+ million to this state. This isn't helping Minnesota at all. And I urge folks to think about, whether I have documentation or not, to go think about the member in your chamber who was 16 diagnosed, just like there's so many children out there that, yes, will be covered until they're 18, but their chronic illnesses don't leave. And their parents develop a chronic illness of trauma, trying to survive and work dedicatedly so that their children can live, so that they can live, so that they can celebrate in a world that is being traumatized to dehumanize our communities that don't take from Minnesota. They make Minnesota better. They make our communities better. They make our farms better. They make this space feel welcoming at a time when this country is telling them that they aren't even human. I urge a green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Abaje.
Thank you, Speaker. I also urge a green vote on this amendment, and I want to thank Representative Heintzeman for bringing this forward. What this amendment is doing is really essentially harm mitigation. We are trying to ensure that at least the most vulnerable in our communities can still have access to life-saving treatment, to benefits, to health care. Health is wealth, and when we don't provide that, we are making it worse for the rest of us. Parts of this bill say that we want to maintain the health care for people who are over 59 years old. We know that that estimate is around 800 or 850 people. And why is that? Because why that number is so low is because for so many members of our communities, we don't make it to the age of 59. We don't make it to those ages because of the systemic disparities that we have talked about time and time again in the state of Minnesota. And so what we are trying to do is ensure that maybe more of us can make it to the age of 59. Maybe more of us can have that health care we deserve so we're not dying earlier. This program also ensures that people will have what they need, and it also ensures that we continue to tell Minnesotans, no matter where they come from, no matter where they were born, no matter what language they speak, that they matter here in this state, that their lives matter in this state. And so I will just say to those who think that this group of people is somehow unlawful or out of control, the whole program that we have of healthcare in our country is fundamentally broken. And what we are trying to do is put Band-Aids where we can. And so this amendment allows us to at least continue to tell people with a straight face, we still care about you and we are still trying to find a way to protect you. So I would urge members to vote yes on this amendment, and thank you, thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My father-in-law had a heart attack this last week, and he lives in central Wisconsin in the middle of nowhere. And if he hadn't had health insurance, I don't know that my mother-in-law would have taken him to the hospital, but she did in the middle of the night. And they were like, holy crap. Oh, sorry. She was like that, but anyway, they were like, oh my God, all of you're blocked everywhere. You need a quadruple bypass surgery. And so they flew him in an helicopter to a slightly bigger rural city in the middle of Wisconsin, and he had a surgery, and thank God he's okay. But I'm thinking about like what would have happened if they didn't feel like they could take him to the hospital because they couldn't afford it. And I think about what would have happened not to them, not just to them, if they couldn't afford the helicopter ride and the quadruple bypass surgery and the one-on-one care by a nurse that he needed as he recovered, but also what the hospital would have done in Marshfield, Wisconsin if he couldn't pay. Presumably they would have sent them a bill that they couldn't pay, and that would have been that. So the hospital would have been out of money, and my father-in-law might have been dead. And so I guess I just raised to say that there is both a human and a practical question here in how we care for others and what care we think that people deserve in our state. And there's also a practical question of how do we ensure that hospitals in rural areas that rely on insurance to pay for very large bills can continue to get paid. And so I support this amendment.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee R.
Lee K. Thank you, folks.
Lee K.
So I want to ground our discussion by sharing a story from Worthington of a woman named Rosa. Rosa is a hog farmhand. She is 57 years old and has been in Minnesota since 2007. She says, I wake up at 3:30 a.m. every day to begin my 5 a.m. shift at a hog farm. Breast cancer runs in my family. A few years ago, my family received the devastating news that my aunt and niece were diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. Because these are multiple close relatives, my risk of developing the disease doubles. as my relatives were diagnosed before age 50. Before the MinnesotaCare expansion, I was getting regular checkups without insurance. It was extremely costly. With MinnesotaCare, I now access regular mammograms, which means peace of mind for me as I am taking care of my health. Every time I get a checkup, I feel a sense of relief when I get a clean bill of health. Since the expansion of MinnesotaCare, I have been able to finally sleep at night. Stopping my mammograms will prevent my doctors from detecting cancer early, increasing my risk of dying from the disease. Please do not cut essential workers from MinnesotaCare. So I just want to close by saying, by thanking Representative Sensenmere for offering this amendment. I'd urge a green vote if we care about workers, if we care about our elders, and if we care about our neighbors. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the correct parts of what Leader Niska talked about earlier and the incorrect parts, right? He's right that workers in Minnesota contribute to the tax base, and Rosa and people in this category that are apparently too expensive absolutely contribute to this tax base, as Rep. Katiza Watun told us earlier. But the other piece that wasn't true was that, we heard earlier that these people, right, these undocumented folks are a drain on the system, but that could be further from the truth. We heard that California and Illinois costs are out of control, and so that's why we have to stop this now. That's absolutely untrue. You can Google this yourself. The Kaiser Family Foundation is a very well-respected, nonpartisan health policy institution. They do really good research, and it's not just here in Minnesota, but across the country. Undocumented immigrants contribute billions of dollars to our economy, and they actually subsidize all of our healthcare, especially healthcare in rural places. I also want to, point out, Rosa is in Worthington, Minnesota. We have rural hospitals that are on the brink of closing. Many have already closed. The reason why this is actually keeping them afloat, and again, undocumented neighbors in Minnesota keep all of our hospitals afloat. The reason why, some of these hospitals haven't folded is because we are making sure that people actually pay for their care. And also to the people watching who are, really, I say these days there are a lot of folks who are really angry that the cost of healthcare is so high in this country. To me, that is an argument for universal healthcare, because we know that the insurance companies are bleeding us dry, whether you are undocumented or not. The people on MinnesotaCare are still paying premiums. They are still paying copays just like everybody else. And so we're voting green on this because we are one Minnesota. If you vote red, that means that you are telling people they don't belong. And that's not the Minnesota way. And so I urge a green vote on Representative Sensenmere's amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the representative for your amendment. And I was wondering if Representative Backer would yield to a question.
Representative Backer will yield to a question. Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Backer, I just wanted to connect two things that were said here. We heard from you your description of the bill and who and how it will affect. And we heard a story about an individual with diabetes managing their care. And so I'm just wondering what you, as the bill's author, would recommend a 22-year-old undocumented person with diabetes should do to manage their care.
Representative Backer.
Right now, thank you, Representative Finke. Right now, undocumented non-citizens can get health care. They just have to sign up for it. They can do that right now.
Representative Finke.
Thank you. Would Representative Backer continue to yield?
Representative Backer will yield. Representative Finke.
Representative Backer, what do you recommend for an individual who lives in Minnesota who is undocumented, who gets their care through MinnesotaCare, but perhaps is one of the, quote, most expensive individuals that we heard referenced by the leader on the other side? How would you recommend that person manage their most expensive care?
Representative Backer.
Again, the answer would be the same. There's a lot of charity organizations out there. Individuals can get care. And the debate is really about Minnesotans, hardworking Minnesotans, who have been contributing to our society that we're also concerned about. Because at the rate that we're going right now in fiscal year 28-29, the healthcare access will be in a deficit. That doesn't help anybody. This is why Illinois, and you can Google that, Illinois and California has started to decrease on that because it is fiscally irresponsible.
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. Representative Backer, I just wanted to make sure that I understood your solution on the other side for people losing health care. Charity is one of them. Buying into expensive private markets is another. You know, many people who are not undocumented, who are perhaps not the most expensive individuals, often struggle to find ways to buy into those programs, but it's good to know that we think that charity will resolve that problem. I only bring that up because I think it's really important just to recommend or to remind folks that we did debate this bill, or a bill very similar. It was carried then by Representative Schultz, who is no longer the author. But I do want to go back to the time when Representative Schultz was the author and we debated this, because now we are being told that this bill is about saving Minnesota money, and we should just all accept the honest reality that this will not save money. During that time, we heard from our healthcare providers that and we know this, we had a whole national debate about this 15 years ago. It is more expensive to the state of Minnesota to treat people in the emergency room than to provide them health insurance. We simply know that that is true. We are going to pay more as taxpayers for the health care of our undocumented neighbors if we do not insure them than if we do insure them. We know this. We did this with the Affordable Care Act. We've done this over and over and over again. But back when Representative Schultz was carrying this bill, we just kind of acknowledged, we being the legislature, that that's not what we were doing. What the argument for this bill was we need to stop providing undocumented individuals health insurance because providing undocumented individuals health insurance creates, quote, a magnet for people from foreign countries. And historically, we have worked so hard to become a magnet for people from foreign countries. We are desperate to be a magnet for people from foreign countries. Do you want to solve your labor shortages? Do you want to grow the economy? Do you want to see more businesses created that develop the future of the Minnesota's communities? Do you know who does that work? It ain't white people from the US. I am sorry, our track record on building new things in this country, it ain't whites. It's people from other countries. And now we are specifically, from the words of the original author of this bill, taking action to stop being an attractive place for people from foreign countries. Representative Niska said this is not about internment, and that may or may not be true. I kind of think that we are heading in a direction towards such behavior, and it's not because of this action, it's because the 5 actions from now. We are making decisions in this body to try to disincentivize people from other countries from being here. We want you to leave, and we don't want more to come. That's what this is about. I see your chuckle. I appreciate that you enjoy it. We can go back. We can see all the comments about this. So you say it's about saving money, and we know that it isn't. And you say there's private markets and charity for providing health insurance, but we know that's not going to solve this problem. We know what we are doing. We know why you are doing this. We know that this action, the first action we are being asked to take today, is because you will not move forward unless we take shameful, harmful actions to hurt people. You even put a poison pill later on in another bill that says if we don't do this, 2 times you're making sure this happens, because of an obsession with taking away the rights of other people. People from, quote, foreign countries who you do not want to come here. So let's move forward, at least in the debate, understanding what the terms of it are, because you're not saving money. This will cost money. This is a shameful vote. It is a shameful vote, and we should all recognize that passing this bill makes Minnesota worse. And it is not happening because of anybody in the federal government. This isn't because of Trump. This isn't because of administration changes. This isn't because of budgets. It is because Minnesota Republicans demand we do this, or they will not pass a budget. Full stop. The only reason we are doing this is because your side says if we don't do this, everything shuts down. Now we have an amendment from Senator Mura, Representative Senator Mura, at least to lessen some of the damage. Just some of the damage can be lessened. And we were told by Representative Niska, we can't do that because those are the most expensive individuals. Please recognize that you have now categorized human beings by the cost of keeping them alive. What is the cost of keeping someone alive that you consider too high? And what race and what disability and maybe what gender identity will you consider to be too high the next time we have a debate? If we were having this debate about my health care, what would you be doing? Would you be saying the same thing? I'm too expensive an individual to provide health care? We know that we consider disability care too expensive because we are cutting it everywhere. What is the cost of human life worth paying? You're not listening to me anymore, but I hope voters are listening because you are deciding, you said this over and over and over back in 2009, well, you literally are doing it. You said we will not keep expensive people alive because they are from another country. Disgraceful, disgusting. I heard that this breaks the agreement. I don't know how anyone could have made this agreement. We should all be ashamed of what we are doing. At least make it a little less painful and vote for Senator Mura's amendment. This is disgusting behavior from our chamber, and we should be ashamed.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Senator Mura, for bringing this amendment. I want to point out something that Leader Niska said, where he spoke about, well, we can't do this because we're adding the most expensive people. So just as Representative Finke called that out, I also want to. Where does this end? Who are too expensive? Should we start looking for people that have cancer in their elder years or have heart disease, diabetes, and kick them off of health care? That is not who we are. And the other thing that statement exposes is the fundamental flaw here, is that with insurance, you want to have a full range of folks on it, both healthy and later in life, and folks that need more care. What we should be doing is voting yes on this amendment and voting no on the bill, where we can actually do something that's fiscally sane and having a full class of folks on health insurance.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for this amendment. I was not going to do this today, but I've decided to. In 2008, I met a gentleman. I knew him as Jose. Jose came to the food pantry at my church and helped me stock the tables, and hand out the milk chips, and make sure that everyone who came through the line got what they asked for. And with Jose came his beautiful children. I didn't know Jose's immigration status or that of his children. I didn't care. They were members of our Christian evangelical church, where they gave food to those in need with me in the same way that everyone else at my church did. And when we were done with the food shelf, Jose and his family would go through the line and take what they needed because they also were food insecure. And I got to know Jose, and I got to know his children, and my children got to know his children. But Jose was undocumented. And Jose had back pain. And Jose had back pain for years. And he ignored it because he worked in a physical career in southeastern Minnesota where he supported his family and worked hard. And one day, Jose couldn't get out of bed because the back pain was so bad. And a member from our church, one of the kids, called her and said, "Something's really wrong with Dad." And they went and they got him, and they took him to Mayo, to the ER, where he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Jose was dying. And his babies were going to be left without a provider or a parent. And Jose died. Jose died of cancer that could have been prevented had he had access to care. And I raised his children. I raised 3 of his children. One of them has my last name. And I cannot sit on this floor and push a button that takes somebody else's babies away from them. I cannot, in my faith and in what I believe deep in my soul, believe that that is the appropriate response for people. I will not do that to my children and their father's memory. And I will not do it to the other children in this state and the other fathers and mothers in this state. And so thank you for trying to save people like my children's father. I appreciate it. And today I will be voting yes because my conscience, my moral compass, and my God tells me I should.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Heintzeman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for all the members today that have spoke up and shared your stories. This is a good vote on a really, really bad bill. I think no matter what, we will probably all be walking out of here, and I believe we should walk out of here today with our heads down. This is shameful. This does not reflect well on our body. Representative Niska, you said, that me talking about Japanese internment is off topic. I hope so. I hope so. Because those of us who have been here before, this is how it starts. We say some people are outside of our circle of care. Some people are outside our circle of compassion. Some people need to be pushed out. Some people need to be left to die. Not voting green on this bill, on this amendment, that's what you are saying. So it just takes one. It just takes one person to think about 16-year-old with diabetes. It takes one person to think about a father in southern Minnesota. It takes one person to think about an elder with cancer who is just trying to hold on for a few more years with his kids and his family. Members, please vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Olson.
Olson votes no on the amendment for House File 1.
Olson votes no. West.
West, no.
West votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 1.
Third reading. Further discussion to the bill? I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, before every floor session, we rise and acknowledge the existence of a higher power than ourselves. No matter the religious affiliation being represented, the prayer, the words, the admonition is to do well for the people of the state of Minnesota. And it's always all the people in the state of Minnesota. We are never encouraged to be mindful of almost all the people. We are never suggested to exclude some, and yet that is what we are doing here. And I looked at a few different religions around the world and some of the things they say about exclusion, but John 3:17 to 3:18 says, if anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? That's the one that resonated the most with me. So with this vote, we are faced with a moral and ethical question. That's certainly how I view it. Martin Luther King professed that of all the injustices, and he saw plenty, denial of health care is the most shocking and inhumane. Now, some say we are faced with an economic question. So we go back to what we've heard already before about the costs of health care. Primary care, $150 to $300 for a visit. ER, $2,500. You are all paying for it. We are all paying for it, one way or another. And that's something that in our debate and discussion over the bill the health bill, we talked about this ad nauseum. But ultimately, I realized that it wasn't a health care issue we were trying to solve on your side of the aisle. It was a political question. It makes it hard to square that. You know, Germany has figured it out. They cover all guest workers with an address in country immediately. And their system costs 12.4% of GDP, while here in the US, our health care is closer to 18% of GDP. Their system also includes extended long-term care. So there are ways, and I think with this discussion and debate today, if nothing else, maybe it'll bring a realization that we need to do more on health care reform in this country because we pay the most and our outcomes in health are not reflective and we're not covering everyone who needs health care. This vote, though, is not about the money. We can find ways to fund health care for all. This detail, though, in this debate from the very get-go has been rife with obfuscation, used as a political tool to stoke fear and anger. Potent tools in politics for sure, even in Minnesota. Sometimes you need a scapegoat. I ask you, what comes next? Will we see bills like were presented in Tennessee this year in their legislature to stop children of undocumented from going to primary school? We are living in a unique political moment with President Trump and the Republican push for Project 2025. But Minnesota is better than that. Community includes everyone in Minnesota. And I've heard it from across the aisle. I heard it when we debated supporting steelworkers. I heard, we are proud in our communities that we take care of everyone. But the actions today are not following those words. I'll just say that consider from whence you came. You and me are all immigrants to the land we're standing on right now. My ancestors came to Minnesota in 1856 and relied on the people on the prairie to help them build a sod hut and stay through the winter, their first winter. And here we are today, taking away health care from an integral part of our workforce. We're shooting ourselves in the foot. We are not saving money. I will end with this. In my 7 years in this body, this is the dumbest, most cruel, most short-sighted, most inhumane decision I have seen. Fortunately, it will be recorded, and we will know how everyone voted. Question to ask yourself, in hindsight, will your grandchildren approve of your vote or your moral values in casting it? Members vote no.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hewitt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, this is a real confusing area for me. Representative Feist, thank you for your story. The cost of that, this was my space before I came to the House here, about $500,000 before they got to the ICU. Can you imagine being that patient? And I don't mean to say that patient because I've dealt with a lot of these patients, and not have insurance. In our hospitals, our critical access hospitals around the state constantly are fighting this because they have to work at almost close to cost. And when they come to us, and they've come to all of us about this issue, every one of us, and said, I don't know how we're going to do it, because many of our undocumented live in rural Minnesota. Many of them work at jobs that are high acuity or they're dangerous. And they end up in ERs because they cut themselves or they get the flu or whatever. And right now, with the system that we have in place, hospitals still don't make money on this. It's paid out at the Medicaid rate, which is the lowest rate, but they'll take it because it's better than nothing. There's an economic factor on here that's going to hurt our critical access hospitals. On top of that, what group came to us to fight this? I got to tell you, this is the first time I've been in step with my church in years. It wasn't funny. Anyways, so the Catholic Church, it says no. Everybody I have talked to about this is hurting me. And Representative Backer, you and I sat on a committee last year together where you talked about your pancake sales that you do on a yearly basis to keep your ambulance tires. These individuals that have to call an ambulance now are no longer going to be able to pay a $3,000 or $4,000 ambulance bill. There goes your tires and probably 4 more pancake sales. I cannot support this bill, not morally, not ethically, and definitely not for our healthcare system in Minnesota. I think we have to take a look in the mirror. Thank you, members.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in opposition of this bill, like many of my colleagues. We've already, learned today, or it's already been established that this bill is not brought forward by large community concern, people bursting through with emails about how terrible it is that their neighbor gets health care finally. We haven't been getting those messages. This bill was born from a lie, from several lies, that people who are different deserve other, less, or nothing. We know that it is a fact that residents of Minnesota, regardless of immigration status, who are working, are paying taxes. Those of us who are citizens, who are here legally, also pay taxes, but there's a difference. We have access to the systems that we are paying for. There is a whole host of people who are also contributing to our own health care that will not have access to the same health care. So now we're saying, not only do we not want you here in the first place, but when you come here and you try to provide for your family, guess what? You're going to provide for my family too, and you're not going to get any access to the stuff we get. You're just going to help pay for my health care. I have not run into a single constituent who has said, my neighbor of a different immigration status is a drain on my family. I don't know where this narrative has come from. I've seen it on the federal level, and we know why that is. But here in Minnesota, where we've had waves of different groups from different places for generations, starting with groups from Europe and Spain, and people who got on boats and got lost and then decided this place was theirs. What on earth, what kind of message are we sending that says, you know, my family who came here and crashed and declared all of this theirs and then killed a bunch of people who lived here first, now I'm going to protect it. And any new people who try to come on my turf now, well, guess what? Get out or pay for my stuff, but you get nothing. And I hope when we all go and we advocate to come back to this place for another term, if you can give yourself reason enough at the doors to say why you voted for this, I sincerely hope that when people ask what you did for their family, for their immigrant grandfather, and they say, hey, were you one of those guys that took his health care away? Are you going to proudly say yes, like you'll proudly push your button? Are you going to walk up to a house and say, hey, are there any voters home today? Oh, hey, how are you? What can I do to help your family? Oh, I can make sure that your family's taken care of. I got you. I took your grandpa's health care away. Don't even worry about it. I'm not sure what sort of positive response that anyone is looking for. And we all represent, and I hear you chattering, you're mad because of people's status, and you're sitting there eating your chips and laughing at me. At least he's not trying to slap me this time. But look, folks, we all represent people who can't vote for us. And we stand up here proudly on both sides advocating for them every day. And those people are called kids. And we finally found a common ground that kids are kids. And they're not going to be affected by this. Thank God. And I say that as somebody who's not religious. Thank God we are protecting children. But for some reason, their older sibling, their parent, their grandparents, screw them. It was easy for me to get here. I was born here, so I'm just going to enjoy all these benefits because I did nothing to get here. But this family who worked hard and got away from life that was hell, lost some of their family on the way maybe, not really sure where the rest of their family is. Oh, you know what though? You forgot to fill out some paperwork. That's really hard to get and really expensive and takes a really long time to get in the first place. So you probably would have been dead from whatever you were running from before you got here. I don't know what this is for other than to be cruel. And I hope that when you go out and you say, please vote for me again, that you are honest in saying, I took away health care from your neighbors. You know your kid's best friend at school? Yeah, their mom and dad, I took their health care away too. And guess what? While I was at it, I made sure people couldn't sign up anymore. I hope that you proudly say that to people and have real good reasons to say, you know what? No, they don't get what we get, but they can pay for what I get. This is absurd. Vote no.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm not here to plead the case of humanity and compassion, although I think those are all important things. But I'm here to make a financial appeal to you. One of my close friends is a hospital administrator, and I've had a lot of conversations with him about this policy in particular, and he is horrified. And he is horrified because hospitals will shut down. And let me be clear, not hospitals in my district, hospitals in your districts, in rural Minnesota, because they rely on those insurance payments to make sure that things happen. And I just want us to recognize that when we look at things like insurance and undocumented people, we don't live in silos. What happens to those individuals impacts you. When a hospital shuts down in rural Minnesota, where are you going to take your grandma when she has a stroke? Where are you going to be taken when you are having a life-threatening emergency? There won't be a place. There will still be places in St. Paul. I'm less concerned about that. I'm trying to look out for everybody in the state of Minnesota, and that includes undocumented, but it also includes yourself. Hospitals are freaking out about this policy. This does not make financial sense for those organizations. They are already struggling, and I know you know this because we've had conversations about that on this floor. You have told us that your hospitals are struggling, and now you are saying people cannot be covered by health insurance that pay those bills. The reality is there are undocumented individuals everywhere. We all have undocumented neighbors. And when something happens to them, when they have an emergency, when they are ill, when they need care, they are going to go to a hospital for that care. And they're going to receive that care because that's required. You have to provide that care. What is going to happen is they will be sent a bill that they cannot pay. Do you all know what hospitals do when somebody doesn't pay a bill? It's called charity care. They write it off. It is not beneficial for the hospitals. It doesn't help them make ends meet. You can't pay nurses and doctors with charity care. You can't say, thanks so much for coming in. We really appreciate the work you did. We did this all on charity, so please come back tomorrow. They will not. Doctors will not come back. Nurses will not come back. Buildings will crumble. This policy does not make sense. It doesn't make sense from a compassion standpoint because we care about human beings. And for a group of folks who proclaim to be pro-life, this is the least pro-life piece of legislation I have ever seen. But more than that, it doesn't make sense for your communities. So when your neighbors have kids that go into cardiac arrest or that have a stroke, something bad happens, there's a choking, somebody chokes, somebody has an anaphylactic reaction and doesn't get to the hospital soon enough, and their kid dies. And they come to you and they say, why don't we have a hospital in our district? Why did we have to drive 4 hours and have an ambulance take us 4 hours away to treat my kid? What are you gonna say? Because I really hate immigrants? It's dumb. Like, I don't even know how else to say it. Even if you don't care about human beings and you don't hear the impassioned stories that are coming from this side, hear this. It will impact you. It will impact your constituents. It will impact your children and the families and neighbors that live around you. It is dumb. It is a dumb policy, and I think you should vote no. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I actually have to disagree with my friend Representative Curran because this bill does hurt children. It might not take away undocumented children's health insurance because they're on MinnesotaCare, but make no mistake, if you thought you were standing up for children, you're wrong. You are hurting children by voting yes on this bill. Children are our most vulnerable. We all agree with that. We love them. We're excited to see them. I see everyone in this chamber smile when someone is lucky enough to bring their child in here. And that's because we also smile at their parents. Because their parents and their caregivers are who cares for those children. You've heard great stories from parents already on this floor, like from Representative Hicks. But taking away their parents' health insurance and health care means that you are hurting those children. And members, this is just wrong. You will make it harder for children to access health care when their parents don't have access to that same health care. When their parents get sick, they're unable to care for their children and they miss school. I'm really proud of the work that Representative Keeler and Representative Bakeberg and so many members of this body have done to promote attendance, but making their parents sicker is going to hurt children in their attendance. It's going to hurt their ability to succeed in school and succeed in life. Taking away health care is just wrong, and this bill will hurt children. So if you thought you were going to sleep well tonight, saying like, well, at least kids aren't going to be hurt, you are hurting children. You're hurting children with this vote. Members, if you live in Minnesota, you are a Minnesotan. And so by voting yes on this bill, you are hurting Minnesotans. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I once heard on this floor that, a member survives off of coffee and Jesus. And, I think that over the past year, I've been kind of doing a spiritual, emotional, dive into my own life. And through that, I have become somebody who is a little more religious. And I keep thinking back to this May 17th, the second week of Easter. Father Joe gave this beautiful homily about agape. And that's an all-encompassing love. An all-encompassing love. That's how we show that we are Christians, that we care about other people. Jesus didn't diminish or belittle people's weaknesses around him. And so our votes reflect our values. And I hear a lot of folks say that they're Christians here. I just want to make this clear. Christian nationalism is not Christianity. And so we really need to think about how we are showing God's love. No matter what God you pray to, how are you living those values? How are you showing agape? I thought it was kind of on point that Representative Bierman quoted John, because that was one I was actually looking at, over the course of this. And I really want you to take a deep dive inside yourself and think about this. By pushing yes and kicking people off of health care, our neighbors, my kids, friends, parents, she's watching tablet at by my feet right now. But honestly, does this reflect your values? Do you care about people? Do you want to make sure that their families are healthy and happy? Because that's how I think that we show God's love. by reflecting our love outward and caring for people. And I know a lot of you claim to be Christians, so show us that you are.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Smith.
Like many of my colleagues, I am in deep pain at this House file being brought before us and the seeming inevitability that it will pass, and the great pain and suffering it will cause. I'm against it on policy reasons, as many of my colleagues have talked about. It will hurt our hospitals. It is not a cost reflected in our budget as other things are that we cannot pay for. It is harmful to children and parents. I'm against it fundamentally, who I am as a person, what I believe, why I got into politics, that people together can create greater things than people separated. I am against it as a Christian. And talking about pain, one of the deepest pains that I have and I'm living with day and day, as many of my colleagues have already said, is that this House file is the product of a campaign going back decades that is alive and well in my own community of Christians in the United States. This is just one of many of ways to other particular people and make laws in our land that hurt, that deprive, that force them out and away of our consciousness. And so today I have a microphone and I need to speak on the fundamental truth that if you are working against the well-being of immigrants, regardless of their status, their human well-being, their health, whether they are fed, whether they have a roof over their heads, you are in your heart working against one of the central tenets of the Christian faith. And as Rep. Cagle said, I'm against Christian nationalism. I don't think we make rules based on whether the Bible says it or not, or whether we, take Deuteronomy literally or whatever you want to specifically talk about. But we are people, and this is a political issue. Politics is just a group of people, and it is without doubt that the people that is causing legislation like this the most in our country are the people that I come from, that I call friends, neighbors, and churchmates in the evangelical community. So I want to speak clearly, and I apologize in advance, somewhat lengthily, on the place of immigrants and caring for them in the faith of Christianity as I understand it. So if you have your Bibles, turn to Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12, and I do apologize, I know Sunday was yesterday, but we're close. Genesis chapter 12, Abraham is called by the Lord to follow him. One of the first commandments he is given is to leave your home with your family, and he does that. A reflection immediately of being not at home in this world. It's a reflection of Adam and Eve getting thrown out of the garden. Abraham lives his whole life away from his home. He lives as an immigrant. He lives as a sojourner in the land. God does that on purpose. He says it time and time again. The same thing happens to Abraham's son and his grandson, Jacob, until he has to flee even from the land that is not his homeland, but that he was making his homeland because of a famine, like so many people around the world are, specifically in the global south that's getting hurt by climate change the most right now. They're fleeing to lands where they can find prosperity. So Jacob flees to Egypt, where he can find prosperity. And he finds a caring government there, where he's able to thrive. But you guys know the story. What happens in Egypt? Eventually, as happens time and time and time again in human history, people become afraid of things they don't know and things they don't understand. And fear and xenophobia takes heart in Egypt, and the Israelites are enslaved. Moses is sent to help the people of Israel leave Egypt. I don't have to go over that story. Probably most of you know it, or at least have seen the 10 Commandments. They go, and a lot of stuff happens, but they found a new nation. And they build upon it the principles that God taught them because of this. And what is a key central tenet of that? Caring for sojourners, caring for those who are other, for strangers in your land, because you also were a stranger. Leviticus 19. Leviticus is the book that built their religious practice, the priesthood. Leviticus 19:34, the alien who resides with you shall be to you as the citizen among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Deuteronomy, which is very much their political organizational book. And Deuteronomy 10, and you are to love those who are foreigners, for you yourselves were foreigners in Egypt. At the end of his life, Moses, one of the greatest figures in the Bible, gives a speech that is chapters long at the end of Deuteronomy, imploring the nation to continue on in the teachings that he gave from God to this nation. And he says in Deuteronomy 27:19, cursed is anyone who withholds justice from the foreigner, the fatherless, or the widow. Then all the people should say amen. Unfortunately today, I don't think all the people are going to say amen to that. The kings, as they were establishing the kingdom of Israel, stuck mostly to this principle. King Solomon, when he's dedicating the temple, implores God himself, says, as for the foreigner who does not belong to your people, Israel, but has come from a distant land because of your name, they will hear of your great name and they will come. When they come and pray towards this temple, then hear from heaven your dwelling place. Do whatever the foreigner asks of you, so that all the peoples of the earth may know your name is great. Think of that. A magistrate in the Bible is asking God to listen to the foreigner when they implore for goodness in their lives. There are 2 books in the Bible, it's not enough, but there's 2 books in the Bible that are named after women, Ruth and Esther. Both of those incredible women of history are foreigners, immigrants in a land that is not their own, who are mistreated, who are threatened by governments, by communities, because of who they are. But they are the heroes of those stories, folks. They overcome those. The teaching is clear. Foreigners are to be respected, to be loved, to be cared for. That is a directive from God. And when Israel starts to stray from that, God gets very upset. David in Psalm 146:9 says, the Lord watches over the foreigner and sustains the fatherless and the widow, but he frustrates the ways of the wicked. I pray the ways of the wicked are frustrated today. When the nation disobeys, in Jeremiah 7:57, this is a prophet Jeremiah saying to the kings of that day that you are not sticking to the principles that I told you. And one of the principles that are mentioned in Jeremiah 7, for if you truly amend your ways and your doings, if you truly act justly with one another, if you do not oppress the alien, the orphan, and the widow, or shed innocent blood in this place, if you do not do that, then I will dwell with you in this land forever. In Ezekiel 47:22, another prophet implores the people, thus says the Lord of hosts, render true judgments, show kindness and mercy to one another, do not oppress the widow, the orphan, the alien, or the poor, and do not devise evil in your hearts against one another. It is clear time and time and time again that the immigrant should be valued by those who say that they love the Lord their God with all their heart, soul, mind, and strength. And then Jesus comes, and we've talked on the floor about some of his teachings. He himself, his early life is as an immigrant. He has to flee again to Egypt. It's another resonance of what happens in the Old Testament. Then, the early church is founded. What's one of the major tension points in the New Testament? You guys probably know that. Is that all of a sudden, this multi-ethnic, multi-generational church is being formed, and people don't know how to think about it. Because again, people in our souls, we fear the other. We fear things we don't understand. We fear those who we might perceive are taking benefits from us. And that's a tension point in the early church. And there are letters and letters and letters and letters saying, time and time again. No, you accept people who come in. You accept people who come in. You accept people who come in. Hebrews 13:1, let mutual love continue. Do not neglect to show hospitality to aliens, for by doing that, some of you entertained angels without knowing it. Remember those who are in prison, as though you were in prison with them. And it goes on from there. There was so much that I've cut this out because this has been too long. Most of my old New Testament quotes. But it is a clear and specific teaching. Galatians 5:14, for the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command, love your neighbor as yourself. And as you know, the Apostle Paul is quoting Jesus in that passage. And Jesus says that a couple of times. He says that once when someone asks, what's the greatest commandment? He says, love the Lord your God. And the second one is like it, love your neighbor as yourself. But he also uses it a second time in Luke, right before he tells a pretty famous parable. Someone asks him, who is my neighbor? Let's get some clarity on this love your neighbor stuff, because I'm not sure I really like the sound of that. That's not that I'm adding that. That's not in the Bible. In reply, Jesus said, a man was going from Jerusalem to Jericho. He was attacked by robbers. They stripped him of his clothes, they beat him, and they left him on the side of the road. I'm going to paraphrase from here on out. 3 people passed by. The first person is a priest, a religious leader. Quickly goes by, does not help that person in distress. Second person is a Levite, a more political leader, like us. Comes on, sees him, walks on by. The third person is a Samaritan. If you've been in churches, you know this. If you haven't, and I want to apologize for members in the house who are not Christians for this lengthy sermon, Samaritans were those who historically had assimilated to the conquerors who had taken over the nation of Israel. They took wives and husbands from the people who had conquered them and made new lives, made new families. They were different ethnically. And so in this time when Jesus came, there was quite a tension point in that area of the world about these folks, specifically with those who wanted a more pure religion. But this is the hero of the story here. The Samaritan came, took the man, cared for him. I'm going to read this exactly. But a Samaritan, as he traveled, came where the man was, and when he saw him, he took pity on him. He went to him and bandaged his wounds, pouring on oil and wine. Then he put the man on his own donkey. He took some expense upon himself. Actual, real expense, paid money for this. Brought him to an inn and took care of him. The next day he took out 2 denarii, which is 2 days' labor, and gave them to the innkeeper. Jesus specifically in his story talks about how this guy is paying out of his own pocket for that care. I will reimburse you for any extra expense you may have. The Good Samaritan wasn't super concerned about escalating cost when he was caring for a human. Jesus asks, which of these 3 do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell into the hands of the robbers? The expert said, the one who had mercy on him. It is a key tenet of the Christian faith to care for immigrants outside of the thoughts of cost, outside of the costs of personal discomfort, outside of our loyalties that we see in political spheres or even religious spheres. I'm going to read one last passage. This is one of the last things Jesus told his disciples before he was crucified. It's the story of the sheep and the goats. You've probably heard it. Jesus says, at the end of all of this, people are going to come before the king, and they're going to be divided into sheep and goats. The sheep are, the people who cared. And he said, because when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was a stranger, you took me in. When you were in prison, or when I was in prison, you visited me. And those are the ones who come into the kingdom, as the text says. And the people who have that said to them are confused. Like, we've never met you before. You're this big king sitting up there, majestic. We never saw you like that. And what does he say? I'm sure you know the words, because this is an incredibly inspiring passage in the Bible. The king will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." And today, specifically, there are brothers and sisters of mine that are asking us for care. They have cancer, they have diabetes, they might not even know they have a disease yet, but they will in the next 3 to 5 years. And they're asking for care. And today we are giving a very clear answer. It's very rare in our lives that we have a very clear time where someone is asking for help and we have a yay or a nay button in front of us that will give care or will take it away. And my deep and abiding and fervent belief is that as a Christian, I must answer yes to that question. And I'm hoping that Christianity in our country, practicing Christians around the world, answered that the same way. Not maybe this specific question, but the next decade we're going to ask these questions quite a lot. And if we continue to tear each other apart into smaller and smaller groups without realizing the better angels of our nature, our world will become quite a dark place. And I am now imploring you as a Christian, but also as a state representative, to listen to the people who are asking for help, realizing that we have the means to help, and to answer yes.
I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure excited today, members, that something so important is coming before our body as the first bill of this special session. There was a bunch of decisions made over the last several years while Democrats had the complete control of government that were frankly quite out of tune and out of step with the values of the people of Minnesota. And this is one stark issue where that is exactly the case, where Minnesotans across this state don't support their tax dollars going to fund people who broke the law to come here to benefit from our public dollars, from the funds that Minnesotans pay. And I know that this has been a long conversation and a debate that didn't just happen 2 years ago, but has been a major crux of the conversation the last few weeks. And I have to remind us here for a moment that what we're talking about is MinnesotaCare and health insurance that is provided for free to people who broke the law. People who are here illegally and are in need of health insurance will still, after the passage of this bill, have the opportunity to purchase health insurance like so many, like hundreds of thousands and likely millions of Minnesotans purchase their health insurance on the private individual marketplace. And it won't be subsidized by other taxpayers across this state. Because if there's anything that we've seen and that I'm going to hold true to in our conversation today, it's that this benefit and other benefits that Democrats have put into law while they had complete control is that we have incentivized more people to travel here illegally to gain the benefits that Democrats passed 2 years ago. And we have a chance to help turn the ship slightly, just slightly, in the right direction with this bill, where we'll be able to say that our state is not going to continue to provide taxpayer-funded health insurance for people who broke the law if they're adults. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for those of faith to share their faith. And I'm not going to ever stand before this body and tell you that the government should take the role of the church, which is what I believe I heard just a few moments ago. The role of the church, the role of people of faith, is to care for our neighbors, yes. But not in this instance, specifically. It's not the role of taxpayers across the state to subsidize and pay for the health insurance of people who broke the law to come here. So that's an immense opportunity for us to right this wrong for the people of Minnesota. There's plenty of people who I'm sure are tuning in to this special session. And we also need to recognize that there are Minnesotans across the state who have seen this as the top issue that we need to deal with. And to that end, I am grateful to the leaders, to the speaker, who have held strong to this issue to say that no longer should our tax dollars be going to fund free health insurance for people here illegally. So now, today, let's see this as an opportunity to get Minnesota back on the right track. And let's vote green on House File 1.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about the top issue that we're hearing from our communities, I know we are all hearing about the high cost of health care. I know we are hearing about people who can't afford their prescription drugs. I know we hear about from people in our communities who can't afford care. And frankly, the reason many folks in Minnesota rely on MinnesotaCare is because private insurance is so damn expensive. It costs more and more to get less and less. So we have heard you wrap this issue in the veneer of cost. And I am interested if Representative Backer would yield for a question. Would Representative Backer yield for a question?
Representative Backer will yield for a question. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Backer, I'm wondering in this bill, what in this bill would help lower the cost of health insurance for Minnesota citizens?
Representative Backer.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. Well, if we go back and look at the numbers in the February forecast, the government, Minnesota government, estimated about 5,500 individuals for the first year would be signed up for this program. April 24th numbers has over 20,000 individuals that have already signed for that program. When you do the math, what that means over the next 4 years, the next 2 biennium, that would cost Minnesotans roughly $611 million to provide that type of care and so forth. Our Healthcare Access Fund does not have that money. So what does that mean? That means we would have to look at other ways to get that money. Government does that by taxing individuals, okay? Could be taxing the plans, could be taxing something else. So when you have a program like California and Illinois saw that's out of control, that is irresponsible for us as members not to say, hey, we can't go down that track because it's going to go off the cliff. We keep going down that track, then we're not going to be able to provide care for Minnesotans who qualify for MinnesotaCare between that 138 to 200% level above poverty. So that means those individuals would have to take money out of their pocket. So this is one expensive program, and I appreciate that question. Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard a lot of words, but I actually didn't hear a single thing that would lower the cost of health insurance for Minnesotans. I want to come back to those Minnesotans you talked about who are relying on Medicaid and what that's going to do when the federal government takes that away. But right now I want to focus here on Minnesota. So let me make it more specific. So I heard my colleague talk about a 22-year-old non-citizen who's managing diabetes care. I'm wondering for that 22-year-old who their neighbor, maybe, happens to be a citizen who is managing diabetes care, what will this bill do for that 22-year-old to lower their costs of care?
Are you asking Representative Backer to continue to yield?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, I am.
Representative Backer will yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will repeat my question. Appreciate the procedure. Representative Backer, we heard, I think Representative Finke talked about a 22-year-old non-citizen who is relying on MinnesotaCare for insurance, and I heard somebody say, well, they can just buy private insurance. So I guess I'd ask their neighbor, a 22-year-old citizen who relies on private insurance for their diabetes care, what will this bill do to lower their costs of care?
Representative Backer.
Thank you. Good question. You know, the claim that people will lose health care that we've heard is not true. We have several mechanisms that individuals in Minnesota will still continue to get health care. Of course, they are. Now, I'm not disagreeing that's the most expensive health care. We also invested $40 million, thanks to Chair Bierman, in FQHCs. Also, along with that, we got community health care centers. And FQCs are already there for preventative care. We also have sliding scale services, and Minnesota's also have other forms of charity care. So there are avenues. What our side is advocating is that this is a personal choice, not something government should be doing.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Backer continue to yield for question?
Representative Backer will continue to yield. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I heard the floor leader Niska say what this is really about, and the reason that he urged your colleagues to vote no against Representative Sensor-Mears' amendment is that these are the most expensive ones, the folks with critical care, maybe who are over 65, maybe they have a pre-existing condition that sends them to the hospital a lot. There are also Minnesotans who are citizens who are in that situation. And I'm wondering, and some of them have private insurance, the ones who aren't old enough for Medicare. I'm wondering what this bill will do for those folks, the most expensive ones who are citizens, to lower their cost of health care.
Representative Backer.
It'll keep a system alive, because right now what we have is, and I've said this many times, we have probably the best health care, or one of the best health cares here in Minnesota. Great hospitals, EMS, pharmacists, and so forth. And if that system collapses, which has the potential, we saw that California, Illinois recognized that potential collapse. We are on the same path. What we're doing is we're being responsible and saying, whoa, we want to ensure that seniors, Minnesotans, law-abiding Minnesotans, and children, and those families continue to get the best health care that we have. There's a lot of work we have to do. We still have work to do. But putting more people in the mix, without prioritizing Minnesotans is not the right thing. So those individuals would lose health care. We would see more hospital deserts potentially. Definitely we would. We would see more pharmacies, dentists. So what we're doing is we're saying, and what Leader Niska was saying, I think I can say for him, is we have to make sure that Minnesotans that we have right now are receiving the health care that they expect, law-abiding, hardworking Minnesotans, and that's what we're doing, folks.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to ask any more questions because the answer is clear. This bill does nothing to lower the costs for Minnesotans who are struggling with health insurance. You talked about how we save the system. The biggest threat to our system is the Trump MAGA big terrible bill that is going to cut hundreds of millions of, maybe hundreds of millions, maybe billions out of our health insurance system, and is going to mean that Minnesotans, citizens that you seem to prioritize, are going to lose health care. And the private market that you all have said exists for everyone in this humane way is not filling the void. Here's the deal. This bill doesn't do what Minnesotans are asking us to do. It does nothing to stop the insurance companies who have denied care, who have increased the salaries of CEOs while depriving Minnesotans of all stripes, of all ages, out of care. It does nothing to stop the health insurance companies who are increasingly being taken over by private equity, that are closing rural hospitals, that are shedding beds. You know, for people who get pregnant in rural Minnesota, you now have to drive hundreds of miles because that just wasn't profitable enough for these companies. This system doesn't work. And what you all are doing, what this bill does, is it scapegoats 22,000 Minnesotans and doesn't even save the state money. It costs us more. It doesn't do anything for those Minnesotans that you are hearing from, that I am hearing from, about lowering the cost of health care. So let's not pretend that you're helping Minnesotans with legal status by hurting the 22,000 Minnesotans without it. We are hurting Minnesotans. And we have hurt Minnesotans by not actually dealing with that issue of the high cost of health care and the insurance companies, the CEOs, the big pharma. We all know it. It'll show up on all of our lit. But this bill, and we heard Representative Backer say 3 times a bunch of words about tax, blah, 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 blah. But he literally said nothing about what this bill will do to help Minnesotans. So don't pit Minnesotans of legal status against Minnesotans without, when what you're doing is trying to distract from the fact that CEOs, that health insurance companies, that big pharma are bilking billions and millions of dollars out of our taxpayer dollars, as well as out of the pockets of Minnesotans. So that's the issue we should be working on. That's the issue this bill should be, but we can't do that because we have 67, and you all won't do that with us. So Minnesota members, this is an easy vote no. It's a moral vote no. But also, if you just care about listening to your constituents and them being able to pay their hospital bills, them being able to pay their pharmaceutical bills, this bill doesn't do that either. So members, vote no.
Recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Gottfried.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to quick speak to a couple of things that we heard today about the cost of this program. You know, it's anticipated, according to Representative Backer, to end up costing us something like $600 million. Not sure where you got that number. Maybe some back of the napkin math there, but let's look at what the revisor's office actually has to say about this program, about what it was anticipated to cost the state. So, keeping undocumented Minnesotans who are 18 years or older on the state in 2026 was anticipated to cost just over $13 million. They contributed $220 million to our tax base last year. In 2027, it was anticipated to cost $43 million, or $43.6 million, excuse me. They contributed $220 million to our tax base last year. In 2028, it's anticipated to cost $45 million, and in 2029, $46.5 million. Again, I want to remind everyone, this demographic contributed $220 million to our tax base last year. And so I don't know where this $600 million came from, but what you see in these anticipated numbers is a plateauing of the cost, because it reflects the fact that we only have so many undocumented Minnesotans in our state. It's not like there's endless growth. So this $600 million figure, it is not factually accurate. It is not based in anything. So I would rely on the facts and figures given to us by our excellent nonpartisan research staff that come up with these numbers here. And then again, circle back to the fact that they contributed $220 million to our tax base. So to Representative Schultz's point earlier about how this is free health care for them, it's not. They contribute to the tax base. They contribute. Now, when we're talking about taxes, I just want to point out the cost of this program, again, is far, far less than my Republican colleagues would lead the public to believe. It is a footnote. It is not, excuse me, not a foot. It is a rounding error in the total cost of our state budget. And we, later today, are likely going to pass a tax bill off the floor that writes blank checks to corporations. And I just want to make that clear, is that they want to cut, my Republican colleagues would like to cut a very, very minuscule part of our budget to take health care away from our neighbors, from our family members, fellow Minnesotans, and at the same time are willing to write blank checks to large corporations within our state. I can't abide by that. Now, we talked about how, we shouldn't be giving, my Republican colleagues talked about how we shouldn't be giving health care to people who came here illegally, people who are breaking the law. Well, let's talk a little bit who we're talking about, okay? Many of these folks, these undocumented folks, are here because of human trafficking, because of crime, because of terrible things that are happening around the world. And we created more undocumented individuals. Actually, no, we didn't, sorry. The federal government, the Trump administration, manufactured more undocumented individuals in this state by ending temporary protected status and Ukrainian-specific protections that were given to folks. These are people who came here because of instances in their countries, horrible wars, horrible circumstances, and we're trying to go about things the right way, who were trying to do their due diligence and receive legal documentation, and because these programs have been halted, are now going to be caught up in this mess. And I know some of these people. In my day job, I work at a law firm where I support a pro bono program. We do a lot of immigration work. So I've looked these people in the eyes, and they want to be contributing citizens. They are contributing citizens, and they are terrified of what is to come. So I'm not going to sit here and just say and accept the rationale that these people don't deserve health care just because they are undocumented. Because a lot of people are trying to obtain the proper documentation to be here. And now we are going to strip them of this care. Now, I'm not going to go into much more detail. We've talked about the moral arguments. We've talked about the other fiscal arguments, how this is going to cost hospitals much more money than providing insurance to these folks. But I just want to close by saying there is no fiscal argument that supports this. There is no public health argument that supports this. There is a facade in my Republican colleagues that this repealer of this benefit is somehow good public policy. That notion is based on misinformation and lies, and probably some xenophobia. My DFL colleagues are trying to defend this right. And yes, I believe health care is a right. Defend this right for all Minnesotans because it is good public health policy, because in the end, it is good fiscal policy, and because in the end, DFLers believe that people deserve health care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know a lot's already been said today, so I'm going to try to keep what I'm going to say short. And before I start, I want to just say that I'm not going to stand here and impugn the motives of Republicans. To be honest, I think that I'm friends with many of you across the aisle. I've sang karaoke with Representative Heintzeman's daughter, and we did win $50 at this event, and I think we split it, so it's under the minimum of maybe what I can receive. You know, I've had Representative Gilman defend me at events in which someone said something very racist about people who speak other languages, and she defended me. And Representative Ingen played baseball with me when I was going to throw out the first pitch at the Saints game a couple weeks ago. So, like, this is not about impugning anybody's motives, but I would like for you to put a face to the name, face to what it is that we are doing here today, because I think that sometimes it's easy for us to other people. We don't know who they are. And, you know, I came about this information really in a roundabout way. So I missed caucus last night because we were doing end-of-life planning for my father. And I hadn't told my caucus, and I've been spending a lot of time with my father, who brought us all to this country at the end of the Vietnam War. And I asked my father about how we came to the United States. And I always thought that we came here because my grandfather was a colonel in the Secret War. And I thought that that meant that we were in line to come to the U.S. And my father told me that that was not true, even though my parents both worked for a Christian organization. And my father actually worked at the U.S. consulate because he was one of the few people who could speak English, and he could type really fast, and apparently that was a very valued skill then. So they had my father move away from the refugee camp from my mom and my sisters and I, and he went to live at the consulate where he processed all of the paperwork for the refugees that came to America. And we had missed our time to come to the U.S. 3 times, and if we didn't come that last time, we would not have been able to come to the U.S. And I said, wow, what luck of ours. And my mom said it wasn't luck. We did not have our names on that list to come to the U.S. because even though your grandfather worked for the CIA, and because there was no, like if you were a child of somebody worked for the CIA, the only people that had names to come to the U.S. were if you were in the direct military and you worked for the CIA or you worked for USAID. And which is why it's so personal to me that USAID is getting unfunded, but we did not do either one of those. My parents' Christian organization did not count. And so what my father did was one of our uncles worked for USAID, and because his mother had died, my father, as the one processing the paperwork, put my grandmother down as his mother. And so I am illegal in this country. My parents are illegal here in this country. And when we were fleeing that situation, never one time did my family say, let's look at which state has the greatest welfare and which state has the greatest benefits, because that's the state we're going to go to. Nobody leaves their country unless they have to leave that country. And that I asked my parents, were you scared coming to America? And I record all this because I can't believe that I'm going to be turning 52. I never asked my parents these stories before. And my mom said, we weren't scared. Because America, we knew, was the land of opportunity, and that if we worked hard, we could become something. And she said, and I said, well, did you ever miss Laos? Well, we couldn't go back for many decades. And the first time my parents went back was in 1989, and then we weren't allowed yet to go back into Laos. And so my parents, because they went back because my father was really ill, and they went back to try to do some natural healing because they told my father that he wasn't going to live past that cancer. And so she said they sat on the side of Thailand and looked across the Mekong River into Laos. And they cried because they missed their homeland so much that even in a country where you have all of these benefits and all of these privileges and all the opportunities, that you never want to leave your country. And I tell you this story because I want you to think about who it is that you are calling illegal. My family was just smarter in how we illegally came here. We had more privileges and more ability, which is why we came here in that way. Representative Schultz says that those who broke the law to come here. When you think about those things, people think about me. My family broke the law to come here. I never knew that. I just learned that now. So when you're thinking about voting no on this bill, you're voting no against someone like me who has paid more into this country than it has ever given to me. That the blood of my grandfather who died for democracy that he never received benefits being in this country, and yet he paid taxes his entire life into it. That my parents who have worked as entrepreneurs and small business owners and people who have paid into a system, that right now my father is refusing to get the surgery that could save his life because he's afraid of the cost and the burden that might leave my mother. That we are the people that you are calling illegal, the people who are coming here in ways that we broke the law to get here, when we're calling people who are undeserving. I am that person. My parents are those people. And this country will never be able to pay back what my parents did because they raised 4 engineers and 2 daughters in finance. And that we have paid more into taxes, we've given more to this community, more in philanthropy, more in what we've done, that this country will ever give back to us. I'm asking you just to give everyone else the same opportunity that my family had. That however they got here, they didn't want to leave where they were. And Representative Schultz, we are not looking to what state is going to give us the best benefits. We are looking to just be alive. That is what we are doing. And so please, when you press that button today, I hope that you choose yes, because you're choosing yes for someone like me, like my parents. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Abaje.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to start my comments by sharing a story from someone who's been affected by the expansion of MinnesotaCare to ensure that their voices are also centered in this debate. The story is from a man named Jose. My name is Jose, and I've lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota with my family. The importance of the expansion of MinnesotaCare for undocumented people is deeply personal to me. My parents immigrated to the United States decades ago. My father is an essential worker and taxpayer working in maintenance and painting. My mother is a child care worker. Both were unable to shelter at home during the COVID-19 pandemic as their jobs required them to show up in person, and they proudly did, as Minnesota is their home. My parents have always contributed to our community without asking for anything in return. Since their arrival, they have avoided any sort of medical care due to high costs. However, since becoming eligible for MinnesotaCare, they've finally received the necessary medical treatment they need, especially for my mom, who is diabetic. Before the expansion of MinnesotaCare, she paid about $500 without insurance for her insulin, putting a lot of strain on our family's finances. However, the expansion of MinnesotaCare, as well as the cap on the cost of an insulin, has been transformative for our family. My mom can now access regular medical checkups to manage her illness, and so removing healthcare from essential workers in our community would create an unnecessary burden during difficult times and signal a lack of care. As Minnesotans, we look after each other, ensuring everyone has what they need to live a fulfilling life. Restricting healthcare would be a step backward, and that's not who we are as a state. And I just want to uplift that story because it's true. As Minnesotans, we take care of each other. We help each other. And that's part of the reason why we actually passed this bill that Republicans want to repeal today. We passed this bill 2 years ago because we take care of each other. To ensure that everyone in Minnesota was cared for, way more than any charity can do. The government steps in to provide the safety net in a much more efficient way than any charity, any church, any religious institution, or any business can do. And they also do it in a way where we don't choose who is deserving and who is not. What Republicans are asking in this bill today is unnecessary and unconscionable. To want to kick off at least 20,000 people or more from healthcare that in efforts to, quote unquote, save the state money is not how we get there. And in fact, providing that health care actually saves costs in the long run. This bill is not responsible, either morally or fiscally. Morally, it is reprehensible to leave people to die or to stay sick and to not help them when we have the ability as a state to do so. And then fiscally, as we've heard, there are proposals coming today that we're going to discuss that give hundreds of millions of tax dollars to big corporations at a cost that is way more than the supposed potential savings of around $50 million we would get for canceling the eligibility of this program. This proposal before us today does not save any money. And instead, we actually are going to spend more money in other areas that would deprive our state of its natural resources and potentially cause more environmental damage by corporations that will negatively impact the health of communities that are already vulnerable and at risk. It's also not fiscally responsible considering that Minnesotans who are citizens will pay even more for their health care through higher costs in the emergency room, uncompensated care that won't get paid, and higher premiums. And that's not a world I want to go back to. And finally, any rhetoric that suggests that somehow undocumented residents in Minnesota are receiving anything for free is quite wrong. In fact, immigrants, especially undocumented immigrants, use health care at lower rates despite contributing billions of dollars in insurance premiums and taxes, and they help subsidize the U.S. healthcare system and offset the costs of care incurred by U.S.-born citizens. And I also want to be crystal clear that undocumented workers do contribute to our economy. Undocumented members of mixed status families pay federal, state, and local taxes. And we know that in this past year, they've contributed more than $220 million in taxes to our economy. And they are taxpayers. Undocumented immigrants are taxpayers, as much as you would like to think that that word somehow implies something else. But finally, at the end of the day, this bill is just a complete non-starter as a person of faith and as a Christian who grew up in the church. I could never vote for a bill like this. As someone who grew up in the church, our doors are always open. We help people, we feed people, we take care of people. We do not turn people away. And to have this bill in Minnesota that tells immigrants that we will not care for you and you are not welcome, it goes against everything I believe and was taught and I stand for. And when we are doing this, especially against the backdrop of what's happening in our federal government, where immigrants of all types, both documented and undocumented, are being targeted and scapegoated for whatever is wrong in this country, we should instead, as Minnesotans and as a legislature, look within and think about how we can do better for each other. And I hope that in the future that we will do better by all of our residents, so that when hard decisions come back in front of us, we will not always be telling Black, brown, Indigenous, and poor people that you do not matter. And you will have to continue to wait to take part in one Minnesota or in the American dream. So I hope we will all vote no on this unnecessary and immoral bill.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to talk about the economic impact of this provision. And I would also like to emphasize a point that some of my colleagues have made. When we talk about who will be impacted by this bill, I received an email while we were having this debate from someone who said, quote, "Those who are here on work visas, yes, they are entitled to MinnesotaCare. These individuals have gone through the process to get their work visas, and hopefully at some point they will become citizens." That's a really nice sentiment, but that is not what is going to happen. As Representative Gottfried mentioned, we are taking legal status and work authorization away from people who came here legally, who went through the process to get their visas, to come to the United States to get work authorization. This includes Ukrainians, it includes Afghans, Venezuelans, Cubans, Haitians, individuals who are filling really critical roles in our economy, as I will talk about here. But I especially the fact that we're taking away legal status from Afghans, like that really, I mean, it all is horrible, but these are people who worked with us in Afghanistan to support our troops, who we invited here, and we have been working really hard to support and integrate into our economy, and we are now going to take away their legal status. We're also, for some reason, taking away exchange visitors' legal status. Don't know why that's happening, but there's this step that exchange visitors who are researchers, a lot of teachers go through to transition to a more permanent role. And because they can, that step is just being arbitrarily denied. So who is undocumented in Minnesota is going to expand exponentially to include people who are contributing in really important ways to our economy. In particular, the people who went through that legal process and who are here now, who are about to have their status ripped away, are oftentimes underemployed professionals. These are engineers, construction managers, nurses, who are often filling roles that are way beneath their skill level and qualifications from abroad. So I would just like to lift up the types of roles that often go unnoticed when we talk about undocumented workers in Minnesota. There are about 500,000 immigrants in Minnesota, and approximately 95,000 right now are undocumented until that number expands as more and more people's status is ripped away from them. And here are some stats about the roles that they play. In farming, over half of all crop workers in the United States are immigrants, a vast majority of whom are undocumented or seasonal temporary workers. In our restaurants nationwide, 7% of people working in the leisure and hospitality industry are undocumented. In Minnesota, immigrants in general make up 15% of the 46,000 cooks in our state, and many are likely at risk of deportation and losing their health care under this bill. In the personal, home, and office sectors, in Minnesota, there are 9,000 janitors who are immigrants, both documented and undocumented, 1,700 landscaping workers, 1,700 nail technicians, 5,500 maids and housekeepers. These workers, though often under-recognized, are part of our everyday lives, and these are the people that we want to take healthcare away from. In the construction industry, there are an estimated 12,000 immigrants who work in the construction industry in Minnesota, and as I've mentioned previously on the floor, approximately 20% of those are undocumented and will lose their healthcare and would not be able to contribute to essential construction projects here in Minnesota. We are taking healthcare away from essential contributors to our economy, and that is bad policy, so I encourage members to vote no.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start my remarks, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, I wonder why, for this debate, the front doors have been kept closed. That is a very unusual procedure, and I sort of remember in the past that Republicans were very angry when it was done previously. Could you explain why we're doing that?
To preserve decorum and be able to hear for the chief clerk and others, the front doors have been closed. We are welcome to use the side doors. Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I will just comment then that I think that is highly inappropriate to choose this debate, to single out this debate for the voice of the people to be not heard. Because as you know, as everybody knows, it's very common during all kinds of emotional debates or debates that are not emotional for members to go in and out through those front doors. And the noise that comes from the people who gather, that's the noise of democracy, Madam Speaker. So I want to just lodge my objection to that, first of all. Secondly, I was going to ask Representative Backer to yield, but I think I'll just simply talk about this. And I don't want to cover ground that my colleagues have covered very, very well. But when we talk about what this does for American citizens, what this does for Minnesotans who are not undocumented, who are born here or documented from having come here, you know, it does have an impact on everybody. And I would like to raise one scenario. Say you have a woman who is undocumented and she's pregnant. She's probably working poor, say she's working poor in this hypothetical, under 200% of the federal poverty level, Representative Backer, and we know that her child will be a citizen. While President Trump would like to change it, our Constitution provides that a person born in this country is an American citizen. So people who are here, documented or not, their children will be American citizens. So this woman is probably not going to be covered for prenatal care. Prenatal care. And what if she has a condition that puts that child at risk? And there are lots of them. And we know, any of us, ourselves, our daughters-in-law, we would never tolerate a situation where a woman that we know and love is pregnant and isn't able to get prenatal care. We know that's important for her life and health, and it's very important for the child's life and health. And yet, what this bill is doing is ripping away prenatal care from women who will be giving birth to a child who will be an American citizen. Now, I was going to ask Representative Backer what she's supposed to do, but I've heard enough of those answers. I suppose he would probably say that, oh, she can get charity care or something like that. But the reality is, as we've heard so many times, if people don't have insurance, they avoid care because they worry about the cost. And we know, unfortunately, often people avoid care even if they have insurance because they still have to worry about the cost way too often. But that is what we're doing here. That is what you are doing here if you vote for this bill, is ripping away prenatal care from mothers who will be giving birth to American citizens. And that, in many cases, is very likely to have a very direct impact on those American citizens and on the care possibly that they will need after their birth, which, as we know, can be extremely expensive. So there's yet another example where this bill does not save money, it costs. One other thing I would like to say about the impact of this bill, it is really quite telling what is going on here today. We're taking up this bill, first bill, to rip away health care from quite a number of Minnesotans, and the poison pill that goes in the health bill that says that if the governor does not sign this bill, that funding for the Department of Health will go away. Wow. Taking away funding for the Department of Health. The Department of Health impacts the lives and health of every single Minnesotan. And what are Republicans telling us with this cute little scenario to guarantee that the governor won't end up vetoing this bill? To a little insurance, I think the speaker said on the radio this morning, something like that, a little bit of insurance to make sure the governor will sign the bill. So, Republicans are saying, we are so concerned about ripping away health care from a small number of Minnesotans, including pregnant women, that we would defund our entire Department of Health that impacts every single Minnesotan. Their water, infectious diseases, lead in their pipes, all kinds of things that people depend on the Department of Health for. We all depend on it. And finally, I really want to raise the issue, I don't think anyone else has, about infectious diseases. Folks, we just went through a pandemic. Now, I know some of you kind of don't maybe believe we had a pandemic. I hope you believe it. I hope you believe that people really got sick and many of them died. In fact, we had a senator, a Republican senator, who died from COVID that he caught here on the job. So this is a very serious thing. And when people get sick, if they cannot go to the doctor, if they're deterred from getting the medical care they need, they may be putting every single person around them at risk. And we are now facing some new potential pandemics, or at least serious outbreaks of infectious disease. We have measles coming back. Measles is a very serious disease that can kill especially young people. Children can die from the measles. That could be your child, and maybe your child got it from the child next door whose family is undocumented, so maybe they didn't get their vaccinations. Well, that could really hurt you and your family. We've got bird flu, which is becoming more common in people. And we've got other diseases that are emerging all the time. And we need every person to be able to go to the doctor when they're sick. It helps you. If your neighbor can go to the doctor, it helps you. Minnesotans, you do not want people living among you who cannot get access to care. That does not help you. It hurts you. It hurts all of us. Because you better believe it, we catch diseases from other people. And we need those diseases to be diagnosed and appropriately treated. And if you don't have access to medical care, your chances of having that happen go way, way down. So folks, this is just from the point of view of pure self-interest. This is a no-brainer. Do not vote to take health care away from anyone. We can afford this health care. In fact, we cannot afford to take it away. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I've listened intently today. This is a difficult bill for all of us. But what this bill isn't about, this isn't about insurance companies. This bill isn't about CEO pay. It's not about blank check for corporations. It's not about race. This is about MinnesotaCare. And MinnesotaCare was put in place years ago specifically intending to serve a specific targeted income band of people in Minnesota. People that didn't have employment through their employer, they didn't have insurance through their employer, and they weren't eligible for medical assistance. That's what MinnesotaCare is. Last session, half of the body expanded that. And now we're having another very difficult conversation with a lot of heartfelt stories. And I want to thank Representative Hirsch. She's not on the floor right now. And everybody has them. Everybody has stories. I'm old enough to remember and actually experience the need to have a pregnancy rider on your insurance to have a child. If you didn't have that rider, you did not have insurance. And let's not make a mistake today. We're not talking about health care here. We're talking about insurance. They're different. And I want to go back to Representative Bierman early on. I don't know how long ago, but he talked about how important it is that as we move forward, we find ways to fix our health care system. And it's different than insurance. Insurance is one component of that system. And I've heard people talk about, hospitals. Thank you. We're going to have the ability sometime today to really do some good work for hospitals. We're going to have that opportunity. But you know what? Hospitals, in 2023, Madam Speaker, when we talk about charity care, uncompensated care versus MA losses, hospitals in Minnesota lost $345 million, spent $345 million in 2023 on charity care, uncompensated care. Members, do you know how much they lost on medical assistance and MinnesotaCare? $1.4 billion. So Representative, somebody said, I don't remember, I think it was Representative Greenman, you mentioned who's going to save money. You know who's going to save money if we stop adding public people to public programs, if we stop adding people to public programs, everybody saves money, Representative Greenman. Everyone saves money. And you shake your head and you think that's wrong. Go talk to hospitals, talk to providers, and you're going to be able to vote on it this afternoon. We're increasing provider rates, and I promise you, they're really happy. Because right now, our public programs are so abysmally underfunded that our healthcare system is dying. That's who saves money with this bill, Representative Greenman. I want to get back again to, MinnesotaCare. This is for people who are between 133 and 200% of the federal poverty guideline. That's what this is for. And Representative Liebling brought up a scenario. I wanted to answer that question. Is that undocumented moms who are pregnant are eligible to receive services currently under MA for prenatal, labor, through delivery, and 60 days after. That's already there. There are other ways that people acquire insurance. Again, not health care. Health care is accessing providers. Insurance is who pays. That's what we're talking about here, is who pays. And I get it. There's people that want to condemn this side of the aisle because we think that, this is a moral argument. The other side of a moral argument, my friends, is that we also have to balance our hearts with what we can pay. And our job is to make those really, really hard decisions. And they're hard. They're hard. But we have to find that balance. And the balance that we tried to find in this issue was difficult to get to. But here's where we are. And we are going to continue to work on these issues that ensure that people, regardless of where you live, your zip code, no matter what it is, you have access to health care, and insurance is a part of that. I'm going to vote, we're going to vote for this bill today. And then we're going to go into the health bill and we're going to have longer conversations about the other pieces of our healthcare system. I just hope that as we do this, that we remember to be somewhat respectful and kind to one another. Let's try not to call each other names as much as possible. Our values are similar in that we all want to do the best we can for all the people we serve, regardless of where they're from. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks, members.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Ream.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give voice to the life of Gabby, who's a factory worker in Owatonna, Minnesota. I have lived in southern Minnesota for the past 24 years. Minnesota is my home, and I have been working in packing factories since I arrived here. I am an essential worker and showed up to work every day during the COVID-19 pandemic. My job ensured that all Minnesotans were able to receive products that needed to be shipped. I have been a diabetic for the past 15 years. Accessing minimal care to manage my condition was nearly impossible. Sometimes my coworkers pitched in so I could afford my insulin. But most of the time, I rationed it or stopped taking it because I had no health insurance. Because my condition was poorly managed, I lost my right foot. And it has been incredibly difficult to continue to keep going. I have been unsuccessfully trying to purchase a prosthetic for years. My life changed when I was able to purchase MinnesotaCare in 2025. This is the first time that I have access to consistent medical care since I arrived in Minnesota 2 decades ago. I can now afford my insulin and my pills. I am also getting blood pressure checks. When my healthcare navigator told me that MinnesotaCare might be cut, I had a panic attack. I cannot go back to not having health insurance, as I am very scared that I could lose another limb. I am also very scared about the possibility of not being able to continue working to support myself and my family. Please make sure essential workers retain access to MinnesotaCare. So I know we've referenced the Bible and our faith, but I'd really like us to center on the little blue book that you have in your desk, the state constitution, where it states Article 1 in the Bill of Rights, Section 1, object of government. And I'll read it for you. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people, in whom all political power is inherent, together with the right to alter, modify, or reform government whenever required by the public good. So let me reread that. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people. Not just those who have the right papers and the right documents, not just those who look like us or speak like us, not just the wealthy who can afford to pay for private insurance, not just those who were lucky enough, like me and many of us here, lucky enough to be born in this state, in this country. Please vote no. For our economy, for our schools, for our healthcare system, for a declining birth rate. I think of Paul Wellstone's words, we all do better when we all do better. And I know Representative Liebling has referenced this. When COVID came, COVID didn't care whether or not we had documents. COVID hit us all. So when COVID rips through a meatpacking facility, it affects that entire community. We all do better when we all do better also means we all are healthier when we all are healthy. Please vote no. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm also going to lift up a story from one of the healthcare navigators. Every day through my work, I see a disproportionate amount of undocumented workers with cancer who need to access critical care, not just limited care through EMA, and how crucial comprehensive additional coverage is to their recovery. This is not a surprise, as the various socioeconomic, environmental, and healthcare-related challenges faced by undocumented immigrants can significantly contribute to higher cancer rates and later stage diagnoses. So the problem that we're discussing today, it actually impacts the growing rate of cancer among some of our undocumented neighbors. Every day I spend hours on the phone with desperate caretakers of minors and seniors, praying they qualify. When the approval finally comes, the relief in their voices is unmistakable, all thanks to the MinnesotaCare expansion. When Juana of Rochester, a middle-aged working woman with no spouse and grown children, was approved for MinnesotaCare, she said, "I've been wanting this more than a work permit." I was struck by this statement. Any logical person, I thought, would value the work permit more because of the security it provides. But then I thought harder about it. Our health, and by extension, our lives, is the most important thing. We can do without security if we are still alive and healthy. When I thought about it in that way, I realized that it was only natural that she would be more excited about getting MinnesotaCare than her future work permit. This part of the letter is a plea to us. As you are deciding how to move forward under these difficult circumstances, please remember my clients. Please remember her tears of relief and joy at finally being able to schedule a doctor's appointment. The person who doesn't have access to preventative care today is the terminally ill patient of tomorrow. Please don't make Juana that person. She deserves better than that. We all do. Now, we've talked a lot about Jesus today, and as I came to learn about Jesus growing up, he was born to a working class family who, we've learned from Representative Smith, were immigrants and dealing with the same challenges that many of our friends and neighbors are dealing with today. And so I think it's important when we have conversations about Jesus that we think about who he chose to spend his time with. Now, we know he had a very limited amount of precious time on this earth. Who did he choose to spend that with? He chose to spend his time among the poor, with those cast from society, preferring the company of those who were considered less than rather than the powerful, educated, and wealthy. He fed the poor, he loved and taught children, gave comfort to those in need, and compassion and acceptance for those who were taught to be ashamed of who they were. He spoke out against the greed of the rich, the tyranny of those in power, the persecution of those who were different, the lepers, the poor, the LGBTQ plus community, the prostitutes, and the immigrants. That is in your Bible. And so as we talk about God, who commanded, as I have loved you, love one another. God does not say love the corporations, persecute the two-spirit LGBTQIA plus community, keep the poor homeless and hungry, profit upon the sick and in need, turn in the immigrants and undocumented, deport students and fathers, steal wages from the workers, enrich the oil barons at the expense of the planet, teach children to be ashamed of who they know they are, or make the rich richer. And he sure never said, take away critical health care from all of his children. We do not get to cherry pick who we help. So I wonder today, Representative Davis and everyone over on that side of the aisle, how does your God look upon you today? Because mine is weeping.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually wasn't planning to speak, but actually something that Representative Schultz said spurred me to do so. Because I do think it's important to share when we agree with someone on the other side. And you had mentioned that you don't think this is a religious issue, and I kind of agree with that. I really think it's a moral one. We've heard from stories about this moral value from Representative Herr, Agbaje, Hicks, and so many others. And actually, the federal government decided that healthcare was a moral issue more than 30 years ago. In 1986, Congress, under Reagan, passed EMTALA, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act. They, and by representation we, decided that care is deserved in emergencies for anyone, regardless of whether you're documented or not. I'm glad they made that decision, and I believe they set a floor. And I like to raise my favorite adage here that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And that pound of cure is emergency care. And as evidenced by Representative Baker, he mentioned that emergency care is some of the most expensive. But that ounce of prevention is worth it to individuals and to our healthcare system. I don't believe in prioritizing Minnesotans, those that can get preventative care and those that can't. Undocumented Minnesotans are Minnesotans. I've actually been heartened to hear that from both sides of the aisle, that we recognize that undocumented Minnesotans are Minnesotans. But they are our neighbors, and they don't just deserve last-minute, costly pounds of cure. They also deserve lower cost, life-extending ounces of prevention. Insurance is healthcare access, and it's how people access preventative care. So I am voting no on this bill because it's the moral thing.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. What a political othering bill this is. Right out of Chief Otherer, President Trump. If it were about costs and economics, which I've heard many of you claim, then you wouldn't disregard the amount of taxes that undocumented folks pay. 220 million state and local, over 300 million federal. Prior studies by the Chamber of Commerce indicated that the taxes undocumented folks pay exceed the benefits they receive. We can gloss over that. Have a better answer for the hospitals that are against this because they know the cost of emergency room care is far higher than the cost of preventative health care. But simply return to your political talking points. Representative Schultz made it very clear that these folks are not welcome. Well, let's go with that a little bit further. Undocumented folks are estimated to have $1.7 billion of purchasing power in Minnesota. Getting rid of all of them would cost 8,000 jobs of documented workers. Let's also think about who these folks are. About 60% of them have lived here for more than 10 years, and I really want to thank Representative Herr for her story about her family. I think those are the typical stories of undocumented folks. As I said, to me, this seems like it's pure othering. Our problems are their fault. It's fear, it's easy, it's lockstep with Trump. Let's make immigrants scared. Discourages other immigrants. But this overall approach is wrong and economically short-sighted. Over the long term, do you know that 46% of the Fortune 500 were founded by immigrants or their kids? Immigrants are more entrepreneurial, commit less crime, and in Minnesota, where we have labor shortages, 94% of our population growth in the past 5 years is from immigrants. So my question is, this being in lockstep with Trump on this, how long are you going to do that? And his othering of immigrants and use of fear to take more and more authoritarian powers. What is too far? What would it take for him to do to cause you to risk your political career and stand up and resist? Is it disappearing international students that are here legally? Is it banning all international students at colleges that he disagrees with? Is it using protests of mass deportations as an excuse
Point of parliamentary,
to call
Madam
up the
Speaker.
natural...
State your point of order or point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Are we talking about riots in California, or are we talking about House File 1 for the special session today, Madam Speaker?
Members, I want to remind the body that the topic before the body at this point is the third reading discussion on House File 1. Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this has a direct connection to the othering of folks, and this is where this goes. What about when the Trump and members of administration are threatening mobilization of the military? When the Defense Secretary says active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton will also be mobilized. They are on high alert. When Trump himself puts out on social media to bring in the troops. This bill is a political othering bill. It ignores the facts. I urge a no vote on it, and I ask you all to think about, where is your line?
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Heintzeman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when I think about this, I think about, I take the information in front of me, I think what's going to happen, cause and effect, what's our data telling us? Throughout this job, I've been able to learn a lot about insurance pools, Medicaid, Medicare, medical assistance, MinnesotaCare. And they're all different things, and it's really concerning that our society and our system has come to be that you can't have health care without insurance. Because if that were true, there would be people paying for cash for everything that they need without having to use a GoFundMe page. So just in that, if you're going to remove people from an insurance pool, you're going to take healthy people out of that insurance pool, which is going to increase costs for everybody. The reason people are on MinnesotaCare is because they don't make enough money to get their own insurance, because they're poor, because they're in poverty, however else you want to label them. And or their employer doesn't want to give them insurance. Maybe they don't work enough. Maybe they found a loophole. They don't have to pay their employees to get decent insurance, to get health care. And then I try to empathize with my constituents. I try to empathize what other people are going through. And I think about, what if my family lost health insurance? What if we lost our health care? And I think a lot of parents can think about this. You wake up at 9:30 at night, your kid's crying, screaming, ow, ow, my ear hurts. It won't go away. What do? Rush them to the ER, rush them to urgent care. Your first inclination is, my kid's got an ear infection. Maybe it doesn't hurt that bad and you can wait it out. You can go to urgent care or walk-in care the next morning and your copay is a little bit lower than having to go to the ER. But now, taking people off of MinnesotaCare, you've taken that option away. Now that kid suffers through the night, crying in pain, parents unable to do anything because they can't care for their kid. An ear infection. And then what happens when an ear infection goes out? That bacteria builds up. It bursts an eardrum. Now they can't take care of the eardrum. Now they have hearing loss. Now they can't learn in school because they can't hear their teacher. Do you see where this is going? Healthcare is essential. Now I want to you think of that uncle that just got diagnosed with prostate cancer. Sorry, you're undocumented. You're just going to have to go home and die. And I have had uncles who have been told, sorry, you can't afford this medication. You're going to have to go home and die. Diabetes going unchecked. I've had an uncle had this happen too. He couldn't afford to go to get his diabetes checked. He lost his foot, he lost his toes, became permanently disabled because of blood sugars that went unchecked. And I would think about the mom welcoming a baby into this world, and then there's complications, maybe that last more than 60 days. Pregnancy is hard on a body, and there's lots of complications. The body is always changing. So the baby gets care, but mom can die from complications. What are we doing to that child now without its mother? And then I also think about, okay, I'm a geneticist. Let's think about some genetic things. Cystic fibrosis. Decades ago, cystic fibrosis, you were lucky if you lived to be in your mid-20s. Now, thanks to medical advances, people can live long, fulfilling lives with medical treatment, with maintenance care, with their cystic fibrosis. So now there's someone with cystic fibrosis. They've been able to get their care. They turn 18 and they're done. I think about the grandparents out there having a little eye trouble. Maybe they skip their annual eye exam. And then all of a sudden, glaucoma or cataracts pop up, can't get the care, they go blind. So you can see how this ends up. This is a cruel policy. This is an expensive policy. This policy is arrogant, pious, soulless, and shows no courage. Vote no.
I recognize a member from Todd, Representative Weiner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of emotional discussion today, and I understand why. But there's two sides to every discussion. And here's the hard truth, that government cannot give to one person without taking from another. And every dollar spent by this body must be taken from a pocket of another working Minnesotan. and Minnesotans are struggling. We listened for the last 2 years, bill after bill that came to this floor, how Minnesota is struggling, can't even afford the food for their kids' lunch. In the last budget alone, the government increased spending by more than 40%. All the while, half of Minnesotans, half of them, are living paycheck to paycheck, watching their grocery bills climb, their energy bills soar, and their property taxes raised year after year. Those are the real people funding our government promises. And it's fundamentally unjust to force Minnesotans, many of whom are struggling, to fund another program with higher and higher taxes. Now, I will say that there was a lot of biblical discussion today, and if members of the House and Senate would like to help out the people in need, a tithe, 10%. All of the members who would like to vote for this bill, chip in 10% of your wages, would be a good start to helping those people who are struggling with those insurance issues. Because I come from the poorest part of the state. I understand every time another government program hits the people of this state, my people are adversely affected. And we have mixed race, many different people, cultures in my area. And what they want is opportunity. They don't want another government program. Because when government takes from those who are already sacrificing that they're barely getting by, they're trying to make ends meet with their own families, it ends up breeding resentment and hardship. The farmers in greater Minnesota see their rising property taxes to fund a program they'll probably never use. Not just this one, but other ones. A single mom working in my area who's barely getting by, who says, how can I afford any more? That's the flip side of this. The money comes from somewhere. My mom, who is an angel, she raised 7 of us boys, and I wasn't necessarily an angel growing up, but she had these sayings which resonated with me as an adult. And it's charity begins at home. And I can apply to that now, that charity begins at home, not at the state capitol. Prosperity gives us opportunity and helps everyone. It lifts everyone up. But in this state, we are building more and more government programs which hinder and hamper our citizens. So the next time we ask about another government program to promise another benefit, with someone else's money, let's remember that government cannot give to one without taking from another. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Momani Hiltsley.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to address the body. As I was preparing for today, I thought about the bills that are at the table and what we were going to discuss today. This particular bill is personal to me. Not many of you know my story, my family's story, how we got here. So I'm so thankful for all the members who are able to share their stories. So here's a little bit about my family's story. My family migrated here in the mid-1980s. My dad came here as a student, worked really hard, and brought us. I came here when I was 9 years old. My family fought the immigration system, complex immigration system, for 11 long years. Think about that. Not knowing what tomorrow will bring, having to have a conversation about if my parents got deported, where was my sister going to go? Where was I going to go? What family members was going to take us in? Because they knew if we went back to Kenya, we wouldn't have the same opportunities that this country affords. My family, during that time, reached out and did everything right, but it still took 11 years. We were 48 hours away from being deported from this country. 48 hours away from being deported from this country. We were scared. We had done everything we could to build our life here, and yet we were nearly forced to leave the only home that I knew. It was the late Senator Paul Wellstone who intervened, and also the church that I grew up in, Progressive Baptist Church in East St. Paul, not because we had the right paperwork, but because he saw the humanity. He saw our humanity. That moment saved my family. That act of moral courage changed the trajectory of my family. Only in America can someone like me come from a small village called Nyamemiso in Kenya, earn 3 undergrad degrees, masters, be a homeowner, build a career in data privacy, data protection, and stand here as the first Kenyan-born American legislator in the state of Minnesota and possibly the whole entire country. And in the words of our former Vice President, Kamala Harris, I refuse to be the last. And so I stand here today as a daughter of immigrant, a wife, a mother, a business owner, and now a state representative, because somebody chose compassion over cruelty, because somebody saw people instead of politics. Now I ask each of you to do the same. This proposal to revoke MinnesotaCare eligibility for undocumented adults, it's not just another line item on our budget. It's a line that we are being asked to cross, a moral line. Let's be clear. Taking away health care from undocumented adults doesn't just hurt individuals. It hurts families, it hurts communities, it hurts our state. It puts children at risk, it devastates entire communities, and it risks, and it weakens our public health system across the whole entire state. When people can't access preventative care, small health issues become emergencies. When parents avoid the doctor because they have no coverage, their children pay the price. When a neighbor untreated illness become a crisis, our hospitals, our schools, our workplaces all feel the consequences. And within the immigrant community, it becomes a family, a community issue. This is not mercy. This is not justice. This is not who we claim to be as Minnesotans. As a Christian, my father being a pastor, I believe that we are called to care for the stranger, to heal the sick, to love our neighbors as ourselves. No exceptions. Our faith compels us to defend dignity of all people, not just those with the right documentation. The gospel I believe in doesn't ask for proof of residency before offering compassion. It reminds us in Matthew 25 that when we care for the least of those, we care for Christ himself. So I ask you as my colleagues on both aisles, and those of you who share my faith as brothers and sisters in Christ, do not turn away from our neighbors when they need us the most. Do not abandon the very people who are helping hold this state together. with their labor, their love, their lives, and the contributions that they bring to the fabric of the state of Minnesota. So I urge you all in this body today to vote no. No on this bill, not just because it's the right thing to do, not just because it's the right policy, but because it's the right thing to do. Let us lead with love, let us choose mercy, and let us remember that the measure of our leadership is not how we treat the powerful, but how we treat the vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to speak briefly about who else opposes this bill. I obviously do. I'm rising in opposition, and I thank all of my colleagues who have spoken with so much emotion, all of which I share, the outrage, the pain, the grief over it. But I also think back to when we heard this bill in committee, and the voices who came and spoke against it because of the damage it would do. There were many of the people who wrote in or spoke that you would expect on the more progressive side of the world that I'm proud to share, but also people who are very close to the business side of the health industry. The Minnesota Council on Health Plans spoke against this bill. The Minnesota Medical Association testified against this bill. Nurses, hospitals, who are the ones who we hear are going to be harmed, no, they need this. They're calling on this. They're not taking this secondhand. Hennepin Healthcare, who is one of our premier safety nets, they're imploring us to reject this offer, not simply based on its cruelty, but based on the damage it will do to the healthcare system. So I ask you to listen to the people who have come to you as testifiers, to state government, to higher ed, to the health committee, to Ways and Means, and think about what we are doing, listen to their voices, and vote no on this bill, as I will be proud to do.
Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am voting no on this bill because it will make Minnesotans sicker, not healthier. No, because it will make our communities more fractured, not less. No, because it will make our state weaker, not stronger. No, because it makes healthcare for all Minnesotans more expensive, not less. On this point, as we've had this debate, one of the fundamental justifications we've heard from the other side for this bill, we just heard it, is we can't improve health care for some Minnesotans unless we take it away from others. And this is frankly dead wrong. And we've heard a lot of discussion about the rise of uncompensated care, the most expensive form of health care that occurs, that will happen in our hospitals. That's why our hospitals oppose this bill so strongly. It will make health care more expensive. And moreover, if that is truly the objective, to make health care more affordable and accessible for Minnesotans, I have to question, are you really listening to Minnesotans? Because when I talk to working Minnesotans, Minnesotans are very frustrated by a status quo that they feel is failing them on health care. They're frustrated that they go into the pharmacy and are paying escalating, skyrocketing costs for prescription drugs and forcing to choose between paying for their medications or groceries. Have you talked to a constituent who has had an insurance company deny them coverage and force them to be on the phone for 2 days straight just to get the care that their families need? And the reality is we have a huge imbalance of power within a healthcare system, and it is tilted against working families, and nothing in this bill and very little in the bill next will do much to change that dynamic. You know, there's the adage sometimes in sort of a political season where you're asked, am I better off than I am X number of years ago? And a year from now, after we pass this bill, are you going to be on the doorstep saying, oh, well, we took away health care for undocumented families. Is your health care better and more affordable now? I challenge all of us on this day, a year from now, to understand what has been the impact of the health care costs for Minnesotans. This is not about making health care more affordable for families. It's about taking a page out of the Trump playbook to sow division and to distract working people from a status quo that's screwing working people. And one of those hardworking Minnesotans is a constituent of mine from Richfield, and I want to share Emilio's own words, and I truly ask you to hear them. Before the pandemic, I was an essential worker in Minnesota, working in cleaning, construction, manufacturing, and food production, where I worked with dignity and pride to provide for my family and for their education. When COVID hit, like many other essential workers, I worked my job with dignity and courage to protect those sheltering at home and the vulnerable and small, so they did not run any risks. Working my job almost cost me my life, and I'm realizing our work, survival, and sacrifices are being forgotten. I contracted COVID-19 in 2020, and until this day, I am still dealing with the aftermath of the virus. I survived the ICU. I experienced blood poisoning. I lost a kidney, and I have chronic fatigue from the neurological damage that the virus wreaked on my body. COVID has left me disabled. Many of you, politicians, have called us heroes. We don't want to be heroes. We want dignity. We cannot be essential without basic access to health care. We cannot be essential workers and be disposable, and cannot be called essential without this basic access to the care we need. Please hear Emilio. Emilio is a hero. He is. He's a proud Minnesotan. He's resilient. And Emilio, like the undocumented neighbors in our community, make it the rich, beautiful, amazing, strong place that it is to live, work, and raise a family. So I vote no today. I vote no for Emilio, with the belief that our strength comes from working people standing together for a better life. I vote no in this ongoing fight for a future that I believe we will win, where we, the people, all stand together for the opportunity to pursue a life of liberty and a life of happiness. I vote no because our community, our state, our country is stronger when all of our neighbors can get health care they can afford when they need it.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't planning to speak, but I wanted to take about 60 seconds of our time just to point out or remind us of the power that we have as legislators. But I want to go back to something that we heard Representative Wiener say earlier. He alleged two things that are not true. One, that when we do good things for people, we take away from another, and two, that property taxes will somehow increase if we keep this program. Something that's really important that I want us to remind ourselves is that as legislators, we do have to balance the state budget. This is unique because unlike the federal government, we can't just print out money. But instead of cutting safety net programs, we can also choose to cut our corporate tax breaks. And under current law, even before we pass the tax bill that we're going to pass in a couple hours, we're already on track to give hundreds of millions of dollars to free money to corporations that don't need it. Corporations that have brought in billions of dollars, some corporations that made record profits during the pandemic. And so when Representative Wiener talks about the money being taken away from his constituents and from all of our constituents, what we should be looking at is all of the corporate barons, all the billionaires out there who are laughing their way to the bank as the working class fights amongst themselves. That's really important to remember. The second thing, one of the most proudest accomplishments of our Republican colleagues is apparently not increasing taxes. But that's not true because they are unwilling to raise taxes on corporations. The only tool that our local governing partners has is to levy property taxes. And so I want folks to understand that while we may not be increasing taxes here at the state legislature, what will happen in the next couple elections is your local school board, your counties, they may be levying property taxes increase because our colleagues were unwilling to increase property taxes or cut corporate tax breaks to their corporate friends. And I just want to make that really clear that we're not taking from each other as working class people. The people who are stealing from us are the billionaires and all of the corporations out there, whether in Minnesota or actually most of them have multiple subsidiaries. If you actually look at the way that our tax code is structured, worldwide international corporations have subsidiaries here, and we give taxpayer dollars to these corporations that don't need it. And so the debate here is not about taking from each other, not about poor people taking money from poor people. It is about rich barons out there who run these multinational corporations who don't care about poor people, whether you're undocumented or not. They are the ones taking money from us and from our constituents. And I hope that people understand that. Whether you're here or you're watching this online, it is not about poor people taking from each other. Thank you.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Kozlowski.
Thank you, Speaker and members. We started this overtime session this morning really the way that we have moved all session, shoulder to shoulder with Minnesotans and with our communities. And we've had to mount fierce resistance to protect our loved ones, workers, neighbors, colleagues, kids, elders, our future generations. And as we left that gathering this morning and made our way in here into the chambers, I was thinking a lot about what Che said, and if you know Che, you know him. If you tremble with indignation at every injustice, then you are a comrade of mine. And comrades have we needed, like in this fight against callous, calculated, and cruel attacks and attempts to take back this lifeline from people who have been deemed essential, who are the backbone of our communities, and who we need to call on our own backbones and to have some courage to say no to. In a system of racialized capitalism, this repealer emerged as part of the compromise budget framework as a top priority for GOP lawmakers. Could have worked on anything, but this was the top priority as showcased that we are here in overtime, and it's 1 o'clock, after 1 o'clock, and this is what we're doing. But we know who is compromised time and time again. And it's our communities, and it is hardworking, undocumented Minnesotans who are made the scapegoat. And I have to be honest that I will never, ever forget. There's been a lot of really good noises, the beat of the drum for the first time in the Capitol. But I will say I will never forget the sounds of the cheering from members and colleagues in these chambers when we all learned that undocumented Minnesotans were going to have their lifeline stripped from them. And I go on the TikToks because try to keep up with the young folks. And I see the videos that, but we're not heartless. This is fiscal responsibility. Meanwhile, what I know is that walking with our communities, going back and having to face our communities, that they're just trying to put their hearts back in their chests because they know that what's happening today is they're being left behind and have their lives put at risk. And so while some politicians have been hell-bent on taking away our health care, our human rights, we have been hell-bent at stopping it at every turn. And we've heard in this conversation, we've heard in the pathway that was paved here full of misinformation and really, frankly, big lies and drawing a big, bright line, chock full of hypocrisy, that all Minnesotans are hearing what's really being said. And that's we care more about ripping health care away from the most marginalized, more about handing millionaires tax giveaways to the ultra-wealthy, and less about taking care of each other and of our state budget. And we know, you know who I'm talking about, know all too well that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so we know that this what we are doing today will do what we've said. It will hurt the most vulnerable communities. And we work for days and weeks with you to try to give wins that we know are important, that we all go out to our communities, we all represent our districts, and we're trying to do right by and for them. Even wins that folks like the Minnesota Business Partnership or the Chamber of Commerce want, are saying that they want. Changes to paid family medical leave, permitting reform, more. While we fought to reduce harm, some fought to induce harm. We said, can we cap enrollment? No. Can we increase premiums? No, because we heard over and over and over again, it's a money issue. We had the amendment today. Can we maintain coverage for some of the 25% of the kids as they age out and become adults? No. People with chronic and life-threatening conditions like cancer, diabetes? Nope. Can we maintain coverage for the 850 elders? No. We heard they're monsters. They're the real monsters. Well, the real monster is the poison pill of greed. So much that some politicians will be willing to shut down the state government and take away health care from the most marginalized people. And it's a double assault in our communities when we do it by giving away tax breaks and do these cruel cuts. And as we've heard over and over again, I don't need to repeat it, that ending this coverage hurts all of us. It will make us sicker. It will increase costs. It will make more folks and underinsured. And all the greater Minnesota folks in here and the hospital systems that we talk to are telling us that is going to fall hardest on us. This is not going to save us any money. It's going to cost us money. Beyond that, I've heard that this isn't about morals, and I've heard a lot about Jesus today, which I don't know a lot about, but I do know about values. And standing every day in these chambers and looking at those words, the trail of the pioneer bore the footprints of liberty. Well, what I know is that the people that I come from are the ones that have bore and created those trails to prosperity and to justice for us. And what I know is that this is not in line with Minnesota values, with the people original of these lands, and of the future of where we're going. What we've heard is that even again, if it were about money, which we know it's not, that we're saying that we're okay putting some folks on this side of the ledger, and the folks over here, we're going to shove them off the ledge. And so I stand up here, and you probably think I'm a broken record at this point, although I think hopefully we have good enough relationships to continue these conversations. But I don't say this to be a broken record. I say it because I have to keep saying it because our systems are broken. That we're out here talking about our communities as dollars and cents and moral on this side of the ledger and that side of the ledger, and we're out here talking about our grandparents and our parents and our aunties and our siblings and our cousins who could die. And that's why on the other side of this door that is locked and still locked, which is ludicrous, is a literal die-in. Our community members know what is coming and the stakes for our communities. So yeah, cutting off this health care will harm entire family systems, it will deepen racial disparities, and it will risk the well-being of all of our communities. As an Indigenous person from the northern Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Canadian border to the southern borders as a Mexican American, you know, our communities, we didn't cross these borders of Turtle Island. The governments have crossed us. And as I'm standing in these chambers and we're here again having battles over who's worthy and who's not, you know, we're standing on the stolen land and the halls of power that were built on stolen labor, in which no one can be illegal on stolen land. But I also know what my ancestors on both my sides of the family and my relatives have taught me is that migration is an earth right. Look at the monarch butterflies. They don't migrate across the continent because it's fun or exciting, though everybody loves a good adventure. They migrate when the conditions are no longer conducive to making home in a place. People like my own father, Manuel Herrera, who on my dad's side of the family lived in northern Mexico, And the manufactured borders, you know, they came across generations ago as migrant workers. You know, also being impacted by our own U.S. government's policies that force them out, and the pillaging and all the things that we know that we have contributed to the instability of many people's homelands. And my dad, Manuel, became a proud member of the IBEW union and is literally helping to build economies like the paper plant. Thankfully, he got that job because I'm alive, thanks to that project in Duluth. Hospitals, schools, and strengthening our communities. And it's why, when asked to share a story of Minnesotans who, it's very quiet in here, and it's because, well, we have some folks at this capital of high-paid corporate lobbyists who have folks to be able to be here in rooms, in negotiating rooms, side by side. Our members don't have that. Our communities do not have these resources. They have us. They have us to make sure that we aren't considered disposable and expendable. People like Manuel, a construction worker who shares that I'm in my early 50s and I've lived in Minnesota since 2013, where I work in the construction trade. I have built homes and apartments, and every time I drive by them, I feel proud to see how my work helps Minnesota become a better place. Every year, I'm happy to file my federal and Minnesota state tax return. Because of my line of work, in October 2024, I injured my back, leaving me unemployed for several months. Thanks to the expansion of MinnesotaCare in January 2025, I was able to seek life-changing care to treat my back injury, which allowed me to return to work. And I'm grateful that I was able to get my life back, as I am the primary caregiver for my nephew, Gabriel. In order to continue working, construction crew members like myself need access to medical care, as our jobs are often dangerous and injuries and falls are common. Please do not leave us behind. And so here in these seemingly quiet, empty chambers, Minnesotans are asking us, do not leave us behind. And this vote before us, this bill before us, falls far short of what Minnesotans deserved. Even the Catholics said it. You know, this is a bill that snatches life-affirming, life-extending, life-saving health care from Minnesotans. And at a time when we have authoritarian bullies from DC to right here in Minnesota pushing our backs against the wall, we must not turn our backs on any Minnesotan, including undocumented Minnesotans. We have a duty to hold the line. We have a duty to hold our votes. We have a duty to act and not just talk. We have a duty to demand all of our rights, and we want them here and we want them now, and that is why, members, I'm asking you vote no.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I know it's been a long debate. I just wanted to point out a couple things about the costs of this bill. When this bill was first proposed, the estimate for the number of people who would take advantage of the program was 7,700 people. That reality has overtaken that estimate, and it's now over 20,000 people who enrolled between January and April. I don't know what the new number is now that we're in June. So the estimate completely underestimates the cost of this. And when there was a small increase in the number, not an official fiscal note, but still a look at what it would do if they increased the number, not to 20,000, which we had in April, but just to 17, it ballooned the cost, members, from 41 million to 125 million. And that's just in the current, in FY26. In FY27, it went from 57 million to 145 million. By the time we get into the tails, it goes from 62 million to 194. Members, the impact of that, and this is underestimating the count. So the reality is we're north of 20,000 in this program right now. And if we did not do this, if we did not stop paying for this healthcare for illegal immigrants, it would put the Healthcare Access Fund in deficit in the tails by 45 million in the first year and $125 million in the second. Members, if we do not stop this, we are creating a deficit in the Healthcare Access Fund. And I know Democrats, you know, we had a $18 billion surplus that you turned into a $6 billion deficit. Well, you're about to do it again. We are creating a deficit in the Healthcare Access Fund, and the public doesn't know what's the Healthcare Access Fund. What that does is that funds Medicare, medical assistance, so the Medicaid program for Minnesotans, and MinnesotaCare, which is sort of the safety net program for people who make 133% to 200% of poverty. So we will be creating a deficit in the program that funds health care for low-income Minnesotans. We are making a huge mistake if we do not adopt this bill. We cannot afford to create another deficit that will, as many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said, will hurt our most vulnerable citizens. We are hurting Minnesotans who really rely on these programs by intentionally creating a deficit in the out years. And the numbers I gave you underestimated because we have not kept up with the fiscal note. So members, this is an important vote to preserve the Healthcare Access Fund, which funds healthcare for low-income Minnesotans across the state. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been a very long debate, but I can tell you that I appreciate that it's been a long debate because one of my concerns coming into today, knowing this is going to be the first House file in our special session, was that we would talk on this side. We would share stories. We would say why we think this is bad, why we think it's cruel, why we think it's inhumane, and then we wouldn't hear much because I do believe that some of you over there do have the same feelings and the same beliefs about this. And I thought maybe folks would back off and not say those things and not want to prolong the debate because they wouldn't want to have those words saved and archived for everyone to see years down the line, because there will be a ripple effect to this and people will remember this. So I am appreciative of folks that have engaged in this debate, that have tried to provide some kind of semblance of an argument to support this. And what I can say to that is there has not been one persuasive argument from my colleagues on the other side, because this is cruel, it is humane, but I do get it. I get it. When you're taking things away from people, you have to villainize someone. You have to make someone a villain. You have to create space for other people to say, well, of course I agree with that because I don't want someone taking my hard-earned dollars to pay for something that they don't deserve. I don't want someone that is breaking the law to get a benefit, right? And we've asked multiple times for someone to explain to us how this is going to save the average Minnesotan money. How is this going to benefit the average Minnesotan? And there is no coherent answer to that because there isn't one. There isn't one. This really is just cruel. It is a political statement that I guarantee you there will be consequences for this. There will be consequences for this politically. But this is all this is a political statement. I'm going to tell a quick story, maybe two, then I'm going to get out of here. Over 20 years ago, I was young, bright-eyed, in my first semester of my program to become a city planner down in southern Minnesota. I was working with a regional development commission. We went to visit a small town mayor and his council members, and we spent 2 hours talking about ideas and strategizing on how we could create opportunities to bring people back into this small town because they were losing so many folks that were leaving for economic opportunities other places. I sat and I watched this mayor in tears for over almost 2 hours, saying how much he cared about his city, how much he cared about his town, and he just wanted to see it survive so his kids could experience what he experienced growing up there and in being a public leader there. There are towns across Minnesota and our rural areas that have been revitalized by immigrants that have come into those communities, first to work, but then to make it home. They're revitalizing those communities. They are creating opportunities for the folks that have been there for so many years that were afraid that their towns were going to disappear, that their kids were not going to have things to grow up and to aspire to in those cities. And what we're saying with these policies, when we do things like this, like kick people off health care, We're saying that, and I want you to hear this part here. Really listen to this, because these are echoes of history. In this country, we've done this before. We value the labor from those bodies. We value the fruits that they produce, but we don't value the individuals. We don't value the humanity. We want all those things. We have a country built on the labor of the bodies and the fruits that were produced that were valued, but we didn't value those individuals with dignity and humanity. So when I see this, there are echoes, very loud echoes. And every time I hear someone say, well, it's not about that, we're not talking about internment camps, we're not talking about the institution of slavery that we had, the free labor from that, but these are echoes. And we all should understand what that means, because it is a slippery slope. And I don't even like using that term, and I'm a lawyer, but it is a slippery slope, because it starts somewhere all the time, and then it snowballs. And we're seeing it right now in real time. Minnesota just put on a list by the federal government to watch for sanctuary counties. Counties that I'm sure you all didn't even know would be considered sanctuary counties, but we're put on a list. Pretty soon, they're going to be occupying our state like they're occupying other states. And with this conversation we're having today, and what my friends on the other side are saying, is that we're not going to protect those folks that they're coming to get. We're not going to protect our family members. We're not going to protect our neighbors. We're not going to protect our friends. That's the message that we're sending. Now, we already gave you one chance to be compassionate. Try to give you an out. We're giving you another chance. All you got to do is push a button to say, this is not who Minnesota is. This is not who you are. This is not how I'm going to represent and be a public leader. Take that chance. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Perez Vega.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need to take a deep breath. I want everybody to take a deep breath. That's what I tell my students when I was working youth work prior to being in here, back when I was a student, because that's what we do in our village of community to survive. We remember that we're breathing. And it's a conversation that I held with several doctors from the state of Minnesota in the past week. Doctors of humanity. I want to say many thanks to their solidarity in saying we have to stand up against this bill. Dr. Miguel Fiol, who led efforts since his time being someone who worked as a medic in the Army in Vietnam War, came to Minnesota by way of Puerto Rico, by way of U of Wisconsin-Madison, to come here to Minnesota because there was help that was needed in a growing, strong Minnesota. I think about Eileen Crespo, MD, and Sandra Martinez, and Hathiem Hussein, who are all doctors and work as medical practitioners who treat undocumented immigrants, who are members of a task force here in the state. When we think about when we pass this, there are also the leadership that encouraged me to be in this chamber right here. So I used to sit in that gallery, in this gallery right up there. As someone that just had a daughter and started to recognize that I work hard in for those children to say, let's take a deep breath before they enter their classes and get into their agenda. And I remember sitting in that gallery when my now colleague, Representative Mike Howard, was advocating and fighting so that I didn't have to ration my insulin, so that I could afford to be here, so that I could afford to meet with these doctors and see these budgets and look at who gets to be a human being in the state of Minnesota and who doesn't. And prior to even being diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at 16 years old and studying what I had as a privilege because I was under my parents' insurance and my mom held a very good job that she worked for in this state and stayed in this state because there was a growing, strong Minnesota community coming continuously in this land that is stolen land, as Representative Kozlowski stated, in your land. Talk about equity. We talk about growth. We talk about empowerment. We want the best for Minnesota. My family came into Minnesota by way of New York City. My father was drafted to the Vietnam War fighting for something that he was uncertain about what it was because he didn't have a choice. He was drafted, just like my grandfather, who was drafted out of Puerto Rico to fight and get shot as 2 Purple Hearts, a recipient in World War II on Normandy Beach of June 6, 1944. And well, him and my grandparents, the rest of my grandparents, they became second-class citizens. And I say second-class citizens because Puerto Rico was given citizenship due to the 1917 Jones Act by way to be able to recruit the largest recruitment, which why we see as the Borinqueneers, the largest recruitment to our U.S. military of war since World War I. We've been fighting, holding oaths, and there's pride in that when you fight to save lives. I've been raised with those values, fighting to save my own life. I don't know what it's like to not fight to live, even before having to live with this type 1 diabetes, whether it's type 1, type 2, autism, any disability, these policies that mark to say what's good, what's not. I know what's not good. This bill's not good. I know firsthand when you see folks that you've witnessed to teach them. I'm not an endocrinologist, but I meet with them. And they tell me sometimes, you know better than we do, Maria. Most of the time they do because you have it. And I think about the families and the mothers and the fathers that when I was in that gallery right there, nervous that we wouldn't get insulin for all to be affordable because I have a daughter that was just born and I'm like, I don't know how I can be the healthiest mom for you without this. We passed that. Thank you to the members in this body that were there because we stayed up late and dedicated and then COVID hit. Because the governor signed it during COVID while we were in these Zoom boxes and unknowing, holding our babies, celebrating that at least we have accessibility with this being affordable. But it left out the community that you're kicking out today. And I was determined to be in this chamber alongside to create policies so that they could be on board because I'm not an endocrinologist. I'm not a nurse. But I was providing avenues to keep friends and neighbors and educate folks who have privilege of citizenship like myself to do the same whether they have a chronic illness or not. I've seen gangrene on people's feet who don't even know how to get access to a doctor. I've seen people die due to not having affordable health care. Yeah, Representative Nadeau, you said, we're not talking about health care. This is insurance. Well, these doctors that I've met with, that I formed really good friendships with because they're called Doctors for Humanity, and they sent a letter to our leadership. You can read it. They're the experts, but we're the lawmakers. And if we're not listening and taking action, regardless of party politics, where's your dignity for humanity? I'm breathing. because we continue to breathe. And when we breathe, we have privilege of life to fight for. Not just our own lives, but the lives of everyone in this world. And this world is, my grandma would say, cuando está al revés, when it's upside down. Do your part as a human being to take time, keep faith, and turn it around again so that there's balance. And she lived to be 103 years old, and she was granted citizenship through that Jones Act that also takes away from accessibility to healthcare, because while I was rationing insulin, I was fighting for hurricane relief for my families and friends to be alive and to have accessibility to emergency help. And that Jones Act, as much as it gives our families citizenship, it crippled us to be able to give help. But we didn't give up. We figured out a way to turn it upside down. And you know who came to help? Minnesotans. Minnesotans came out to help, whether it was donating or Delta flights donating a flight, putting members of who used to be in the other chamber to say, help. You guys live in the richest districts of Fortune 500 companies, and that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about, is corporate greed. I've been told by Big Pharma from DC to here that my life does not matter. If my life doesn't matter, neither does our children's. And that's what this bill is pushing here. Well, we'll keep the kids. You're ripping the kids apart. This bill isn't keeping kids on there. I needed my mom and dad to be strong for me. Heck, I'm blessed to have them being strong so that I can fight for my daughter's future right now, because we know how much childcare is. I'm not in here to not speak facts or to ask, to beg. I'm here to speak the facts of that we shouldn't have to come to beg. I'm not any better, and neither one are y'all. We bleed the same, regardless of a status, regardless where we were born, what language, what faith. I'm keeping the faith. I know I've got some strong warriors in here because I've seen it. I've heard it. We didn't think we were going to have as many people speaking on this floor today, but thank you for those who are saying this bill sucks. But I also got to talk my truth too all the time. That if individuals fail to assume accountability for their commitments to humanity and duties to affect change, the nation, this state, will continue to face the consequences of persistent cycle of political exploitation. Systemic efforts by oppressors to dismantle policies aimed at uplifting and promoting justice for BIPOC communities will persist, necessitating a reliable mechanism to ensure accurate representation and unwavering loyalty. I express my graceful gratitude of my ancestors, my faith, my utmost love and respect to my elders for their sacrifices, education, services, and commitment to keep village strong, even through the nightmares while we dream. Stay strong, all. Stay strong to our undocumented brothers and sisters who make Minnesota better. Stay strong as much as possible, mi gente, que son bendiciones de la cultura. You are blessings of culture, that you love the culture, but you dismiss our people. I'm grateful for those in leadership and the advocates and spaces they are in that are dedicated to community with respect, understanding, and with truth, to want to work in movimiento together. Those that are in it for the outcome of equity, those who work for humanity and justice, not just for their photo ops and plaques and ladder climbings and ribbon cuttings. I prefer to move in circle like my drum. Like my drums, like our drums, like our heartbeats. I prefer to move in circles, but you guys want us to be in these boxes. Well, that's pretty square. And I ain't ever been square. I don't know what that means. The cryptic, consistent systemic trauma and the fear that is happening across the country, across the globe, right here in our backyards of our communities through laws like this one, isn't something that is calming down due to the greed and lack of empathy, respect, and dignity for human rights. The ego, the flash, the power, the bling bling, better come with continued action, desire and movement for equality, because there's no time for the cover-ups. There's no time for not speaking up against the oppression and violence, whether through military tanks storming in our cities, through our cities with the follow-up of this state's bill that tortures our communities by attacking and taking their lives and not offering health care. Because when you have insurance, it's more accessible, it's more affordable, and these doctors that I meet with that are at the top of the state are telling you it's proven to save lives and make our state better. There's no time or tolerance for the classic puppetry of tokenism, classist rhetoric, and discriminatory two-faces to not recognize how damaging their roles have been and what is the realities of our kids witnessing military action and violent threats towards humanity across our communities. If something was damaged and folks are coming with actions to repair, come with strategies to recognize, improve, and prevent more damage. No, improve to prevent any damage to our state. It is a platform of damaging lives and putting a price tag to our lives. Come with reasonable solutions and honesty and be clear of expectations while we're facing the truth. And you supporting a bill like this cuts and burns trust. We need lawmakers to be loyal to humanity through actions of accountability, who can fuel for reconciliation, forgivenesses with purposes, and real missions in fighting and working for peace, for what is right. Accessible health care is right. The fear people live in with just to be their authentic self is on edge. And if we keep the same cycles of ignoring the proof of what is enabling that fear to be in existence, we won't see progress. We're gambling with people's lives. But hey, one day at a time, stay strong, keep it 100, si se puede. I say si se puede and it hurts. It hurts. But I'm not gonna give up because I'm gonna see who's real and who's loyal to Minnesota, who's loyal to humanity. We're gonna see it today on this board. There are members in this chamber who work here, who have refuge. You've heard the stories. You've heard the cries. That doesn't ever leave. It doesn't ever leave. It ain't going nowhere either, but we have a way to callous it as lawmakers so that other folks don't have to experience that. Our future and our children are watching. Your children, who are your future, are watching. And we're surviving this all together. But I can't stand here and say that this is one Minnesota. This ain't 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 one Minnesota.
Representative Perez Vega, you are out of order. Order in the chamber. Order in the chamber. Next on the list, I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This vote is a clear moral test. Are we willing to say that everyone deserves care in our state or not? I was honored to carry the bill in 2023 that granted access to health care for undocumented Minnesota residents, and I did so with the support of every major health organization in the state. Hospitals, doctors, nurses, insurers. Why do they all support extending MinnesotaCare? Because they know it will save money for our healthcare system by helping people access care before it becomes an emergency. We decided as a society that we would not turn anyone away from emergency care, and that is a good thing. But it is incredibly expensive care, as Representative Backer acknowledged, particularly when conditions are not diagnosed or treated until they are severe, or worse, until it is too late to save the patient. Preventive care and ongoing treatment are not optional parts of healthcare. They are necessities if we want a functioning, humane healthcare system. Since we expanded MinnesotaCare, here are some of the conditions folks are getting treatment for: cancer, diabetes, asthma, heart conditions, chronic pain, autism, dental care, kidney disease. If they didn't get treatment for these conditions, what do those who plan to support this bill want to have happen to these folks? They would wind up in emergency rooms when the conditions have gotten so bad they have no other choice. Many would die because they didn't get preventive care for serious conditions. You can choose to care about this from a human suffering standpoint. Certainly our faith leaders do, who have come and spoken out against removing access to health care coverage. But if the human toll isn't persuasive, how about the economic toll? When individuals let conditions deteriorate until they have no choice but to seek emergency care, what happens? It is the most expensive way to pay for health care. If folks aren't able to buy insurance, it also means hospitals and doctors are left holding the bag for uncompensated care. And this hits many rural hospitals operating on thin margins already the hardest. And this is on top of the shameful Medicaid cuts being proposed by Trump and Congress, which will mean $1 billion per biennium in impact to the state budget and will cause 253,000 Minnesotans to lose access to health care coverage. We heard a GOP member say on the floor today that allowing undocumented residents to access MinnesotaCare would lead to system collapse. Well, that's not what the system believes. The system, from hospitals to doctors to insurers, support extending this coverage. The true threats to our healthcare system are uncompensated care to hospitals and the federal government kicking 253,000 Minnesotans off of Medicaid. We've heard the excuse, oh, they can just buy private insurance on the individual market. Not true. Health insurance on the individual market is incredibly expensive, and we're talking about a population that are the lowest paid workers in society. Saying they can buy insurance on the private market is like saying, we're not stopping them from driving, just let them go buy a Porsche. It is not a serious option. Let's be clear, this is not about money. Undocumented enrollees in MinnesotaCare get no special treatment. They buy the insurance just like anyone else and pay the same premiums and copays as everyone else. And guess what? Undocumented Minnesotans pay taxes. In 2022, Minnesotans without immigration status contributed $220 million in local and state taxes. The costs of the program to date have been within the range of our projections. This is not about money. This is about demonizing and othering a group of people who are doing some of the hardest, most essential work in our society. Whether working in construction, on farms, in food services, these are workers we need every day. Immigrants make up 1/3 of the direct care workforce, helping seniors and those with disabilities. They make up 17% of the healthcare workforce, with about 1/3 of those being non-citizens. So in the cruelest of ironies, we are taking healthcare away from those we rely on to provide us with healthcare. We see these attacks at the federal level too. Congress is right now trying to restrict Minnesota's ability to use its own resources to provide healthcare to its residents. What happened to conservative support for local control and states' rights? What happened is this is 100% about the GOP campaign against immigrants. From Trump's renewed travel ban announced this week, to his effort to expel those with protected status, to harassing students here to study, to disproportionate military and law enforcement responses that we've seen from Minneapolis to LA, this all comes back to attacking immigrants in the name of dividing us, or in some attempted goal at false patriotism. There has been a very rosy image portrayed of what life is like for undocumented folks living without health insurance. Charity care, health clinics, emergency rooms, they'll be just fine. But that is not the reality. Let's remember those we are actually hurting with this vote today. Gabby is a factory worker and has been diabetic for 15 years. She said most of the time she rationed her insulin or stopped taking it because she had no access to health insurance. Since her diabetes was poorly managed, she lost her right foot. She says of getting access to MinnesotaCare, "This is the first time that I have access to consistent medical care since I arrived in Minnesota 2 decades ago. I can now afford my insulin and my pills. I'm also getting blood pressure checks." Or a grandmother raising her daughter's U.S. citizen kids after her daughter passed away. She works part-time and is using MinnesotaCare to manage her diabetes and her heart condition. Without it, she doesn't know what she'd do, and these kids could lose their only caretaker. Or a mom who works 6 days a week but still can't afford private insurance. She has lived here for 15 years, cleaning houses and working in restaurants. She also has 2 U.S. citizen kids who rely on her. She has chronic pain and high blood pressure. Her body is tired. MinnesotaCare is the only way she is getting the care she needs to keep going. This bill is cruel. It is inhumane. It will cost real, human Minnesotan lives. Vote no.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Leader Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I certainly know that this is a deeply personal and difficult issue for many of us. But I must say, as we enter the 4th hour of the special session, I am gravely concerned about whether the other caucus in this chamber intends to and is capable of carrying out its commitment to finish the work that we have to finish today. Deeply concerned. I do appreciate the acknowledgement from the other side of the aisle, at least on this one issue, that religious and moral values can affect our work here in government. We are not here, though, spending our own money like the Good Samaritan. We are here as stewards of the public budget, dollars taken from taxpayers by force of law, not given freely. The government is not the church, it's not a charity, and the government is not your neighbor. Government compulsion is not charity. We are stewards, and existing law is poor stewardship, and that's what we're here to fix. In the 5 short months since MinnesotaCare's expansion to undocumented immigrants took effect, enrollment has skyrocketed far beyond anyone projected. The Walz administration and the Democrat trifecta projected 5,500 enrollees in the first year, and we've already surpassed 20,000, with the number continuing to climb. That level of growth in such a short period is simply unsustainable. When Democrats passed this expansion, the projected cost was $196 million over 4 short years, numbers based on 5,500 enrollee estimate. With actual numbers showing actual enrollment now exceeding 20,000 and still climbing, it's clear that program is, like Representative Robbins said, on track to blow a massive hole in the budget and push the Healthcare Access Fund into deficit by 2028. Let's not forget, Minnesota is already staring down a $6 billion DFL trifecta created budget deficit. And unlike other MinnesotaCare enrollees, the federal government covers 0% of the costs for undocumented immigrants. That means Minnesota taxpayers are stuck footing 100% of the deal. That's why other states offering taxpayer-funded health care for undocumented immigrants saw the math problem coming. States like California and Illinois. If California and Illinois can't make the numbers work, what makes us think Minnesota can? So the question before us is simple. Will we continue down a path of fiscal recklessness, or will we act now to protect Minnesota taxpayers? This bill will save hundreds of millions of dollars. It will protect the Healthcare Access Fund from insolvency, and it will send the clear message to Minnesota taxpayers that taxpayer-funded benefits are not a reward for breaking federal immigration laws. Members, vote yes.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, members. First of all, I really appreciate the comments. I know this is a difficult issue for both sides, and I keenly listen to everybody. It's emotional. Just like Representative Herr has said, there are quite a few colleagues on the other side of the aisle that I call friends, and we all serve under this beautiful chamber. I do want to bring up a couple of things. We heard about a comment earlier about pregnant women where she would get care. There's also MA provides that. I know Representative Dole talked about it, but that pregnant woman will often get that prenatal care from pro-life pregnancy resource centers. So there are other avenues out there. Costs, we've talked about the cost. Leader NISA, Representative Robbins talked about the cost of the program, and that's going to hurt everybody. You know, we were asked, how do we save money? We save the system. California and Illinois is having problems. We are falling down the same avenue. Also earlier today, we heard Representative Smith, which I appreciate you sharing the good word. But I do want to talk about something in there. In both the Old and New Testament, a common theme for helping the poor is private charity rather than government assistance. For instance, the book of Ruth tells us the story of an immigrant from Moab. The law permitted gleaning during the harvest time, allowing the poor to collect leftover grain, but individuals had to work for it. Boaz provided Ruth with a meal at his own expense. In John 11, when Mary anointed the feet of Jesus, he stated, "The poor will always be with you, and you can help them anytime you want." It's an individual and personal responsibility. And finally, love your neighbor as yourself. We heard that quite often. I agree with that 100%. You personally love your neighbors, but it's not the government's job. MinnesotaCare was specifically designed for those individuals between that poverty level of 133 to 200%. And it was not designed as a comprehensive health care program. We heard a lot about hospitals. Everybody knows critical access hospitals are really important to me. Last year, it cost the hospitals about $345 million of uncompensated care. They have a lot worse problems than that. They're already providing that. Right now, they have $1.6 billion of Medicaid underpayment, which we have to address, which we have the DPP bill. $1.4 billion of Medicaid underpayment. And the other side of the aisle added, which we were able to remove from the health care bill, $1 billion cuts with fiscal fees removed. So this is so important, I get it. At the end of the day, we have to provide health care for those Minnesotans, law-abiding, hardworking Minnesotans who depend on it, because we cannot afford this system going to cardiac arrest. Please vote green. Thank you, members.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the member participating remotely.
Olson.
House File 1, Olson votes yes.
Olson votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 65 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, NISCA moves that the rule therein be suspended and an urgency be declared, and that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that House File Number 2 be given its second and third readings and be placed upon its final passage.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House File 2 is the Department of Health, Finance, and Policy bill, along with the Children and Families bill. The spreadsheets for this bill were posted on the 28th, the 30th, and the 31st of May. There was an updated spreadsheet posted on the 6th, and the final language has been posted since June 7th. And members have had this has been negotiated in a bipartisan working group, and I believe we're ready to take it up and finish our work here on it today. So I urge member support.
Discussion to the motion. I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge members to support the suspension of the rules.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 2.
Second reading. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 2, an act relating to state government, amending provisions on the Department of Health, Finance, and Policy.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Bierman, who will explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the House bill before you, the health bill, will bring many benefits to the people of the state of Minnesota, and I urge your support for this legislation. Co-Chair Backer and I had many areas of focus we wish to address when we first discussed this bill last November. Among them, hospital stability, which we've talked a lot about today, EMS, addressing the crises of pharmacies across the state, and mental health treatment, among others. I'm pleased to announce that we addressed each and every one of these items I just mentioned in the bill before you, and we have done much, much more. Hospital stability will be achieved through a direct payment program that could pull down as much as $1 billion in federal revenue. The hospitals themselves are putting up the money to receive the federal match, so there is no impact on the state general fund. The bill will raise medical assistance rates that have been low for decades. If you have a hospital in your community, your support of this bill supports your hospital and your community. EMS was another area of common interest on both sides of the aisle, and the efforts of this bill are substantial. I will save details of that for Chair Backer. Representative Bonner brought pharmacy reimbursement to the table and increasing dispensing fees, which will help eligible pharmacies to continue toward a better future where they aren't losing money by simply filling a prescription. We also have a direct payment program for mental health rates in this bill. The money required to pull down a federal match is fronted through an assessment on the health plans in a way in which they will recoup 99% of their investment through additional and higher capitation rates. And again, no impact on the general fund. This legislation, too, will raise MA rates to Medicare levels for outpatient providers and services. This will go a long way towards strengthening the mental health care continuum, which is imperative. The covered entities include behavioral health homes, psychological counseling, crisis services, in-home therapy, children's therapeutic supports, and adult rehab mental health services. While we were not able to find agreement on implementing the full DHS rate study with this legislation, and we could have done so much more to benefit primary care clinics throughout the state, make no mistake, this is a significant step forward. And when combined with the human services bills, which include school-linked mental health from Rep. Hicks, and new psychiatric residential treatment center from Rep. Keeler, and many other bills related to outpatient care, I would judge this the most forward movement I have seen in mental health care in Minnesota in the 7 years I have been in this body. Another major item in this bill is the increased funding for federally qualified health clinics and community care clinics spread out across the state. We need to address the growing number of uninsured and underinsured people in our state, and these clinics are critical for people without means to get the care they need. FQHCs have historically been underfunded, and this new funding will help them address more needs in all of our communities. The Trump administration could make things a lot worse in the near term, and the momentary success of this legislation could look a lot different in a few more weeks or months. But it will set us up well to face whatever we have to face. There's a bunch more bills I'd like to highlight. I'll limit it to a few. Audio-only telehealth will be extended in this bill. Photo light therapy by Rep. Purcell will help many children receive skilled nursing care at home and not in the hospital at a much, much lower cost. Funding for rare disease by Rep. Murphy. A prohibition on mid-year drug formulary changes by insurers by Rep. Elkins. This has been a bill that has been on the docket for 7 years at least, and we are getting it done this year. Also, I want to highlight the creation of a state PBM by Rep. Nadeau, the expansion of the medication repository by Rep. Hemmingson Yeager, a non-opioid directive for medical records by Rep. Baker, a midwifery license program along with an increase of MA rates for birth centers and MA birth services covered for home births as well from Reps. Agbaje, Clardy, and Sensimura. Also, electrocardiogram monitoring by Co-Chair Backer and Foreign Medical School Graduate Path to Practice by Rep. Mahmoud. And there is even an improvement in the optometry scope of practice after 23 years. I know in that scope it is not all we wanted to see, and I just want to encourage Rep. Gander that we have continued work to do, but this bill will help. There's so much more. There's a lot to like in this bill. There's great reasons to vote for this bill. I hope you will do so. I will give others a chance to weigh in and stand for questions. Thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Co-Chair Bierman. It was just for those members, we exchanged 23 official offers from start to finish. So it was quite the process. So let's talk about EMS funding. What we were able to do for EMS funding is ambulance education programs. We also got uncompensated care for those no-load situations. We also have an ambulance service training and staffing grant program. Along with that, we also have an ambulance operating deficit grant program. Representative Zalisicard there. Also, we did not have any cuts to the hospitals, which I know is very important to a lot of members on both sides of the aisle because they are frontline for health care. That's including not prohibiting facility fees. We also saw, as Chair Bierman talked about, significant help with pharmacies. Along with that, some of the other individual bills that got in here is Representative West with physical signs of abuse in infants, Representative Robbins with a sensitive exam, and Representative Berg, I know they worked on that together. Representative Scrobber, the swing bid fix in his area. Representative Nadeau also had the spoken language healthcare interpretation. We also free the hot tubs, folks. Representative Schultz bill. Representative Gilman, Central Service Technical Bill. Representative Dothett, which I know Representative Hewitt worked on last session. Green burial modification. And those are just some of the bills that was in there. Of course, there's concerns, and we will have more of those discussions here as we move forward. So thank you, members.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as a significant portion of the Health and Children and Families Bill, I just wanted to share briefly, and we can have a further discussion later on, but as the Children and Families Committee, we had a $6 million target for this upcoming budget year, or biennium. And with that, we were able to invest $35 million in updating our archaic SSIS system, particularly the child welfare portion of it. We also were able to invest $12 million in one-time funding for food security. Now, members, 35 plus 12 does not equal 6. And you're gonna say, Co-Chair Katiza Watoon, what kind of math is that? It is, as Co-Chair West referred to it, Doug Berg magic. And we have, without a doubt, some of the best nonpartisan staff in this entire place working in the Children and Families Committee. And so I would be remiss to not express my gratitude to them, to our partisan staff, and everybody on the committee for putting together this bill. I think it's a really great bill. Of course, we all have hesitation about what we were not able to include in the bill this session. But the things that we were able to include are going to make a huge difference. In a period of time when food shelf visits are up year over year over year, facing no end in sight, when SNAP benefits are under attack from congressional Republicans and the president, we need to invest in Minnesotans and make sure that no child goes hungry in the state of Minnesota. This bill also maintains all base funding for the Great Start Compensation Program, which supports our workforce in early care and learning. It covers base funding for the Early Learning Scholarships Program, and many, many critical grant programs that are doing incredible work all across the state. So again, I'm grateful to my fellow committee members and all of you who contributed to the discourse on how we make Minnesota the best place to raise a family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm a co-author on this bill, and I want to go over a quick overview of some of the key points that I think make it not a perfect bill, but a decent bill, especially the children and families portion, because my co-chair and I work together relatively well, and our committee is definitely the most fun, and everyone was included. And it has made the whole experience, having such a nice co-chair, a lot better than I know some of you have had other problems. But I did not have those problems, so I really want to thank my co-chair for being wonderful to work with. In the bill, well, on health policy, which Representative Backer mentioned, parental abuse on education on their first child's well visit. Now that's an important thing, which I'll talk about later, because a lot of people don't know that if an immobile infant has bruises, it needs to be investigated immediately. It's not, oh, children get bruises. It's not about that at all. You have to investigate it. And that's one thing that I did not understand when it happened to my child. We also have significant SSIS funding, $35 million. We went in with $40 million, and the Senate came out with, $15 million was their first initial offer. Just ridiculous. And thanks to significant help, particularly from Representative Nash, Representative Torkelson, and others, we were able to both get the commissioners on board and then work together mutually to protect the House position and get $35 million for SSIS funding. There's also money for technology grants to allow daycares to get grant money to upgrade their facilities, and in particular related to cameras. It allows them to make those investments, whether they are required to by law or not, and that will help provide more safety for our kids. There's also great provisions from Representative Coulter on redefining what education means in statute. Right now, we need to make it easier for these daycare centers and daycare facilities to employ people and provide cost-effective care. That expansion helps to some degree. And then Representative Mueller had the reconsideration order bill, which if you're running an appeal and it comes up that whatever violation the department says your center did, if it turns out they agree with you, right now as it currently sits, that violation is posted, and then when they agree with you to take it away. This makes it so they delay it until the appeal is resolved, and that's just a common sense provision. But what's really important, the most important thing to me, if I'm being honest, is the maltreatment camera bill provision within this bill. And that's because my daughter was abused at a child care center. And I came into this session with one goal, because what we heard from the police in that instance was the only reason anybody's facing accountability here is because that facility had cameras. However, it wasn't just my daughter. There were many other daughters and sons that were abused at that center. And the biggest problem in getting any sort of justice is that that center only kept footage for 1 week. And we do have one of those families here with us today, because they helped, if you saw any of our committee meetings, they helped move the bill through the process. And their little girl, who they nicknamed Little Bird, was actually the reason that things were brought to justice. My daughter, Sybil, was actually abused much earlier, but we didn't understand what was happening, whereas their family really got after it and were key in not only providing more education to parents on abuse, but getting this bill through the process, and most importantly, getting those individuals out of a child care center. And one of them's in jail right now. Hopefully the other will be soon. And it's really important, because if we're going to do anything as a government, it should be protecting our kids. And in that situation, there were 5 felony charges on 2 individuals, and they got convicted on 2 of them, and one of those felony charges was for a little boy named Cassian, and they fractured that child's leg, the abusers, but it wasn't on video. So even though a substantial bodily harm was caused, while we get some justice, we don't get full justice. So the maltreatment provision in this bill extends the data retention to 28 days. And this would make no difference for my daughter. My daughter was months before this. The education provision is really what's for me, and knowing that I can do some good with my horrible misgivings and not understanding the situation. I can use my position here to bring awareness that immobile infants should not have bruises under any circumstances, and you must investigate it if it's happening. It might be some sort of blood disorder, not necessarily abuse, but if I had known that, I could have prevented the abuse of all these children at that center. But even if you know, we have to bring abusers to justice. And what we heard from the police officers and the investigators on this is, without footage, there'd likely be no convictions. There certainly wouldn't be felony convictions. And without a felony conviction, there's a good chance they could eventually work in childcare again. That's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. So it was a fight. It was my #1 priority, because one thing that happens when people share their stories with us, we say, and I am guilty of it too, you're like, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I hope, my heart goes out to you. And our hearts do go out to people in these situations. But too often, we don't do anything about it, because there is institutional resistance of some kind. This original bill was very expansive, and it got narrowed down to only affecting centers with maltreatment violations. Because a center, like Small World, that abused the individuals there, abused many children, the center itself faces a $200 fine, bad news day, fires the 2 employees, and moves on. Family care providers, usually when they get a maltreatment investigation, they're basically done because they're the only ones there for the most part. So with the education reform, the reconsideration orders, we have a lot of good bipartisan provisions. I want to thank Representative Feist for being the first person to help me on this maltreatment camera bill. Cassian is actually one of her constituents. It has been a battle, and this bill, while there's a whole lot that people could criticize, and I don't blame them, that's the problem when you merge many different subjects under one bill. It does make improvements to our child care system to lower costs, not by a lot, but we're moving in the right direction. It provides needed safety measures because that is the #1 goal of government. It provides $35 million in SSIS funding, which the fact that we haven't reformed a computer system like that already is a crime almost. So I will be supporting this bill because of these. It moves in the right direction. Now there's health provisions that might not fit everybody's fancy, but the fact that we're able to at least move stuff down the line and set us up nicely for next year makes it something that I could support. So members, I would urge your support of House File 2.
The clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading.
3rd reading, House File number 2.
3rd reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Madam Speaker, members, we're going to try to do this again because I know we just had a vote on the repeal of health care for undocumented immigrants. And once again, with this bill, zeroes out the funding as well. And so I'm going to start with Jonathan. His story, he's a construction worker from Mankato, Minnesota. And I just want to remind folks that 23% of the construction workforce are undocumented. And that is self-reported. So I can bet pretty much that this is underreported. And so with Jonathan, I had a work-related accident about a year ago with a saw. I suffered a severe laceration to my finger at work. My supervisors offered to take me to the hospital if I said that the injury happened outside of work. In the end, I didn't receive treatment because I didn't have health insurance. The last time I fell at work, I was fired because my supervisors didn't want to have any problems with me. And afterwards, my brother-in-law, who is a student, went to talk to a social worker. The social worker helped us connect with a health insurance navigator. Now, thanks to MinnesotaCare's expansion, my whole family has health insurance. It is incredible that now we can even get dental checkups or any other medical services we need. I have a severe visual impairment due to an accident I had in my youth, which resulted in the loss of my left eye. Because of my eye injury, I need a special glasses prescription that needs to be checked every 6 months. The first time I went to the doctor, the cost was over $1,000. I was able to cover the expense thanks to a neighbor who helped me buy some glasses. Now with MinnesotaCare, I can finally take care of my eye injury. I still can't believe that I had just had my first dentist appointment just yesterday. I still don't know how much I'll pay, but I think it's going to be affordable. I had a 1-year-old son, and I'm married. MinnesotaCare has helped us quite a bit. Now my family, I feel more at ease every time we can get care. Members, that's what MinnesotaCare does for people like Jonathan. For people who have health care, access to health care, who can afford health care. The problem isn't with the people accessing the health care. The problem is in our system and our government excluding people from getting access. Members, I never imagined that I will witness a day like this that will go down in our state's history and our nation's history. Our children grew up reading history books, reading about the injustices and the sins this country has exploited since the founding of America. These are things you only read in history books, meant to teach the next generation to not repeat our history of hate, of apathy, of exploiting a category of people for simply the color of their skin. And now it's whether they are of legal status. No humans are ever illegal. We all arrive to this earth the same way, and we will all leave this earth the same way. And I will not go down history voting for a bill based on prejudice and exploiting a group of people simply because they arrived to America today rather than 100 years ago. So remember, this is a very difficult decision, but it is not difficult for me to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind getting access to the health care they need. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Speaker and members. This bill is really interesting. I think what happens when we have an omnibus bill is we bring a bunch of different things together. In my time in the legislature, I've served last term as the vice chair of Children and Family with Representative Pinto, and so I deeply understand addressing food insecurities, and I can appreciate the work that the co-chairs have done in the Children and Family area when it comes to addressing food insecurities. I am a huge advocate for food shelves. I've served at them along with my kid. I know many of you have served in them in your communities as well. We know that food shelves are in every single one of our counties, and we know that the food shelves follow the state statute that says anybody who comes through those doors is going to receive food, 6 pounds of food, or at least food worth 2 days. And so I can appreciate that we've put an investment into our food shelves to make sure that we can still apply by that. We know many of our neighbors are hungry. When you've looked at the stats and the data of who's visiting our food shelves, it's neighbors that have never had food insecurities. And this is a really scary thing to do. It takes a lot of pride set aside to go to a food shelf to get food for your family. And if you've ever served or volunteered at a food shelf, it's a very emotional space for families. If you've not experienced it, maybe it's something that you could do in your spare time, because I do think it brings a lot of value. I also really appreciate the continued investment in food sovereignty. There's unique elements into that, and just really grateful that both of the co-chairs continue to work on a clean package for that. I live in a lane that I just want to feed and house Minnesotans. And so in this bill, when we bring a bunch of different things together, we ended up with it was called the other bill, and now it's like the HHS crossover bill, whatever you want to call it. Feels like a sweet spot for the work that I tend to do. It's a lot of our homelessness work. And I want to just say something. I know it's probably a little bit uncommon, but I want to pause and give acknowledgement to co-vice chair Gilman, because where this actually stems from is the Human Services Committee in the House, but then it lines up with the Health Committee in the Senate. And one of the things that we've been able to do collectively is get into a room together to talk about these very, very complicated situations. And I have to kind of say it out loud that it was our DFL Senate who refused to get in a room with us to talk about sex trafficking supports, homelessness, HIV grants, that they just adamantly told us as the House they didn't want to meet with us. And we sat day in and day out and worked collectively together to come up with a House position that I'm really proud of. It's not big, it's not fancy, but I do want to talk about the work that we're doing here. Access to inclusive mental health is critical, particularly when we're on the cusp of what will feel like a very hard time in history for a lot of people.
Now, whether or not that's you or somebody like me or the kids that are in my life, it is important that every single person has access to critical mental health services. All of us need that. And so I'm glad that that's in this bill. We've also talked about sex trafficking. And I'll just say it again because I say it a lot, that 40% of the individuals in Minnesota who are sex trafficked are youth, and the average beginning age is age 12 to 13. The greatest percent of yes when we ask our students this question, have you been involved in sex trafficking? The highest percent of yes is the Northwest state, or the Northwest part of the state. So we've worked on building a robust navigator system, which means that if individuals who live in greater Minnesota are victims of sex trafficking, we will have a navigator that can support you. Because right now, the truth is, in greater Minnesota, if you have one navigator who covers a 6-hour radius, we're spending more money to have a person in a car or do these critical services over Zoom. And that's not actually helpful for what we need. So I appreciate that we've been able to come to some common ground on what to do to support sex trafficked victims in the state of Minnesota. But lastly, and this one is coming from my community and stems really deep in what the work is what my community wants us to do. We've talked about high-level access to mental health supports with a psychiatric residential treatment facility. Now, Clay County, I am so deeply proud of the work that Clay County and our community has done, partnered with universities, partnered with our chamber, partnered with our kids, partnered with our public school. Fun fact, Representative Jim Joy and I actually totally agree on this all the time, right, Jim Joy? Is that we believe that having a system nearby to support our kids around psychiatric residential treatment support. So we are not sending kids to states like Arkansas, we're not housing our kids in the juvenile detention center, or we're not keeping our kids in hospital beds for far longer than they need to be. And so, though I understand there are deep poison pills in this bill, there are also things that some of us have been working decades on to make sure that we support. Lastly, I want to say thank you to Chair Bierman for your effort in protecting and supporting our efforts around traditional healing. This is going to be life-changing for people who look like me, and I appreciate that you fought really hard for us when we weren't in the room. That matters. So with that, I'm going to be a green vote today, and I think that it's important that we remember that protecting mental health, ending homelessness, and feeding Minnesota, while we also make sure that victims of sex traffic violence are supported, is critical in Minnesota. Wopida.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As you've heard, this bill has got a crossover from Health and Human Services to Human Services in the House. I want to thank the co-chair, Co-Chair Schumacher, for all the efforts, and also Vice Chair Keeler and Gilman for their efforts to get us where we are on this section. For some of the other provisions, I think that we made sure that we can continue to fund HIV/AIDS program, which has been hit hard by the federal government. There's about $6 million ongoing funding in this program. We also made sure that the behavioral health or mental health services, as you've heard from Co-Chair Bierman, in terms of school-linked mental health. We're also fully funding the operating adjustments for the Department of Human Services in this bill. Likewise, we do have some program integrity provisions that are aligned with the health bill that is included in the bill. And finally, I think there's some few elements of accessing the federal data, which is included in this bill. So to be more specific, the crossover on our side, despite the challenges, we were able to provide the funding necessary to continue the operation of the Department of Human Services. And I thank all the folks on the working group for working on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I don't know where people are standing on if they're going to vote or not for the health bill, but I want to talk about some of the details that are in the health bill. Specifically, I want to start with the directed payment for the hospitals. And this is a interesting new thing in Minnesota. 44 other states have a directed payment program for hospitals. And if you read the language in the bill, I think the first sentence includes the word assessment. And I think it's an important thing to remember is this assessment is actually the cash flow, the reserves of the actual hospitals. Of our hospitals are funding their own directed payment program. And I can't be more grateful for that. On one hand, it's not making us fight about whether or not we should try to add money for a directed payment for hospitals. But on the other hand, I want to read off just a couple of things about hospitals. United Hospital, they will, because of this directed payment program, they will have, and let me just back up. So ultimately, how this is working is that based on inpatient days and outpatient claims for people on medical assistance, those amounts by hospital are actually certified up to, or sent, the actual money is sent up to DHS. DHS certifies those dollars to CMS, and then those dollars are then through the federal government, we get a little bump because of, so a hospital that has a higher MA population, they will have a bigger bump, trying to reduce the lower costs that I was mentioning before for some of our medical assistance patients. So ultimately, United Hospital, because of this bill, will have about a $33 million increase. These are receipts for services already provided, already billed. Because of this directed payment program, they will have about $33 million more. CentraCare in Sauk Center, about $1.5 million. St. Cloud Hospital, $30 million. Perham, $2 million. Ridgeview, LeSueur, a small hospital, about $400,000. Members, in aggregate, this is going to draw down about $960 million in funding for our hospitals. If you don't vote for anything else in this bill, vote for this one. And I also want to add that this is not the end-all, be-all. If we don't work on the structural challenges of our healthcare system, and I'm not going to belabor that again, but if we don't continue to work on those structural challenges we have, this will be short-lived success. Another big thing in the bill that's somewhat controversial, I would say, is the single PBM bill. Another one of my bills that I had some battles with PBMs, I had some battles with health plans, but what this does is this basically, once again, it sets aside, it creates a single benefit administrator for the medical assistance population in Minnesota. And remember, this is about 20% of our patients. This is about 20% of Minnesotans are what we're talking about here. There's lots of rebates involved in this, and we've all heard stories, good and bad, about PBMs. They have an important job to do in that they manage a pharmacy benefit set, and they manage that across a massive group of people. So think about like Medica in Minnesota is a nonprofit healthcare organization. They have about 60,000 members. PBMs manage risk over tens of millions of pharmacy benefit patients. So they're bigger. They've got a job to do. But there's also some transparency that I think that we're not finding. And so what this bill does is this bill sets up there will be a state contract with a pharmacy benefit administrator that will deal with the medical assistance population. On the bad side, there is going to be one more PBM that our plans have to contract with. On the good side, we're going to be able to negotiate and control those prices on the drug prices a little bit more. And we're going to pay very, very close attention moving forward about whether or not our system is saving money. It's one thing, if you look in the spreadsheet, you'll see that the state saves $23 million in 28-29. That's a lot of money. But if it's costing our plans $100 million, or if it's costing our system $50 million extra, you know, that's not a good idea. So we're going to be watching the system-wide savings in that pretty significantly. The other thing that's in this bill, and I'm not sure if it was mentioned, but we have it's a direct pharmacy dispensing increase. It was Representative Bonner's bill. She's been a huge proponent of this. It's in here, and it's in here for the first biennium, and it stops at that point, and that's when the single PBM should be taking over. So this bill is a bill that is going to do everything that we can currently possibly do to help our especially independent pharmacies. Once again, another important partner in the delivery of our healthcare system. Another bill that I want to spend some time talking about, because it was a challenging bill. And before I do that, I do want to recognize Representative Bierman, Representative Backer. You know, when that bill left the House, that was a tough negotiated bill. These guys, they worked hard to come up with a bill, and it would have been, I actually expected, I may be talking too much at this point, but I actually expected Representative Bierman to side more with the Senate Democrats, and he didn't. These people stuck together on their positions, and it was incredible to watch. And I just want to say that, you know, when you build trust, you build those relationships, regardless of how much you love something or you don't love something. When you stick together and you trust one another, you can get some good things done. With that, I do want to talk about one of the big things in here, which is the mental health rate increases. Now, I don't think there's one member of this body that doesn't believe that we should increase rates for people delivering, our actual providers that are delivering mental health services. I think we would all agree with that. Where we have a tendency to disagree is who should pay. Who's going to pay for these things? And so this was a bit of a challenge. But what is in the bill is, and if you don't, I don't know if you remember, if you were here in 23-24, we did a slight increase. We raised the rates. It was Representative Liebling's bill. We raised the rates 3%. And what we're doing in this bill, we're raising them an additional 16%, bringing them to 100% of Medicare. And I want to thank the health plans. I want to thank leadership, Representative Bierman, and everybody that worked on this issue, because it was challenging in that we had to try to figure out how could we hold our plans harmless, or as harmless as possible, make sure that providers were getting increased rates, and not harming our health plans. And I think it's important. I know that there's some people that believe that health plans are loaded with money, and I've heard it here a couple of times today that, you know, CEO salaries are through the roof and they have way too much money. I just want to remind everyone, they lost $620 million last year on medical assistance. I'm going to say it again. $620 million our plans lost in 2023 on our medical assistance population. So regardless of how deep pockets are, you lose your reserves very quickly when you're losing that kind of money. There's one plan in Minnesota that has a high percentage of medical assistance, and they literally, their reserves have dropped in half. They were $1.2 billion starting in 2023. They're less than $590 million today. And we're on track right now where that spending, that deficit spending, is increasing. And so they're an important partner in our healthcare system, and I just want to point that out. So the reason that I thank the plans is because they agreed to do this. They agreed to be the conduit. They agreed to allow, we're borrowing their money in order to do a direct payment program through the federal government. It's very similar to the hospital program. And then through increased capitation rates, those plans will hopefully be repaid. And we are going to stay vigilant on those things. We're going to ensure that not only are we increasing mental health rates for providers, we're also increasing access for consumers, and we're protecting our plans as payers. I think I'm done. Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm also going to highlight some aspects of our health bill, specifically those that support the many types of caregivers in the healthcare system. They dedicate our lives to caring for us. But I also have to say it gives me pause to be doing this right now. I'm about to speak about some of the good things in this bill, and I do think it's a good bill. But let's not forget, we're doing this right after we told thousands of Minnesotans that they're going to be excluded from care. And my heart is heavy. And I just want us all to keep that in mind as we look forward to the benefits of some of these other changes. And our discussion all day has been a vivid reminder that healthcare is a human right and that all people deserve access to affordable care. And I'll share that years ago, when I was a young single mom recovering from domestic violence, I probably would have been cut off health care by the draconian Medicaid cuts that we're likely to see from Trump and the Republicans in Washington. We're estimated to lose $1.6 billion, affecting the 1.3 million people on our state programs. Other estimates have included 150,000 to 250,000 of Minnesotans being thrown off their health care plans. It's just another example of our very broken healthcare system that puts profit before people. This must be changed structurally, and it must be changed in the experiences people are having now with the system, putting the focus on the relationship between the patient and their caregivers, taking out the intermediaries, and making sure that the focus is on the needs of the people. So in order to take care of people, we have to invest in caregivers. And so here's some of the ways that we do that in this bill. Now, you'll have heard some of these from other people so far, but I'll go through them. I'd like you to think about it as not what's being done, but how it's helping the people who are delivering the services to the people of Minnesota. We're helping community pharmacies stay in business by making sure they can actually cover the cost of filling prescriptions. The pharmacies are people, they're caregivers. My dad was an independent pharmacist. His patients called him Doc. He was their contact person and their connection to health. We've dramatically expanded primary care capacity through about $40 million over 4 years for federally qualified health centers and community clinics. We protect most of the funds going to clinics that provide sexual and reproductive health services. We help hospitals through a directed payment system, and I won't repeat Representative Nadeau's because I don't think I would do the system justice. We ensure a stable transition to a single administrator for dental clinics so that clinics stay open and patients get care. We fund Treat Yourself First, so doctors and other caregivers will find the wherewithal to take care of their own mental health, dealing with the burnout and the stress of the healthcare system. We know that's a hard place to work. We know that they need support, and this is a modest effort to give them resources. We're investing in emergency medical services, as you've heard. We're providing a pathway to internationally trained doctors to gain their licenses to practice medicine in Minnesota, complete with guardrails. It's a really well-written piece of legislation. I encourage you all to read it just as a little textbook on that. But what I really love is that it's saying we have a workforce shortage in our healthcare system. We have people who are dedicated to giving care, and we are finding a way for them to do it. We're supporting birth centers, home birth services, and certified midwives. And lastly, as you heard, we created a pathway to increase Medicaid mental health reimbursement rates. I will say I think it's really disappointing that we didn't include the outpatient services from the rest of the rate study. I understand the finances of it. I know how that works. I know that the health plans were very resistant to it. And unfortunately, from my perspective, their perspective prevailed. And I think that we will look back on this as a missed opportunity to strengthen our healthcare system, especially our primary care system statewide. And I hope that I'm wrong, but I think we will look back and regret that decision. And regardless of that, the improvements on mental health care and the funding of that are a milestone. We should celebrate that because mental health care is health care. We need people to have access. We need to be investing in the caregivers. So all in all, in a challenging year, we made the most of the opportunity to make our health system work better for patients and those who take care of them. And I will be voting for the bill, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Polk, Representative Gander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank everyone involved. I want to personally thank everyone involved in putting the optometry scope expansion together. I know that every single one of these bills takes incredible stamina to get it over the finish line. And how many meetings, how many different permutations did you have? And I just want to say thank you for getting it done and over the finish line. As you recall, as the bill passed the House floor, and you indicated earlier, there's still a little bit of work to be done in the future on behalf of getting some more details worked into there. And I know you will take care of that in the coming time, and I'm glad to help out any way that I can. So I'm immensely thankful, especially to co-chairs Backer and Bierman, Rep. Danny Nadeau, as we've talked about before. Thank you for all your work on this. 45 House co-authors on this bill as it came through. So thank you to every single one of those. It will serve patients well with improved access to care and continued excellent outcomes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, well, I kind of did my third reading on the front end to make sure that the family was here, could witness it. But it's been a long and arduous journey this session has. Even just getting to special session felt long and arduous. Just getting to the first day of actual session was long and arduous. But we're slowly coming to an end. And this session, I have been inspired by my kid, Sybil. She's the most adorable person in the world. And she was supposed to be here today, but she puked all over my pants, and she's with her grandma right now, and thank goodness for that. But what I really want everyone in this room to understand is when people come to us with their problems, every problem, and 99% of problems we can't do anything about. Then there's the 1% we can. And so often, even that 1%, we go, well, I'm working on A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Don't have time for that. We'll say it nicer than that, but that's what it comes down to. And you have to realize the incredible position each and every one of us are in. And being able to fight for my daughter made me really realize it. Because too often people are stuck screaming at the sky, hoping that their government does something that they would like it to do, and they feel totally powerless. So I will forever be changed from my experience, which is really selfish, honestly, but it shows you to pay attention to the people who are sharing their personal stories. Don't just discount them because they're personal anecdotes. It takes so much to get something through the process here. It takes so much, even great, wonderful ideas. And it takes a long time, and usually several years. I came in with an absolute mission to provide more safety in child care centers. When Speaker Dameth appointed me to be co-chair of Children and Families, I told her, well, I have this child care camera bill I'm going to work on, and I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to do it. And I'm like, it might even irk some of our Republican colleagues. She said, well, that's okay. It's your right. And I'm incredibly grateful for that. I'm incredibly grateful to my colleagues. I'm on both sides of the aisle, really. Although I thought I was going to have more trouble with that particular provision from Republicans, to be honest, because it's an additional regulation. But it turned out to be Democrats that were resistant to this regulation, which being resistant to regulation sounds strange. But it was an incredible experience. So if every member here can remember, when people come to you with problems, and this is what I'm going to remember, hopefully you can internalize this without having something terrible happen. If you can help, hey, you don't dedicate your entire life to it maybe. But we are in an incredibly privileged position to help where we can. And this particular bill, especially on child protection, moves us in that direction. And there was significant resistance to this, a lot of it from the industry itself, which I understand. And to them, I want to say there's $174,000 in the technology fund. If you're worried about compliance, although many of these child care centers already comply, but if you're worried about compliance, there's money for you. Shifting gears, $35 million for SSIS is going to make a huge difference. Our counties are going to be so happy. The people who rely on these services will actually be served. And it was great to see this kind of focus of the House position on this. And in particular, we have language in the bill that's the origin of Representative Nash, that he worked across the aisle to make sure we had agreement, but we took that language and put it into the bill that ensures this money will go towards getting SSIS done, because it's incredibly important. And with that, we could see significant improvements to our child welfare system that we know is incredibly broken. And I really want to thank Little Bird's mom and grandma for helping me every step of the way. It was amazing. You know, doing things for your own family is great, but having backup, working for others is even better. And I didn't mention this earlier, but there's a child named Bodie that was thrown into a table at Little Explorers in Plymouth. And ever since I've gotten into this space, I have heard from abused families across the state. And I always thought this was something that happens in like New York City, not in a small state like Minnesota. But we have serious issues here, and we can't ignore them and just assume the best. So members, listen with I know I will listen with a new emphasis when I talk to people. It's not just a statistic, it's a real thing that we're lucky to be in the position to do this about. And I want to thank all my colleagues who, this has been an incredibly emotional experience for me, as you might imagine. And you all are great people, for the most part. So, members, there's a lot to not vote for this in this bill, I am aware, but I think there is a lot we can vote for, and I would urge members to support this bill.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Heintzeman.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Speaker. Members, I'm really excited to just send the biggest thank you I can to everybody who worked on making sure we could fund and replace SSIS. I have been working on this since I came into the legislature, trying to raise awareness about how important this would be. Thank you to Co-Vice Chair Nelson for always fighting for that as well. And so partnering up was a really exciting thing. This is going to help us make sure that we can address the vast burnout we're seeing in child welfare and the child protection system at the grassroots level, statewide, in every single county. This is going to make sure that families, when they go to court, that their documents are clear, that their legal representation knows what they're working on, and it's easy to help these families stay together. easier at least. We know that the counties are going to significantly have reduced costs because so much time today is spent when our frontline workers are stuck behind the spinning wheel of death and that they cannot get through, when they lose their notes after they've entered them. So there's so many nerdy social work things I could talk about that SSIS is going to fix, but I do just want to kind of cap that part of the conversation with, to everybody who rolled their eyes at me and said that I would not get this year, I told you so. So thank you also for improving some of our kin supports to our co-chairs. I really appreciate that because this helps us better align with the national standards of the Adam Walsh Act. We are drastically behind here in Minnesota, and we are not using all of the tools at our disposal to bring ourselves up to that national standard. This is going to mean that we have more work to continue doing, of course, but it's a great start, and I'm really proud of everyone who's taken the time and energy to learn about these really intricate details of our child protection system because it matters a lot. I do hope that we can, as we continue this work, lean away from the part of our decision-making that is fear-based, and understand that every family looks a little bit different, and that our prejudices, our biases, and our lack of experience in something we ought to understand should not be something that stops us from doing the right thing. So I hope that we can step in next year into this work into a more data-informed, professional way of making decisions around that. I also want to say thank you for continuing to support the Office of the Youth Foster Ombudsperson. We know that UFI has been something this chamber, for those of us who were here, supported, and I'm glad to report that they are doing amazing. They have continued to grow their team with several of the folks that you saw in committee are now working there. Most of their team has experience in the foster system themselves. And we know that folks with that lived experience often deliver the best services to help us improve. So shout out to that office and everyone working there. You know, going forward, I really think it's important that when we talk about child protection, that we do so not just because it sounds good. As parents, as people who care about children, it sounds really nice to say, I want to fight for child protection. I care about child welfare. That means that I need you to help me dismantle the tools of white supremacy that are embedded into our system that rip Black and brown families apart here in Minnesota. It is a hangover from the boarding school era where children were kidnapped from their parents, often sent to schools that ended up as a death sentence. And we have to recognize that that's a part of our culture here in Minnesota, and many of those ideas and ideologies are still embedded in our child protection system today. But we've made some progress with this bill, and we're going to start to dismantle some of those. But we do have a lot more work to do. When we talk about child protection, it's also important that we do not mislead the families who come here to bear their trauma in the hopes of creating change. We also have to be responsible in our politics, because if we do not follow the simple, basic steps that Schoolhouse Rock taught us all, that a bill needs to be worked in both bodies of a legislature, we cannot expect to get as far as we think we should. So, as we move forward, I hope that we can work together to not just responsibly have this conversation about child protection, but to regulate responsibly, to protect our children from what's actually threatening them, like the predators who are escaping the justice system, people who harm children and walk away without consequences. The fact that we have a rise in the creation of child pornography with AI images should terrify us. If you've not followed the news on this, please take a moment to look at how terrible this is in Minnesota. Just recently, a federal agent under Trump's administration was arrested for creating child pornography. We cannot trust anybody who is not using this data for the reasons it is. We have to write our policies in ways that protect our kids from the predators who are seeking to find the loopholes and exploit and take our children's privacy and dignity. So I hope that as we go forward, we can remember the basics, that when people come here to bear their trauma with the hope of creating change, that we are honest with them. That when we tell them something is going to protect children better, that we know what that means. I have been working on this every year in the legislature. We've been doing great as a team. We have made huge strides over the last 5 years, and this bill brings us even closer. But we need to dig in and make sure that we are following the data, aligning with national standards, and continuing to be honest with the folks who come forward about what the opportunities are and how much we can actually protect them. And if we fail to do our part as the politicians here, we owe those families an honest answer as well. So I think we have a lot more work to do on the camera bill. I am highly, highly concerned about the lack of accountability that there is on who can access that information. I have said that in committee, and I would invite folks to go back and listen to my comments there, because those are real threats to our children if we do not protect that data well. We need to make sure that centers that already have cameras that do not fall under this particular provision are held to standards as well, that again protect our children's videos, faces, and data from exploitation. Thank you to our co-chairs. I appreciate all of the collaboration that we did. Like I said, I do hope that in the future years across the aisle, we can get some more collaboration on what child protection actually looks like and what changes we need to do. But it was an honor to be the vice chair with Chair Katiza-Watoon, and thanks to all of our committee members who worked so hard on this. And I thank you to Chair Bierman and Chair Backer for letting us piggyback on your bill, I guess. But please, please, if you have questions about how to better protect our children from the things that are out there, and you're serious about child protection, I will earnestly collaborate with you every single day of the week. I will not just give you lip service either. Thank you, and please vote for it.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, so I talked a little bit about the highlights earlier, and I just wanted to dial into some additional detail that is really important, even though it's not as flashy. So we have included a number of fraud prevention and program integrity measures, the funding for electronic attendance monitoring, increasing the compliance team capacity over at DCYF, requiring annual training for legal non-licensed child care providers, and a cost-free change to our TEACH scholarships, which allows people who are working in the child care industry to get additional training to grow and grow the workforce. I'm so grateful that Vice Chair Hansen stood up and talked about the number of the child welfare policy issues that are included in this bill as well. And I could not have asked for a better Vice Chair who is so passionate and knowledgeable and is never afraid to stand up and say something, even if it might not be what we all want to hear. So really important child welfare policy regarding kinship care, like she mentioned. Representative Kraft has an incredibly important provision in this bill that changes the definition of neglect for children who need urgent mental health assistance and their parents take them to the emergency room, and if there's no space for them at some of the other mental health caregiving places, formerly, or I guess currently, and until this bill is signed into law, those parents were facing neglect charges for leaving their child in the hospital when it was not safe for that child nor their family to bring them home again. Representative Pinto has a provision, we voted it actually onto the House version of the bill as it left the floor, which includes expansion of maltreatment protection for children as they travel outside of Minnesota, which will make a big difference in those families being able to find justice. Rep. Curran has a provision that makes some changes to child support. And then there are a number of other provisions where we continue to support our child care providers. So Representative Liz Lee has a provision in here that was not carried in our House bill, but it was brought over from the Senate, which is $750,000 for child care improvement grants, which allow mostly family-based child care providers to apply for grant funding to put up a new fence or fix the swing set in their backyard, or actually blow out a wall of their house and make their center and their home bigger so that they can accommodate additional children. Rep. Coulter has been working really hard on some licensing provisions and innovation. DCYF and DHS are actually right in the middle. If you guys remember back to last year where our inboxes all just blew up about this first draft of licensing regulation, and it was very unpopular. And they have since released a second version of it. They are doing meetings all across the state and virtually, and the feedback actually has been fantastic on the second draft. So stay tuned for the third draft, but some of those provisions Representative Coulter brought forward this year, and we were able to add them in. My 2023 policy to allow aides to cover for arrival and departure times at child care centers, Representative Nadeau carried a provision to repeal the sunset on that. So it was a kind of a 2-year test, and we've gotten really great feedback from that from the department. There has been no issues regarding safety concerns in centers. I just want to make a couple brief comments about how the interplay between our state investments and the investments that we get from the federal government, and how connected they are in making sure that every child gets off to a great start. And in the big terrible bill, there are a number of provisions that would harm the children and families of the state of Minnesota. There are provisions on the child tax credit, that will be blocking 4.5 million children from qualifying for that just because both of their parents don't have a social security number. Additional 20 million children will not be eligible because the refundability limits will now be based on income. So families who make more money will receive more money, but the families who make less money will get no additional money. The SNAP benefits, like I talked about earlier, right now the cut is estimated at about 30%. And so states that are not able to make up the difference, and we're trying our best here, we put $12 million in food security funding in this bill, but states that aren't able to make up the difference will risk increasing food insecurity and child poverty. And I don't want that to happen to the children and families of Minnesota. Finally, because this is the Health and Children and Families bill, the Medicaid cuts that the federal government, congressional Republicans, and President Trump are proposing would impact 28% of early childhood educators nationwide. And that would do just unconscionable detriment to the people who are working and caring for our littlest learners, and it would do even more harm to the providers who are trying desperately to stay in business. And 37 million children nationwide are also covered by Medicaid that is potentially being cut. So members, just remember that something does not have to happen to us for us to make better policy. And however we come to that realization, it's a good thing. And we must do better by the people that we represent and that we serve. And so far today, we've had to make some really hard decisions. But we all do better when we all do better. I didn't even grow up in Minnesota. This is really silly. I didn't know who Senator Wellstone was because I grew up in Wisconsin. And I moved here after he died. And I've become really fond of that quote because it makes sense and it makes a real difference. And I think as soon as we can all agree upon that, the sooner that we will be able to improve the lives of everyone living in Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, members. There is good things for EMS, hospitals, pharmacies in this bill. I'm not going to repeat all that. I do want to thank all our staff. There's so many to name. After you do 23 offers, it's almost like family, okay? Almost, okay. So I do want to do a special shout to Representative Ryer and Chair Bierman. We had our differences. Yes, we did. We had only us would know about the April Fool's offer joke that you referred to what we sent over on April 1st as April Fool's. We got through that. we got through last Friday or Thursday night. We had a difficult evening on that one night. But thank you for all the staff. You guys make us look a whole heck of a lot better than what we are, and keep us on toes to make sure we stay in budget with Annie and Elizabeth, and of course Joe. You know, he helps both sides of the aisle, and that's something our staff does, the nonpartisan. They really do a good job for both sides of the aisle, and without them, we would not have been able to do this. So thank you, members, and I will turn this over to Chair Bierman.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Co-Chair Backer, and to Vice Chair Nadeau, I think he's still in the room, and to my Vice Chair Ryer. We're half done. You're not done with us yet. We have another session coming up next year, but I think we set a basis with this bill for really good work that was done. And there's always more to do in healthcare, as the committee certainly knows. So appreciated working with you. I also want to mention the CAs, Jack Dockendorf and Jonathan Cotter as well. They were part of that negotiation and being very helpful. And you mentioned Elizabeth Clarkvis and Annie Mock and House Fiscal Joe Durheim, Joe Harney. Just want to say thank you to them as well, because they put it all together and make sense of it. Also do want to say thank you to Joe Durheim for his excellent work, and also my L.A. Morgan. It all starts with Morgan. So thank you very much. The pitch has been made for over an hour on this bill. There's many, many good things in there for Minnesotans, and I hope to earn your green vote with this work, and appreciate your attention, and vote green. Thanks.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the member participating remotely.
Olson.
House File 2, Olson votes no.
Olson votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 58 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to. There is a motion at the desk.
Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, NISCA moves that the rule therein be suspended and an urgency be declared, and that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that House File Number 4 be given its second and third readings and be placed upon its final passage.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Leader Niska, to explain the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is the Commerce Bill. It was the language that we're voting on was posted on the 29th of May, and this is part of the work that we need to take up and pass, and I hope that I urge members to support the motion.
Discussion to the motion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge our side to support the motion as well.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 4.
Second reading. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4, an act relating to commerce, establishing a budget for the Department of Commerce.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Herr, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 4 is the Commerce Budget Bill. This bill, has changed just a little bit since the last time all of you heard this. This does fund the Office of Cannabis Management and the Department of Commerce. And in this bill, there are a number of provisions that were brought forward and have been heard by the Commerce Committee and on the floor. And what I will say that and just lift up is that this bill then includes a couple of new provisions, which includes exempting keys from Minnesota's lead prohibition for 3 years. It also exempts some paints from Minnesota's cadmium prohibition and establishes a consumer protection for retail EV charges. In addition to transition plans for analog phones for VIOPs, and then requiring Minnesotans have access to water at entertainment venues. These are some of the new provisions that were put into this bill. There was also some compromise language that when we were ended session, there were a couple of items that we were still working on. One of them was Medigap. The other was the 64J, which is the mandate process, and in addition to that, guaranteed renewability. And so with that, there was a lot of compromise, and Representative O'Driscoll did a fantastic job working with me and Senator Klein in order for us to get this bill to the shape that it is in now. And so that is what the bill is, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As Co-Chair Herr said, we had a very good bill coming off the House floor, both policy and finance, and it got better when we got to conference committee. I want to thank the Senate for their work in bringing forward some reforms on telecom. Without getting too much into the details, some of the legacy stuff from the early 1900s and laws that require telephone service have been now updated into the 21st century, which helps a lot of folks in a lot of different areas to have affordable telephone. We are also able to extend the reinsurance program for another 2 years for folks in the individual market. And as Co-Chair Herr said, we were able to accomplish a large number of things in the insurance realm. This is a solid bill. The provisions that we had same and similars with the Senate, we prevailed on a lot of those because our language was actually better thought out and vetted out. I think that's what happens when you have two teams working on this in earnest together. And I would recommend members to vote yes on the bill today and stand for questions if needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative O'Driscoll maybe yield to a question?
Representative O'Driscoll will yield to a question. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative O'Driscoll, I am curious about the Medigap proposal, which, from my point of view, came out substantially worse than what the Senate had, certainly. And I'm just wondering, it's my understanding that what is in the bill is not being done in any other state. So what is in the bill with regard to Medigap treats people between the ages of 65 through 70 differently than people 71 and over, and has does have guaranteed issue for those first 5 years with penalties that increase rather steeply. And I'm just wondering where that all came from, because my understanding is that Well, I know that probably Blue Cross Blue Shield was in the room, and I know they sell a lot of these policies, and I think they had a lot of input into this. My understanding is that the consumer representatives like AARP and the Lymphoma and Leukemia Society had no input. And I'm wondering where this came from. What data is being used to decide what those penalties should be? What data is being used to set that age discrimination in the bill? And most importantly, where are there measures to track all of this so that we can see what actually happens as time goes on, whether those costs really do justify those steep penalties, and exactly what's happening. I hope that the Department of Commerce is going to track this, but I didn't see anything in the bill that requires any sort of reporting on it so that it can be revisited in the future. I hope that's not too many questions all at once, but I just think that given the importance of this issue to seniors in our state, who we are all supposed to be representing here, who were not at the table, I think they deserve a little more explanation and some answers on exactly why it's in there and how this is supposed to work. Thank you.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Liebling, thank you for the question. As you know, the Senate didn't have a provision in their bill that dealt with a 2023 Medigap coverage that you had championed that basically said folks could switch from one Medigap policy to another at any time for any reason. And the House position when it came out had a full repeal of that. As you started digging into the issue, as you had mentioned, about finding out where we stand, we found out from the various insurance companies and through their actuarial review what we thought that the premium changes would need to be. Those are upwards of 90 to 100%, a doubling in premiums. And we thought from where you were at with 0 penalty, where the department was at with 15, and with what the industry and others were talking about at 90% suggested premium change, that we would have a smaller or lesser graduated in here stepping in on a penalty. And as Co-Chair Herr said, that way we can also, by doing it over a number of years, get a chance to look at what's happening to premiums and make some decisions about how to move forward or how to proceed with either adjusting those penalties or repealing those penalties as is necessary and appropriate. I think I've answered all of your questions on that. So, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative O'Driscoll, thanks for that. I don't think I really got a satisfactory answer. It sounds like, first of all, I didn't really hear whether you're going to be tracking the data. I mean, you did say that I think that you're going to revisit it, but it doesn't, didn't hear that there's any formal way that the data is going to be collected and analyzed and reported, so that's one thing. The other thing is, it sure sounded like you said that you really just listened to the insurance companies, which I guess doesn't surprise me a lot given how this turned out, but I don't know that I got a real answer about how these numbers were arrived at. Obviously, the insurance industry has a deep and abiding interest in being able to select their customers for these insurance policies. And just to remind everybody, most health insurance, you can't be denied any longer if you have pre-existing conditions. But in this arena, what we're doing is going back to the system where you can be denied for pre-existing conditions. Just to be clear with everybody, that's what we're talking about. But anyway, if you have anything more specific, I mean, I would certainly, even offline, if you have anything more specific about where these actual numbers came from, but I really would like to hear how this is going to have follow-up so that we can all be tracking it in the future and make sure that our seniors aren't being hung out to dry. Thank you.
Further discussion to the bill.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want him to yield again, if he would.
Representative O'Driscoll will yield to a question.
Yeah.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you. Representative O'Driscoll, do you have anything further about, is this information going to be tracked in any formal way or reported, or exactly how are the seniors of the state supposed to know what's going on with this in the future. Thank you.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Liebling, thank you for the follow-up question. What we had done on not only this provision, but others that were in the bill in consultation with the Department of Commerce is we said we were going to be back and revisiting these issues. We learned an awful lot as co-chairs and with Senator Klein as the chair in the Senate about where the Minnesota insurance market actually stands right now. And so the insurance companies that you're referring to, they certainly have a vested interest in being able to be viable, that we have a stable and orderly market, and they want to continue to share information with us and be transparent. So I didn't think that it was necessary for us to put anything in a bill that would compel them to do that when they were voluntarily and willing to come to the table and have a conversation. As the department was also very interested in wanting to learn more information. And so we thought that since folks were bargaining in good faith at the table, there would be no need necessarily to pick up language to compel us to have reports and to have data brought back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that answer, Representative O'Driscoll. So what I heard is that we're relying on the good faith of the insurers to follow up and give you the information. And the rest of it was kind of trust us, we're the chairs. And I don't think that's very satisfactory with something as big and important as this. And I think that seniors in this state ought to be able to understand why they're being charged an arm and a leg should they need to, an arm and a leg extra, I should say, a penalty, a steep penalty if they want to buy one of these plans without underwriting, and why they can't get it at all without underwriting if they are over 70. So I think that's really unfortunate. I think with something this big and something this important to consumers, I would hope that there would at least be some reporting on it so that people could see what adjustments are needed in the future, because I think there will be some. And I, for one, do not take the insurance industry at its word, because, as you say, at least I'm glad you recognize it, they do have a vested interest. And I think the consumers need to be heard on this, and I think in the future, these consumer groups are going to be working really hard to make sure that their members understand what this legislature is doing with their health insurance. Thank you.
Further discussion to the bill. I recognize a member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, again, the bill has come back much stronger than it left the chamber. I want to thank our Senate counterparts for the items that they added to the bill, and I strongly encourage a yes vote on House File 4 here in this special session. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Herr.
Thank you, Speaker Demuth. So I do just want to address maybe a couple of questions that Chair Liebling brought up, and that is that it wasn't the insurance companies that we did just listen to. I want to be very clear that it was either a full repeal, or if the insurance companies had their way, we would have no compromise at all, and that after 65, there is no ability for somebody to open enroll. And so this really truly was a compromise, and that there was discussion as to reporting to track this, and that to Representative O'Driscoll's point is that we didn't feel it was necessary to put it in here, because if we listened to the insurance company, they were telling us premiums are going to increase 70 to 80 to 90%. Which meant that for them, they want to track and they want to be able to look to see if the current penalties that are put in place for each year is actually sufficient to cover the cost of being able to have open enrollment and ensure guaranteed renewability for those first 5 years. So I just want to clarify that there has been an agreement, a verbal one, that we've had discussion on ensuring that we review each year. Is the penalty too great or not enough? Because the truth is that based on the data that we were seeing, it's very likely that these numbers are too low. And so I do appreciate Representative O'Driscoll for compromising with me, because the numbers are as low as they are, because I asked for us to have more reasonable numbers to look at and then to track them afterwards. So I just want to say thank you, Representative O'Driscoll, for that. Again, reminding the body it was either a full repeal, which would make this market destabilized and we would have another reinsurance situation, or we would have these huge penalties if we swung the pendulum completely the other way to the insurance companies, which would be raising penalties to 70, 80%. And so I think that this is a fair compromise. We as a group and the insurance industry and the Department of Commerce have all committed that this would be reviewed and it would be looked at. And so I appreciate Representative O'Driscoll's work on this. It truly was something, and no, you're right, no other state has done this. No other state has done this, and we are the first, and we did take a lot of time to look at what would be the best thing we could do to stabilize this market so that we don't have another issue with reinsurance, but to also still give people fair ability to buy into a plan. And I want to thank Representative O'Driscoll, who brought up the point in our discussions that it would be important for the industry to do a better job of advertising what is available in Medigap versus Medicare Supplement. And so we all know that this is an issue. We care about our seniors. All of us care about our seniors, and we'll continue to look to make sure that this does work the way that it should. And I would encourage a green vote, but I also know that people need to vote their conscience. And so vote your conscience. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the member participating remotely.
Olson.
House File 4, Olson votes yes.
Olson votes aye.
I monitor them closely. I want you to know. The chair didn't even know it's good.
Who's making the decision?
Amanda. She bumped her bill. She pushed it.
The environment came from the Senate.
Who's Peter Fisher anyway? Oh, yes.
Who?
Oh, yeah. Let's ask.
What's happening? The reason why we are voting on the environment? No.
Amendment problems.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 112 ayes and 19 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, this is to notify you that the Senate is now duly organized for the 2025 first special session pursuant to the Minnesota Constitution and Minnesota statutes. Message is signed Thomas S. Bodden, Secretary of the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate file number 3.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading of Senate file number 3, an act relating to state government, appropriating money for environment and natural resources.
There is a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, NISCA moves that the rule therein be suspended and an urgency be declared, and that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that Senate File Number 3 be given its second and third readings and be placed upon its final passage.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska, to explain the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Senate File 3 is the Environment Bill. The final language of this was posted on the 7th, and it was a product of bipartisan, bicameral negotiation, and I urge member support.
Discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also urge member support.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its second reading.
Second reading, Senate File Number 3.
Second reading. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File Number 3, an act relating state government appropriating money for environment and natural resources.
I recognize the member from Rice, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as the co-vice chair of the Environment Committee. However, today acting as the co-chair of the Environment Committee, seeing how that Chair Fisher is not here today. The last time we saw this bill, there was no policy in it, and we had a $10 million cut to our 3 state agencies that the Environment Committee oversees. We have a very different bill before us today, a much more complicated bill, and this is largely due to the hard work of co-chairs Heintzeman and Fisher, as well as leadership who helped get us to a final bill. I watched the discussion with the closed captioning on when the Senate heard this bill this morning, and the Senate Chair Herr said, "There is no happiness here," when referring to this bill. It truly is a compromise bill, and as I like to tell my children, when you compromise, that means everyone's unhappy, and ideally everyone is the same amount of unhappy. I will go through some of the things I am pleased about in the bill, but I am going to start with a few things I am displeased about in the bill. The shotgun zone was effectively eliminated for my part of the state, and now that decision will be left up to counties to decide if it's rifle or shotgun zone for hunting. We remove money to look into fish kills happening in the southern Minnesota part of our state. There are some changes to Amara's law, our PFAS and PFOS law. There is additional spending from the general fund and the dedicated environmental funds. And there is a permitting reform, which is a large portion of this bill. I have been told that there are both environmental and labor standards, and I hope that that is true. A few things I am excited about in this bill is a clean LCCMR, including our community grants program, as well as getting a report after 1 year to make sure that those programs are being funded as we wish. Outdoor schools for all, money for trees, enhanced outreach efforts, mercury skin lightening cream, outreach and education, and we keep our Department of Natural Resources, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and the Board of Water and Soil Resources running. I'm going to be voting green for this bill because I think that it's important that we fund government. And this process has truly been a compromise, and I hope that you can find enough in this bill that you also will vote green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heintzeman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple of more items to talk about as we work on finishing up what was many, many months of work to get to this point. And I want to start by just saying how much I appreciated my co-chair, Chair Fisher. Chair Fisher was a tremendous partner through this entire process, and we worked very hard to keep our committee tight and working on the issues that are most important to Minnesotans, making sure that our parks are going to be open and that we have enhanced opportunities around the state, that we are supporting a number of the provisions that were just mentioned by Co-Vice Chair Purcell. We are very thankful for the compromise that we were able to pull together on permitting reform. I want to give a shout out to Senator Hochschild, who was working very diligently as my Senate author on permitting reform. This issue is one that has been pervasive and concerning, and something that the governor and the House and Senate worked together on to provide a step forward. It's not everything anybody wanted, but it is a great step in the right direction to help municipalities, to help businesses, to help those seeking permits. And that's something that I think we can all be proud of today. And it is that, a compromise, as was just mentioned. The Community Grants Program language, Rep. Hollins, thank you so much for your support and help through that whole discussion. The LCCMR, unchanged in the bill, really, I think, a great, again, effort, making sure that we get these provisions here. There are a few other things that I want to quickly mention. Continuous bass season. Continuous bass season, members, it sounds, maybe unimportant to some, but Representative Nash, thank you. That was a great provision, and I've been out and about over the last few weeks, and fishermen are excited about this. Certainly those that I have spoken to in the lakes area. Crossbows, another year, that is extended, so DNR has time to put a study together for us, and we can look at that more closely with good data. PFAS fixes that were mentioned, looking at electronics, internal components, kids' recreational vehicles, that I don't think folks intended those things to be targeted in that language, and I'm very thankful that we were able to look at that in a bipartisan way and try to figure out a path forward. Also, language exempting firefighting foam used in airport hangars. That is a concern I think generally everybody has, and if there's an emergency, that we have the tools necessary to fight a fire. Veterans hunting and fishing licenses. That fee will be reduced to $5 for anyone with a service-connected disability over 50% effective March 1st of 2027. That's, I think, a terrific, again, bipartisan effort to get that done. And then lastly, abandoned watercraft. Representative Heintzeman and I, we were working on that. I think for a minute I was worried, but your work on that effort, on that issue is come to fruition, and we have a compromise agreement on abandoned watercraft. So that issue is being addressed. The lands bill is here, members. In case you were watching for the lands bill, it's also here. And I will wrap up with that and just thank folks for their support for the bill.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gordon moves to amend Senate File Number 3. The amendment is coded A3.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Gordon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask for a roll call on this amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my district, we like trees, Christmas trees to be specific. We are home to the largest Christmas tree farm in the state. Wolson's is a multi-generational family farm. Everyone knows that trees need water, especially in the first year or two after planting. As you can all imagine, this farm covers a lot of acreage, and the area where they plant new trees changes from year to year. They need another well to be able to irrigate all areas of their farm. However, the 2021 change that prohibits new water use permits from the Mount Simon Hinckley Aquifer prevents that from happening. They have no other viable alternative for water. The amendment offered would simply allow the DNR to make exceptions to the prohibition of new water use permits for agricultural irrigation outside the 7-county metro area. The exception would only apply when there's no other feasible or practical water sources available and would require a water conservation plan. That's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Discussion to the amendment. I recognize a member from Crow Wing, Representative Heintzeman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I appreciate the amendment being offered today, this is an important issue. This Mount Simon aquifer, this was not a part of the global agreement that the chairs have come to, and so I would ask members, unfortunately today, I would ask them for a no vote.
Further discussion? I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To highlight this for the members, this impacts multiple counties in Minnesota. While the Mount Simon Aquifer is large and deep for the state of Minnesota, there are several areas in the state from the southern part of the state to east central Minnesota that are directly impacted by the fact that there is no other spot to get water. And so I appreciate Representative Gordon bringing this amendment, and I do urge support of this amendment that will help ensure more trees for the state of Minnesota. I think that this is some pretty simple policy that ultimately, members, when this was originally crafted a couple years ago, I think it had some really unintended consequences, and this aims to fix one of those unintended consequences. The legislators who have been working on this have been working in cooperation and collaboration with the DNR on this, and this would fix one of the unintended consequences and assist and help in this specific instance that Representative Gordon gave earlier and help many people on the edges of my own district as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Rice, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to echo the suggestion of the co-vice chair Heintzeman. Happy to bring this up next year. Thank you for bringing the amendment. Members, please vote no.
Representative Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is an issue that's only important to a very small number of Minnesota farmers, but it would mean the world to them if we could fix this problem. If you like Christmas trees, vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will call the name of the member participating remotely.
Olson. Olson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 41 ayes and 87 nays, the amendment is not adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 3.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, sometimes when I'm back home in my district, I have some of my friends that make a little bit of fun of me. They say things like, well, Isaac, you're a politician, and there's a disagreement, and You claim to be on both sides. Seems like you're with your friends and you're with your friends. And in this instance, I'm with my friends. On this bill, members, there's a lot of positive inside this bill. I'm super grateful for the work that was achieved inside this bill to achieve some good work on permitting reform. I'm grateful just for members' sake to share a little bit about the elimination of the shotgun zone for a moment. I come from the very district that the shotgun zone passes through. If you live on the east side of the Mississippi, you can shoot with a rifle in my district. If you live on the west side of the Mississippi, like I do, you can only shoot with a shotgun. So to see this eliminated is about darn time. And thank goodness for the bipartisan support that that issue has had during this legislature, and I'm glad to see this change. But members, I want to talk a little bit about why I will be voting in opposition to this bill today. As a conferee, as someone who worked on a great number of bills in the environment space this session, with a whole bunch of bill presentations and a whole bunch of things to help make Minnesota more affordable and a better place to do business, I'm concerned with a lot of the contents here that specifically and directly impact the small farmers in my district. So moments ago, hours ago, members, you made claims that you wanted to support the farmers across the state and you cared about rural Minnesota. This bill contains fee increases that could not be seen through any greater lens than directly harmful to the small farmers in my district. I have spent time reaching out to the small farmers from east to west, from north to south, and to ask them their feedback when they see an environment bill coming down the tracks that could raise the cost for them. And the feedback from the smallest producers in my district who do have water permits in my district is that, you know what? This is going to result in hundreds of dollars of increases for the smallest producers over the biennium. And that's not to mention the average farmers in my district who will see thousands of dollars of increases. Oh, and by the way, this bill doesn't provide any sort of additional benefit for the permit that they have, so it just raises their costs. And what's embarrassing to me is what the DNR says in response. The DNR says, well, they're going to be able to get their permits so much faster. While at the same time, the same department that issues these permits, frankly, comes down on farmers, tells them that they can't do business, tells them that they can't use water, and honestly threatens the certainty for the farm families in my own community. So how can I stand here today and say that I can vote for a bill that increases the costs to provide for food security in Minnesota? Because it's not just my district. It's all across rural communities in this state, wherever farmers have water permits. And I'm concerned about it when there's no good reason to do so. If you go back to the history of why there needed to be a fee for water, was for this administration of water permits. Well, and if that's the case, and if there are more water permits today, then there should be more than enough revenue to pay for the administration of water permits. But during this entire session, the DNR has failed to tell us what benefit this is going to offer to the people of my district. And I'm not talking about big farmers or big agriculture. I'm talking about the small family farmers in my district and across this state. When talking to an above average farmer over the last few weeks, the slightly above average farmer said to me, you know, this actually has an even greater impact on the smaller producer. Because when it comes down to it, for the amount of money that they're able to squeeze off a smaller plot of land, it's going to be a higher cost for them. And that's a pill too tough to swallow for my community. So I understand that when you take a look at the whole of this bill, and that there's such incredible reforms in some really important areas of state government, I'm not going to do it at the expense of the families who live in my district. Because it's family farmers from east to west and north to south that have water permits in my district, and that's why I'll be voting no on this bill today.
I recognize a member from Crow Wing, Representative Heintzeman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm told that this could potentially, looks like we may be kind of in a head-to-head with the Senate right now. This could be the first bill passed by the House and Senate and on its way to the governor's desk. And it almost seems fitting that this bill could be potentially that bill if it's successful. Parks, trails, the recreation that Minnesotans so much appreciate and needs our support here today in this chamber. I'm going to wrap it up quickly and just quickly thank again Senator Herr, a tremendous partner, thank you. My co-chair, Representative Fisher, again, just a great opportunity for the two of us to work together and to bring this bill together with our conferees and with our committees. And our partisan and nonpartisan staff, again, so grateful for their work and their support for us as members through this entire process. And I will leave it there. Members, I'd ask for your green vote today.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the member participating remotely.
Olson. Olson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 105 ayes and 26 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
First reading, House Files number 15 through 19.
First reading, House Files 15 through 19. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, NISCA moves that the rule therein be suspended and an urgency be declared, and that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that House File number 3 be given its second and third readings and be placed upon its final passage.
I recognize Representative Niska to explain the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is the Human Services Bill. That's the product of the bicameral bipartisan working group. The spreadsheet for this was posted on May 28th. There was draft language posted on the 4th, and the version we're taking up today was posted on Friday. I urge members to support the motion so that we can move forward with the work we have to do today.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also urge members' support.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its second reading.
Second reading, House File number 3.
Second reading. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Noor, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House File 3, the Human Services Bill, reflects bipartisan, bicameral, and also collaborative problem solving by all the 4 caucuses, including the administration. Madam Speaker and members, this bill had the largest budget reduction of $1.1 billion across 4 years or the next 2 bienniums. Members, as a working group, we came together to find the best solutions that we can come up with. In this bill, we created a process whereby we looked at the shared sacrifice and also minimized the harm of reducing any programs in the Department of Human Services. Before going through the details of the bill, I wanted to thank all the committee members who were dedicated to solving the problem and finding the best solution going forward. I wanted to thank my co-chair, Schumacher. We had a great partnership. Even when we disagreed, we were able to find a path moving forward. Likewise, I just wanted to say thank you to Vice Chair Keeler and Gilman and other members of the working group, Representative Coran, Jacob, who were part of the House membership. Likewise, in the Senate, Chair Hoffman, Senator Fateh, Mohammed, Mayquade, and Abler. Members, there's nothing we can do without the support of the partisan and non-partisan individuals. From the GOP side, we had Megan Rosbach, Tom Brennan, Joseph Fruhoff, who contributed to the discussions as we moved forward. Likewise, from the DFL side, wanted to thank Nick Stumolanga, Marley Peterson, and Elijah Henderson for helping us get to where we are. The work that is done by the nonpartisan staff is amazing. They can keep up with all the challenges as we go back and forth. I wanted to thank Sarah Senderman, Danielle Punelli, Joe Haney, and Doug Buck from the House. Likewise, from the Senate side, Liam Monahan, Kyle Raymond, and from the reviser's office, Dean Trefts and Alex Willie. From the agency, we had a great support from the staff, from Christy Graham, Elise Bailey, Carrie Briones, and also Commissioner Shri Gandhi. This was a collaborative effort to get us where we are. Members, I'll cover the new spending in the bill, and Co-Chair Schumacher will cover the reductions. Overall, in the bill, we have got a new spending based on fully funding SEIU PCA CFSS contract, which increases the minimum wage for SEIU and the workers in PCA and CFSS, creates a retirement fund trust for future bargain for retirement contributions. It also creates a training and orientation grants and other elements in the agreement. Members, we fully fund the nursing homes for the workforce standards increases for the wages. We also substantially increased the substance use disorder rates, basing many of our increases of the rate study, which you've had from the health bill, which was addressing the mental health, but for the substance use disorder, we are comparing the state rates to Medicare rates. These increases include adding inflation at the rate of 3%, funds treatment coordination services at 100% of the Medicare rates, low-intensity substance use disorder residential at 100% of the Medicare rate, high-intensity substance use disorder residential at 83% of the Medicare rate. Likewise, members, we fund the Miller Building to address some of the challenges we've had with individuals who are civilly committed. In this bill, we have $20 million for the construction of a 50-bed, and the other provisions is being carried in the capital investment. We also fully fund in the tails the operations for that treatment facility. This is something that we've had from the counties and also from the Priority Admission Task Force, so we're able to get that to the finish line. We're also fully funding DCT operating adjustments, which is set to become its own agency by July 1. Likewise, we are funding the Council on Disability, Ombudsman for Mental Health and Developmental Disabilities. We also fund the Wilder Foundation for the point-in-time homeless census. Members, we have a provision for Damon Lefstad Memorial Act, which allows us to provide reimbursement for PCA services in acute care hospital settings. We also have a new reimbursement for family residential services to almost 26%. We fund out-of-home respite care services for children in unlicensed settings, delivering crucial rest for those who need care of their children. We also allow reimbursement for swimming lessons for children under age 12 with disabilities to tackle the challenges of drowning for the kids with disabilities. We also fund the Department of Human Services for individuals who are going to be providing us assistance to make sure that we're able to deliver our services in a good way. Likewise, members, we have got a significant investment in the program integrity to address some of the challenges that we've faced. We're creating a certification process for state-based centralized list for recovery residences, formerly known as sober homes, and we're bringing the housing support component to the state from the counties. We're also reworking the billing for substance use disorder to align with the federal process that maintains changing to 15 minutes unit. We established program integrity surcharge for all DHS providers. We use the savings to address steps for success, implementation of early and often training program, allow the commissioner to review all change of ownership within 12 months. Likewise, we allowed the commissioner to have a moratorium on several programs that are unlicensed by consultation with the co-chairs and the chair in the Senate. We are also addressing some of the challenges that we've seen in housing stabilization services and recuperative care services, which also requires within the recuperative care services habitability inspection to make sure that the setting meets the needs of the individuals. We're instituting a program integrity provisions in the EIDBI services requiring a new provisional licensure pending a permanent license in the future. We define the requirements and the EIDBI settings to make sure that the kids who are in those settings get the care that they need. Members, we had several provisions that address the needs of vulnerable individuals in our state. And in general, I think we made a big progress coming from where we started in the House. Madam Speaker and members, that covers some of the provisions that I was going to address, and I'll ask my colleague, Co-Chair Schumacher, to address the reductions.
I recognize the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you to Chair Noor for not only your work in this session, but just what we were able to accomplish. This has been, for me, a long time coming, being on the Human Services Committee for 15 years, off and on, and being able to chair at a time when we have a historic budget deficit to deal with in our target, and I couldn't have asked for a better person to work with in that process than Chair Noor. It's been one I will not forget anytime soon, nor will anyone allow me to forget some of the decisions that were made in this bill here. But we had $1.1 billion in targeted reductions from the forecast over the next 4 years to deal with that budget deficit that's coming up. This bill, as it's in front of us, is a product of compromise. Some things in here we all can agree to, but may not necessarily agree with. And compromise, of course, is the thing that we tell all of our voters every election year that we are willing to do, and this is really a product of that. This bill, we focused on actual spending reductions, which I'll talk about in a bit here, to actually address the curve in spending that goes on in the human service area. We talk about licensing reform. Chair Noor already spoke about the licensing reform that happens in this, but also to help with the program integrity piece and the cost drivers in this area. And we'll also be bringing local experts together, the people who have the real ideas, the people who deal with this stuff every day, and have them help us find the solutions to this budget, not only now, but also in the future for what they have. Because we focused on those things, we didn't have to rely on shifts to other payers like the counties. We didn't have to rely on gimmicks that future legislatures will have to deal with. And we didn't rely on wait lists for our most vulnerable Minnesotans. And oftentimes we get asked in the human service area, why is Minnesota more expensive than other states? And part of that is because other states rely on wait lists for the services that they have. And if you happen to need a service but you got in too late, well, try again next year. And Minnesota's worked hard over the last decade to get beyond that, and now we are beyond that. And we were able to continue to be, even with this significant negative budget target to deal with. So addressing some of the cost reductions that we have here, we know that a lot of the highest growth areas in the state government spending was in our forecasted areas, and it was in the human service areas. Not only the cost of care going up, but also the number of people who are utilizing that care was going up. And so we took an approach of trying to deal with those things that were growing the fastest and growing the most in a way that wasn't controllable or forecastable, if that's a word, for us in this budget. And so We started with placing a cap on inflation for disability waivered services and nursing home reimbursements that matches the urban area consumer price index, and we capped that so that it can't grow faster than 4%. Of course, in the future, if the legislature deems we can go beyond that, but the cap now for budgeting purposes is 4%. For disability services, we instituted a long-term service and support cost savings reform work group. This is a work group of community partners, including the counties and the tribes, disability service providers, disability advocates, agency staff, and many more, in order to find savings of at least $88 million in the out years, 28 and 29. If this group isn't able to get that done, the local experts can't figure out where to save $88 million, then there are some automatic reductions that happen in this. There's kind of the carrot and stick with this piece here, that there are real cost savings that will come one way or another. And so we bring the people who would be affected by that to the table to figure out how to best deal with that. There's the service of integrated home supports and integrated home supports with training. We institute some cost savings and growth by capping the number of service hours per day to 6 hours. Currently, there is no limit to that, while ensuring that providers know that they can utilize the same provider for both services. We institute a new night supervision, a sleep reimbursement rate that is lower than the active supervision rate. We seek to address the huge increases in rate exceptions in DWRS, which for most people, we only understood that in this chamber as the county shift portion of things. And so we addressed that because it's an issue. We expected 4% of people on DWRS to be utilizing this. It turns out to be 25% of people utilizing this. And so we now require documentation in this bill for those rate exception requests, because so many of those were for wage increases. We want to make sure that the money that's being spent in this area is actually going to wage increases. And so we require documentation for that. And we do reduce the kind of things that qualify for rate exceptions, including the transportation time, the documentation for higher behavioral needs, and the positive support pieces. We include another contingent reduction in the county cost for MinChoices that encourages the counties to evaluate how they can save money more creatively for more of these crucial assessments. There are reforms to the eligibility for the Behavioral Health Fund for substance use disorder services, moving that from 1 year to 60 days. And the idea with that is we hope to get people into the MinnesotaCare program with that. And so they're going to be more in the forecasted piece with that, and we'll be able to get a federal match for the dollars that are being spent in that area. A very smart move on our part, I think, to do that. Finally, the piece that was probably hardest for me to have to deal with were the reductions to our nursing home rates that we have in the state. We held firm for a long time that there wasn't going to be any votes for reductions to nursing homes without some kind of board reform. Chair Noor talked about the board reform that we were able to get, and so we adopted the rates with the rate cap for that moving forward. And we also made a couple of other changes to the rates with the property with the APS inflationary rate. There is a new rate that facilities can use and have access to. It's just that the APS was a little more lucrative, and so few were willing to move over. This is going to help move nursing facilities over in that, and also phasing out the nursing home layaway bed program. We're moving into a time when more and more people are going to be getting older and going to be needing those types of services. The layaway program was instituted back in the early 90s to try and incentivize getting rid of beds. We had 90,000 beds at one time in the state. Now we're down to about 20,000 beds that are being utilized in the state, and we were encouraging that. Now is a time where we're going to have to look at what we do to ramp things up again, or make sure that we have the right beds for the right capacity for the needs of the people who actually need that type of care. And so we start to phase out that program in here as well. And with that, Madam Speaker and members, I will stand for any questions.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 3.
Third reading. Further discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'll echo thank yous to our working group members. This was a really difficult task that we had set before us. And not just difficult for one party or another. This is a difficult task for our branch of government. Really, really difficult. And I know we had some really difficult conversations. There are a lot of high emotions, and I know that I contributed to that, to no one's surprise, I'm sure. But this is because this is deep. This is affecting people. These are people who rely on us, full stop. And so I want to start with, how this process played out. We had forecasts that came through, as was said, showing that we were going to face a structural deficit. And that forecast that came through also showed us some really hard truths that it's become clear to me and our community members that some of those truths are just too hard for this body to handle at this time. That caring for people, while is expensive, it is working. People are signing up for programs. And we try not to have wait lists because we know that caring for people works. And the sooner that people get access to the services that they need, the sooner they're on their way to success, to thrive. And instead of the state of Minnesota advocating to continue working for the people, because that's our job as a state, we work for the people. The state of Minnesota is the most important employee to the people that we serve. Yet somehow, we find ourselves as legislators speaking on behalf of the state, speaking on behalf of this employer that we are who serves others. And we're saying, please give us less money. Our bills are just adding up. People need our care so much, and we have no more resources to give. So please, cut our wage. We've been making minimum wage forever, and not today's minimum wage, a minimum wage from the 70s. What employee on planet Earth would come to you and say, my bills are racking up. Inflation has hit hard. I have so many people to care for. Please cut my wages. This is a hard truth. So the process, even though in this chamber, it started with us having $1 billion negative target for us to just figure out. It started with a refusal to accept the hard truth. When we are begging for tax cuts, and tax cuts for corporations, for the wealthy, for people who don't need tax cuts, we can just blanket say that. We know who they are. What we would rather do is slow the growth of programs. These are people who have signed up to be on these programs because they are eligible, because they need it. So what we should not have started with is a proposal from a governor who claimed that human services programs will eat up 1 in every 8 of our dollars. Eat up? That is no way that any leader of any party should be speaking about any resident of any state. In the same way that no legislator from any party in any state should fail to see the need for resources and just step up. That is a thing that we all could have done in this chamber, is stepped up. And instead, we fought over who to harm and who to harm most. Well, we got the answer to that when we came in at 10 a.m. today, who to harm the most. But not for dollars, because if you look at dollars, this is the biggest target cut. And we ended up with this spreadsheet balancing our cut over half of the targeted cut, nearly $500 million, squarely and solely on Minnesotans with disabilities. These are not big corporations raking in the dough. These aren't like private equity firms buying places and seeing how much they can get for property. These aren't places that are eating up affordable homes in your communities. These are people who are accessing the services that they are eligible for. And we know that it's working. We know that it's working because we see, yeah, it's expensive. It costs money to take care of people. It's not free. But somehow, we just, we got a spreadsheet and we have to figure it out. So then the question becomes, who can fight us the least? Who of those people that we're trying to strip resources from has the least resources of the least? Let's go after with people with disabilities. First of all, it's hard to get here. It's real easy to leave people out when you can't be here. And this government knows it. State governments know it, the federal government knows it. And that is why the disability community has been left behind, not just for a couple years or a couple months, forever. Forever. I have really struggled throughout this process to justify how one could vote on cuts that are so significant. And we're not talking about pushing a project off for 2 years. We're talking about taking things away from people that allow them to live our lives. Every single one of us gets up in the morning, and probably with little assistance, we're able to groom ourselves. We put on our shoes, we put on our work clothes. We're able to navigate to transportation on our own, figure out how to get to work on time, sometimes. There are so many people who cannot do that without the help of maybe even more than 1 to 5 other people before 10 in the morning. And that's who we've decided to take this out on. Everyone can stand up and say so-and-so is the most vulnerable, but point me to the law that says that group literally has a law about vulnerable adults or vulnerable children. Vulnerable Minnesotans are people with disabilities. That is who are not just this bill, but when we looked at the overall budget, we decided, well, look who can't show up to say no to this. So we did our best. This bill is much better than when it left this floor. But when we pass this bill today, Minnesota will be much worse off immediately. So I know the assignment. My first assignment was to try to protect Minnesotans with disabilities, and we tried, and we did the best that we could. So now that that assignment is complete, and I feel less than satisfactory about it, the assignment now is to pass budgets. And we have to pass this today, and I'm sorry.
I recognize a member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise today in support of House File 3, our Human Services Budget Bill, and I'd like to just share a couple takeaways from our conference committee and being in a tied house. Human Services touches every part of our great state, from folks that are living out their golden years at home, in assisted living, in nursing homes, to the folks with disabilities. those struggling and suffering from homelessness, those with substance use disorders and DCT, the counties, our jails, and the great people that care for all of them. So when we started this process, we had to come to the table and find a way to create the least amount of pain and hardships of all those impacted. And I'm grateful for this working relationship, grateful for this tie, and also members that have gone before me and built relationships like Rep. Baker with Representative Fredericks. I was able to hop in and work alongside Rep. Frederick with substance use disorder and the recovery community. It's amazing when you can sit and hear and learn things from different perspectives. Locking arms together with others has been one of my mottos, and I'm excited to continue to do that. One thing that we did with the overbilling piece, the rampant fraud that was in this community, in this area, in the addiction recovery industry, was replacing an outdated 1-hour billing standard with more accountable 15-minute billing increments. It's little things like this that are going to have impacts on the bottom line and have more guardrails around them. So I'll touch on something that was challenging. Some of the challenges that were around the operating cap. Effective, it will be January 1st, 2026. This will take money away from those providers who made good faith investments in their staff and residents' care in 2024. The operating cap is not just a budget tool or a line item on a spreadsheet. It has serious consequences for access to care in communities across Minnesota. This cap goes back on the word that we made here, on the state's word, on payments from 21 months ago. So we've received letters, we've received emails in regards to the real impact. And I'll just talk about 7 nursing homes across the state right now that are going to be really impacted. The reductions are from care-related expenses areas. So when Governor Walz insists on a shared pain, let's be clear about what it is. It's staffing cuts and costs to nurses and nursing, CNAs, residents, activities, and social work. The reason nursing home care is Medicaid entitlement is because it needs to be there if and when you need it or require it. And as we get older, chances are, if and when, we'll get bigger and bigger. And we know this. Minnesotans are turning 80 plus. It's the fastest growing age group. Some call it the silver tsunami and say it's already here. It's estimated to grow over to 250,000 people by 2030. Currently, we spoke earlier about how many beds we have available. We currently have 20,000 nursing home beds available and 53,000 assisted living beds available. So it's quite frightening to see the difference in math. So we need to just continue to work on this and ask our administration, ask the folks that are going to be coming alongside us in this journey, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue to take away from those who have invested most in Minnesota at the end of their life, or are we going to invest and secure more space for them? So I would like to close on a positive note. I do have gratitude and much respect for the way that our committee showed up to do the best work, to hit our targets. It was unbelievable. Knowing how many lives are impacted and getting to learn about so many acronyms, I think I dream about them. But those acronyms are tied to human beings and they're tied to people's life's work. And I am so blessed to be able to chose to be a part of this. So again, in the interim, I'm really excited to work along Co-Vice Chair Rep. Keeler and others on things that matter to us, rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse, and creating more guardrails around this whole committee's work. Helping with trafficking and homelessness, I'm just curious to get to know more about it and how I can help make an impact on that as well. That's going to be exciting to do that. And again, so just a big shout out to our chairs, Schumacher and Noor, co-vice chair Keeler, Megan and Nick from the House, all partisan and nonpartisan staff, and all those from the Senate and our working group members. This has been hard work, but it's been something I'll remember forever. Thank you. Please vote yes.
I recognize the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I'd first have to apologize to Representative Gilman. The fact that you're dreaming about acronyms says more about you than it really should. I really do apologize for that. And just a couple, I know there's been thank yous already, but I do need to thank, in particular, our CAs who put in the same amount or longer hours than what we had to put in. Nick, I'm very proud to say, has taken after me in the way he dresses now, and so we are doing our best to dress alike these days. It's really nice. And for Megan Rosbach, a big thanks to her. I've been trolling her all session long, and she's been reciprocating by sneezing on me in almost every hearing. But usually a CA's job is to do the work of telling the member to help with what we need to say or to tamp us down. Megan's job really was to tell me to speak up more often, because I believe that silence is golden, and sometimes in these debates that's not so much the case, that silence really isn't golden, and she filled the gaps when she could, but then reminded me that I needed to do that as well. In closing with this, we heard the conversation tonight, $1.1 billion cut target here. We focused on spending reductions in program integrity in this budget, and we did this by accounting for savings and not looking at shifts in there. Just a couple of finer points on the nursing home piece that we have with that. It's a conversation that's not over with that, and the reform that we were able to get with the Workforce Standards Board. There are still questions on just what we do when we say that we're paying for things, and we'll continue that conversation throughout. And then what we do really with the aging population that we have in this state and how we address that, especially for those who need that extra level of care that can't be done at home. When we're looking at those pieces, that's a continued conversation that we're going to have. But again, this bill was part of a compromise, and this is not the final word. That's something I am reminding myself this year, but also after a decade and a half of being in this legislature, there is no final word on any issue at any time. And I think that's what I'm gleaning from what others have said tonight, is that it really isn't the final word, that there is more conversation, that it won't start again next February, but it'll continue on throughout the summer, throughout the fall, as we continue to do a better job for the people of Minnesota. And so I would encourage your support as we go through this bill tonight. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This was a difficult bill. But ultimately, we were able to reach consensus and to close the bill. When we talk about vulnerable individuals, our seniors, people with disabilities, individuals with behavioral health challenges, individuals who are dealing with substance use disorder, individuals who are homeless, it's not easy to make a priority that we can solve a budget issue. But this is just a starting point. The promise is we can do better. We will continue to work on these issues to make sure that we take care of those who need the most. It is our responsibility. It is our promise. And nevertheless, I think we have accomplished some of the most significant reduction of any budget this session. Nothing to be proud of, but at least we're able to close this chapter. As we begin a new session, as we start to have more conversation, I'm also worried about what could come from the federal government. The Republicans in the House passed a reconciliation bill. That will have a significant impact on our budget. That will have a significant impact on people who rely on Medicaid. This is not over. If we're not careful, we will see a significant reductions in Medicaid if the bill going through the Congress that was passed by the Republicans in congressional reconciliation goes forward. Make no mistakes. People who are relying on Medicaid in nursing homes, in group homes, individuals with disabilities, pregnant women, and so many people who really need this care will lose their coverage. So I just wanted to ask for your support for this bill as we think of the next steps to come. I ask for your support to vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the member participating remotely.
Olson.
House File 3, Olson votes no.
Olson votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 96 ayes and 37 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to.